Je réponds l'honorable député d'Edmonton Centre.
O Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love, in all thy thoughts command, car ton bras sait porter l'épée, il sait porter la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Alors,
Order.
statements by members. Déclaration de député. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Everyone showed up at COP23, Mr. Speaker, putting on their best face. Everyone was a leader in the fight against climate change. Everyone promised to do more. Canada even launched an international coalition against coal power. And then everyone went home. And there, the government realized that putting an end to coal power, okay, that's one thing, but, we'll keep selling to the United States. And then the Minister of the Environment hailed the decision to go ahead with Keystone XL the very same week when 800,000 liters of oil leaked from the pipeline. And also the Premier of Alberta, who's calling for more aid from Ottawa to build yet again new pipelines. The same person that the NDP leader says who is very close to his values. The Liberals are promising beautiful strategies, just like the Harper government, who used to miss UN meetings to go to Tim Hortons. Climate change does not depend on Canada.
Mr. Speaker, last May, Mississauga got a new poet laureate. Wally Shaw, a 22-year-old UTM student, has a remarkable story. He arrived in Canada with his family from Pakistan when he was 3 years old. He had a turbulent teen years. When he was 15, he faced assault charges and jail time. But because of his mother and teachers, he turned his life around. Today, he is a TEDx speaker and an eloquent voice on mental health issues and anti-bullying. In 2013, Wally released his first hip-hop album entitled Rhythm and Poetry. In 2014, he was named to Canada's Top 20 Under 20. Today, his words inspire, motivate, and help thousands. Congratulations, Wally, on your awesome appointment. This is an appropriate time to quote Wally's words back to him. Seize the day, make it your moment, you're the king of the castle.
Honourable Member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak to a matter of deep concern for the tens of thousands of families who each year experience the most horrific of circumstances, that of finding a loved one missing. Anyone who has experienced the tragic loss of a family member or close friend will tell you that closure is an important part of the healing process. But for so many Canadian families with missing loved ones, this process cannot even begin. Canada has many national days of observance, but we do not have a National Missing Persons Day. The latest RCMP numbers suggest approximately 71,000 people went missing in 2015 alone. At the request of the Boyle sisters from Scarborough, Ontario, whose brother Jay went missing in 1995 at the age of 17, I was honoured to sponsor a petition calling on the Government of Canada to enact a National Day of Solidarity, of Remembrance, a day for action to prevent these tragedies from happening to another family. I urge all Canadians to support the petition for a National Missing Persons Day, which can be found at petitions.ourcommons.ca.
The Honourable member for St. Catharines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, I was pleased to join Principal Gretzinger and the students and staff of Oak Ridge Public School to plant an English oak sapling. However, this was no ordinary oak sapling. As Kaylee Germain, an Oak Ridge student, noted, the Battle of Vimy Ridge was a significant moment in our collective history, a defining moment for Canada. 100 years ago, that battle left Vimy Ridge a barren wasteland. One of the many oaks that once stood tall, only one remained. Lieutenant Leslie Miller of the Canadian Expeditionary Force found the acorns from the remaining tree and brought them home to Canada. The sapling we planted in St. Catharines is a direct descendant of that remaining oak. It was my pleasure to personally donate one of the remaining saplings to Oak Ridge. Its location holds personal significance for me, as my son Ethan will one day attend Oak Ridge Public School. My hope is that this tree grows tall and serves as a monument to the students of Oak Ridge and the residents of St. Catharines to remind them of the tremendous sacrifice given by so many in service to St. Catharines and to Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député d'Outremont.
Honourable member for Outremont.
Fueled by anti-Muslim hatred have exploded into an Islamophobic government-led pogrom against the Rohingya in Myanmar. I had occasion to meet with Special Envoy Bob Rae during the recent Commonwealth Parliamentary Assizes in neighbouring Bangladesh. His remarks were chilling. The Canadian delegation there played a major role in getting the CPA to take the uncharacteristic step of adopting a strongly worded statement on the Rohingya, one that referred to genocide. And I found it a second.
After World War II, when the scope of the Holocaust was learned, the world resolved to never forget, and that hatred would never again degenerate into mass state-sponsored murder.
On the very day when the butcher of the Balkans has been sentenced to life in prison for genocide, Canada must do everything we can to ensure that the butchers of Burma suffer a similar fate.
Yeah. Hear, hear.
The honourable member for Surrey Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to commemorate two inspiring residents of my riding who recently passed away. First, I'd like to commemorate Suki Tin, who passed away unexpectedly on September 8th. Suki was a political activist. For the Professor Mohan Singh Foundation, she fought long and hard to bring recognition to the victims of the Kamagata Maru incident, including an official apology from the Government of Canada. In doing so, she performed a great service to the South Asian community and Canadians as a whole. Surrey Centre also lost Doug Nickerson, the guardian angel of the Surrey Strip. Little Doug, as he was known to his friends, protected some of the most vulnerable people in our society by racing around 135A Street on his bicycle, administering naloxone to those overdosing on opioids. In total, Little Doug saved an incredible 148 lives. People like Suki Tin and Doug Nickerson make Surrey a better place to call home. Thank you.
The honourable member for Markham Unionville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, I visited a telecommunication firm in Markham. The name of the company is CIK Telecom. CIK stands for Customer is a King. They're a small telecommunication provider. CIK Telecom is the story of a Canadian dream. In 2003, Mr. Deng and Mr. Jen started CIK in their basement. Today, they have grown to over 400 employees and just recently celebrated their 14th anniversary. Without the efforts of entrepreneurs like Mr. Deng and Mr. Jen, Canada would not be what it is today. I am glad to see that competitive company with 5-star services and 2-star pricing was able to be successful. While the finance minister accuses small business owners of being tax cheat, we in the Conservative caucus will continue to stand up for small business owners and the people who work for them. I'm proud to have growing businesses in my riding that are creating jobs and prosperity. Thank you.
The honourable member for Labrador.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am proud today to rise to pay tribute to the 150 extraordinary Labradorians that were honoured just past week across Labrador. In celebration of Canada 150, I launched a Labradorians of Distinction Award as a way to acknowledge the contributions of Labradorians to their communities. Through an independent process, Labradorians were nominated and selected. 150 incredible people, both living and deceased, were honoured for their contributions to our culture, history, economy, and environment. Mr. Speaker, a diverse culture of Indigenous and settlers from around the world make up Labrador. And when I think of these people who have molded our great home, I see only the faces of hard-working, resilient, creative, and genuine people. Mr. Speaker, people who walked the land in moccasins to those who came in uniform to serve, from those who sailed the Labrador Sea to those who dug the first iron ore, and from those who harpooned their food from the ice to those who opened their first modern facilities. We could.
L'honorable député de Vimy.
Honourable member for Vimy. Mr. Speaker, it is an honor for me to rise today on this 74th anniversary of the independence of Lebanon.
To rise in this chamber and bring attention to the proud people of Lebanon who celebrate their independence on the 22nd of November. This is a day defined by happiness, autonomy, and progress of a people whose history goes back thousands of years. Même si la tension monte.
Even though tensions are rising, the people stay strong. Like the phoenix rising from its ashes, Lebanon has seen political turbulence for decades, but the people stay strong. On November 22nd, 2017, I hope you will join me to wish everyone in Lebanon a happy Independence Day and a rapid return to peace and prosperity.
عشتم عاشت كندا وعاش لبنان. Thank you.
The honourable member for Edmonton Manning.
Mr. Speaker, today marks the 74th anniversary of the independence of Lebanon. Lebanese people are multi-talented with many achievements that should be proud of. Today, as we celebrate 74 years of independence, my message to all Canadians of Lebanese origins is to celebrate your love for Canada as much as you celebrate your love for Lebanon. Celebrate your entrepreneurial spirit as your ability to contribute to the diversity that we enjoy in the country, welcoming people to practice their religions and beliefs free of persecution, and celebrate our flourishing democracy as all countries should be independent of interference from regional involvement. Mr. Speaker, I invite all members to join the Canada-Lebanon Parliamentary Friendship Group this evening for a celebration of Lebanon independence at the Sir John A. Macdonald Building. Thank you.
Honourable member for Laval-les-Îles. Mr. Speaker, today, the 74th anniversary of Lebanon, I would like to wish all Lebanese across the world, and especially Lebanese Canadians, a very happy national holiday.
The largest Arab Canadian community is making a remarkable and growing contribution to Canadians' heritage. The Lebanese, most of whom have chosen the province of Quebec as their own home, are not only bilingual, they are also a diverse group comprising 18 religious denominations. They are active in politics, science, medicine, and music and economy. Through this diversity, the Lebanese community reinforces the fundamental values of the Charter of Canada. Je souhaite que le Liban trouve les...
I wish for all Lebanese that Lebanon will find the best solutions to maintain peace within its borders. Once again, to all Lebanese and Canadians, a very happy national holiday.
Honourable member for Ottawa West Nepean.
Mr. Speaker, it is my honor today to welcome to Canada the President of the Republic of Kosovo, Hashim Thaçi. This week, accompanied by members from this House, the President laid flowers at Canada's Peacekeeping Monument to thank Canada for our contributions to bringing peace to Kosovo during and after the brutal conflict there, and for accepting thousands of refugees from Kosovo 18 years ago. Those former asylum seekers are now leaders in Canada in business, in culture, in sport, and so many areas. I had the privilege of living and working in Kosovo 10 years ago as an advisor to their parliament. And it is impressive to see how far Kosovo has come in developing pluralistic, multi-ethnic, inclusive democratic institutions, including strong gender representation and a modern professional public service. It is a country with a young, educated population, natural resources, and a progressive, outward-looking attitude. I look forward to this visit, deepening the ties of friendship between our two countries. Thank you, Philemon Derek.
Honourable member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
Monsieur le Président, for Zimbabwe,
Mr. Speaker,
the resignation of Robert Mugabe is an excellent news. Having been born in Africa, I witnessed the winds of change blowing at independence. At independence for the people of Zimbabwe, a new era of hope and prosperity was in offing. But Mugabe's subsequent abuses of human rights and crimes turned those hopes around quickly into a dictatorial regime drowning in poverty. I met with the official opposition leader Morgan Tsvangirai when he visited Canada and discussed extensively our shared hopes for a democratic future for Zimbabwe. It has been a long journey, but today that hope has returned. We will support the people of Zimbabwe in the bright future ahead of them. Good luck to Zimbabwe.
Honourable member for Don Valley West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to express my deepest condolences to the people of Nigeria following the terrible attack yesterday in Mubi, Adamawa State. Nigeria has been facing multiple threats to its peace and security in recent years. And as a United Church minister, it's appalling to me that this attack happened in a place of worship where people should feel safe. As co-chair of the Canada-Africa Parliamentary Association, I know of the important relationship between Canada and Nigeria, but this tragedy should serve to draw us even closer. Today we stand in solidarity with the people of Nigeria, especially those injured and their loved ones, and we extend our deepest condolences to the families of the victims of this heinous crime. Mr. Speaker, an injury to one is an injury to all. Today, more than ever, we must work together to support a more peaceful future, free of hatred and violence, here and around the world. Thank you.
The honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
For decades, jurisdictional gaps have left coastal communities with nowhere to turn when they need help cleaning up abandoned vessels. Oil spills and marine debris from thousands of vessels pollute our waterways and put tourism and fishing jobs at risk. This is the 83rd time I've raised this here. 15 years of coastal community solutions are built into our legislation to fix vessel registration, to deal with the backlog, support good green jobs and recycling, to end the runaround by making Coast Guard the first responder and resourcing them. But November 9, Liberals blocked debate on my bill, an unprecedented interference. This week I'll appeal so coastal voices are heard. The government's new legislation and mine complement each other, and with the public's help, both could proceed. Please, Canadians, ask your MP to vote yes in next week's first-time historic secret ballot vote to have C-352 votable and to hear coastal community voices.
I think something big is coming up this Sunday in Ottawa, and on that note, the honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
One team will take home the Grey Cup, and it's very apparent that the Calgary Stampedos are the team that's on their way up. The Cup is contested between winners of CFL's East and West, but this year I think it's clear which team is truly the best. The Stamps know that this weekend they can win it all, and unlike the federal deficit, the Argos are sure to fall. We've got Bo Levi Mitchell, a killer quarterback, who there's absolutely no way that his mad skills will lack. And then there's the work of punter Rob Maber, who will surely keep the Stampeders on their best behavior. Coach Dave Dickinson has been called the smartest in the league, even if the Argos' Mark Trestman finds that hard to believe. So on Sunday, we will proudly forward to the match of the century. So giddy up, Argos. We're cheering on our stamps, and with a great big Yahoo, they're sure to be Grey Cup champions.
Some things make it especially difficult to keep order in the House, but nice to see everybody in such a happy mood. The member for Vancouver Quadra.
Mr. Speaker, today we recognize National Housing Day. Safe and affordable housing is central to our lives, our health, and our families. It's essential to vibrant communities and a strong middle class. Vancouverites from all walks of life face housing challenges. Our most vulnerable citizens sleep on the streets, seniors and single parents can't afford rising rents, and the next generation is giving up on home ownership or moving away. When our new government was appointed 2 years ago, my first priority was making sure that the ministers and the Prime Minister were well informed and prepared to act on housing access and affordability challenges in Vancouver and beyond. I'm proud to celebrate today's announcement of Canada's first ever national housing strategy, which comes with historic levels of investment. By listening to local residents, by partnering with housing advocates at all levels of government, we're thinking nationally and acting locally.
Hear, hear.
I have the honor to inform the House that the acting Chief Electoral Officer, the House has received from the acting Chief Electoral Officer a certificate of the election and return of Mr. Lloyd, member for the electoral district of Sturgeon River Parkland.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to present to you Dane Lloyd, member for the electoral district of Sturgeon River Parkland, who has taken the oath, signed the roll, and now claims the right to take his seat. Monsieur le Président, j'ai l'honneur de vous présenter.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to present to you Dane Lloyd, member for the electoral district of Sturgeon River Parkland, who has taken the oath, signed the roll, and now claims the right to take his seat.
Let the member take his seat. Congratulations and welcome. All the best to you. Questions orales, oral questions. The honourable leader of the opposition.
Mr. Speaker, will the Prime Minister join me in condemning the egregious crackdown on free speech at Laurier University?
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Minister of Science.
Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to creating open spaces for Canadians to debate and express their views. In a free society, we may disagree with the person's views, but we must defend their right to hold them, unless those views promote hate. Intolerance and hate have no place in Canadian society or in our post-secondary institutions. We will continue to fight to ensure the charter rights of Canadians are upheld and that every Canadian can feel safe and secure in their community.
Hear, hear. Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, I don't know why the Prime Minister can't just simply denounce what happened at the university.
Mr. Speaker, hidden companies in France, shares that go up with
certain decisions and legislative measures that could lead to personal gain. Those are the things that the Prime Minister is defending and protecting. The Minister of Finance still has many numbered companies. When will the Prime Minister finally demand that the Minister of Finance reveal all his holdings in all of his private companies before the next election? The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Everyone in this House by wishing you a happy birthday.
Exactly. Order. Some things do make the House very difficult to control. The Honourable Minister of Finance has the floor. But thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to repeat what I've said to this House previously. I worked with the Ethics Commissioner from day one, disclosed all of my assets to the Ethics Commissioner, and I've actually decided to go further than she recommended by selling all the shares in the company I built with my family, and in fact make a significant donation to charity. Mr. Speaker, I will continue to work on behalf of all Canadians, doing the work that we were elected to do, to make our economy better, to help middle-class Canadians, and ensure that the future is brighter than the present.
Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, I can assure you that we will not start singing "How Old Are You Now?" But maybe for a birthday present, the minister could give you the gift of an answer to one of our questions. Mr. Speaker, it's not only the Canada Revenue Agency that taxpayers can't get an answer from. A letter representing thousands of small businesses across the country has been sent to the Prime Minister asking for clarification on his unfair tax changes. The Prime Minister has created so much uncertainty and confusion. So when will the Prime Minister finally end all this confusion and just stop attacking local businesses?
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very pleased to talk about what we're trying to do on behalf of all Canadians. We know that having a tax system that's fair matters to Canadians. We've put forward some measures that are going to ensure that it's just that. And what we've done to make sure that it's fair for all Canadians is then looked at how can we best help Canadians to be successful. So by taking the money that we're going to use from the changes in taxes to put it in force through indexing the Canada Child Benefit, increasing the working income tax benefit, we're going to show benefits for Canadians across this country while having a tax system that's more fair.
The Honourable Member for Richmond, Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, every week there are new revelations on the Minister of Finance's conflicts of interest. There were his undeclared shares, then his villa in France, and then recently Bill C-27, which he set up and would benefit his own family's company, Morneau Chapelle, as well as himself. Can the Prime Minister demand that his Minister of Finance finally be more transparent and disclose all of his holdings? Thank you. The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, I fully understand why the opposition wants to talk about this bill. Because they don't want to talk about our economy. They don't want to talk about our strategy for housing for Canada. Today is a very important day. We're going to explain to Canadians how we can improve the housing situation throughout the country. That is very important. We're going to see very significant changes this afternoon. The Honourable Member for Richmond, Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, the reality is that 80% of Canadian families are paying more taxes since the Liberals took power. The question that I asked of the minister was simple and entirely legitimate, especially in light of all the conflicts of interest that we've discovered about him for the last 2 years. If he has nothing to hide, can the Minister of Finance be honest and reveal once and for all his holdings, his companies, his shares, and everything he has been hiding from Canadians? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, the reality is that 9 out of 10 families is in a better situation, and the reason is that we introduced the Canada Child Benefit. That is very important. with an average of $2,300 more for every family for their situation. That is a big change. It is a good change for Canadian families. We are going to continue to work for them. The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Neigette, Témiscouata, Les Basques.
Because while liberals help Stephen Bronfman and other friends to use tax haven to avoid paying taxes, Canadians can speak to anyone when they call the CRA to help, to get help in paying taxes. While the Finance Minister gets a free pass from the Prime Minister, despite the fact that he had interest in a company that he was in charge of regulating, hundreds of thousands of public servants are paying the price for this government's incompetence in the Phoenix fiasco. Liberals usually waited at least one full term before demonstrating a sense of entitlement. Why are they in such a rush now?
The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, since the Auditor General's report, I have to say that I agree with all his recommendations. Services to Canadians are at the heart of my mandate letter. From the very first budget, we invested $50 million in call centres for the agency. We've already started hiring more officers, or agents rather, to answer more Canadians. We have an action plan that targets modernization of the phone system, improvement for training, as well as updating service standards. Our investments are always intended to improve the quality of services that Canadians are entitled to expect. The Honourable Member for Rosemont, that's Patry. And then there's the matter of Phoenix. Governing is about making choices. Look at the Liberals' choices. You are a couple without children, you get nothing. You earn less than $45,000, you have nothing. People who take the bus, no more tax credit. On the other hand, if you send your money to the Cayman Islands, no problem. You table a bill that could make you rich, I will write you a check. You want to see the Prime Minister, that'll be $1,500. Netflix, no taxes. You're a client of KPMG, we'll make you a deal. When will the Liberals stop working for their millionaire friends on Bay Street? The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, our government has been fighting tax evasion and aggressive tax avoidance. It is a priority and has invested nearly $1 billion in order to fight tax evasion. We are continuing to work for Canadians. That is a priority, and we're going to continue to insist on that. And we're not going to circulate misinformation to the public, unlike my colleagues on the other side. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Yes, the Liberals are going to continue to sign off on tax havens. It's funny, when the government wants something done, for example, an infrastructure privatization bank, it's all set up legalizing cannabis, the bulldozer's coming through. But when it comes to helping families pay their rent, it'll have to wait until after the next election. Paying employees in the public service, can't do it, it's too complicated. To answer the phone, forget about that, stay on hold. I'd like to call out the Minister of Finance and ask him when he is going to leave his ivory tower and start working for real people. The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, I've already said that we agree with all of the Auditor General's recommendations. I want to inform everyone on the other side that the previous Conservative government chose to cut services that were offered to Canadians by cutting funding to call centres. Under the former minister, they reduced the number of agents in call centres, cut service hours and service standards. Rather than cutting services, we have chosen to reinvest, Mr. Speaker. I continue to work to ensure that the agency treats Canadians not like simple citizens, but as important people. The Honourable Member for Témiscouata, for Rimouski-Neigette, Témiscouata Basque. The Liberals blame the Conservatives blame the Liberals. Their own Minister of Finance is currently under investigation for having presented a bill that could have made him and many of his colleagues to get wealthier.
Bonus, he doesn't think there is anything wrong in holding assets in a company that he is in charge of regulating. Liberals promised higher ethical standards. Why can't they even enforce the bare minimum? They don't know
what ethics are.
The Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, we are seeing both parties in the opposition continuing to focus on me, and we understand why. What's hard to understand with the opposition member that just spoke is why he is not interested in talking about housing on a day when we are talking about historic changes in housing. We talked in Budget 2017 about $11.2 billion spent on a national housing strategy. Today we're unveiling how we will make a huge difference for families across this country. It's an important day for Canadian families. It's an important day for housing.
The honourable member for Milton.
So the interesting part about making promises, Mr. Speaker, like the minister was just making, is that you have to be trusted to deliver on them. And that's what we're talking about today. The Prime Minister set out his new mandate tracker last week, and he actually reiterated the directives. And the quote from the Finance Ministers is, "As Minister, you must ensure that you are aware of and fully compliant with the Conflict of Interest Act." Now, Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance has already been fined for not being in compliance with the Ethics Act. I'm wondering, Mr. Speaker, given that he was found not to be in compliance, what is the Prime Minister going to do to ensure his directive is enforced?
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, again, the opposition in this case is likely focusing on personal attacks because they don't want us to focus on what they didn't do in housing for the last decade. What we're going to announce today is how we are going to help 500,000 Canadians to have more money in their pocket for housing or a key to a house. We're going to talk about how we're going to reduce homelessness by 50%. Mr. Speaker, we are taking an historic role that hasn't been taken for 50 years in housing, making a huge difference for Canadian families. Important work, an important job that's getting done today.
Honourable member from Milton.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, my issue with the minister's question is this, is that every time he hears the fact that he broke the compliance standards, he assumes it's a personal attack, and it's not. We're just asking him to be accountable for his actions. Uphold the highest standards of honesty and impartiality, both in the performance of your official duties and in the arrangement of your private affairs. Mr. Speaker, has anyone able to trust the minister when we know in his personal affairs he's broken it?
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, as I've said, I've continued to say that I've followed all the rules. What I want to do is make sure that Canadians know that while the opposition is focusing...
Order. The time for members to respond to what they hear is when they have the floor and not at other times. The Honourable Minister of Finance has the floor.
While the opposition wants to focus on me, we want to focus on Canadians, and that's the work that we're doing today. By talking about how the historic change, the federal government taking a role that hasn't been taken for 50 years in housing, distributing a huge amount of help to 500,000 families, allowing them to have more money in their pocket for housing, a key to a house. This is the sort of work that we're setting out to do on behalf of Canadians, and we'll keep doing it while they keep focused on personal attack.
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, it's historic. Never in the history of Canada has the Minister of Finance and the Prime Minister been under investigation at the same time by the Ethics Commissioner. Mr. Speaker, the problem with the Minister of Finance is that he is playing hide-and-seek. He tabled Bill C-27, which led to significant benefit to his family's business. I believe that he consulted her after he tabled that. That is unacceptable. Why is the Minister of Finance playing hide-and-seek with Canadians? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, there's a reason that the opposition wants to talk about me. It's because they don't want to talk about Canadians. We will continue to work on the situation for Canadians. Today, we're presenting our housing strategy, which is very important to Canadians. We're going to help 500,000 Canadians to get a house or other types of housing. That is very important. We're going to improve the situation of people who need help. This is an important day for Canadians. The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Of course, Mr. Speaker, we're going to talk about the Minister of Finance. This same minister said he was going to disclose, or rather put his assets into trust. The same minister tabled a bill that leads to a direct conflict of interest for his family's business. He consulted the Ethics Commissioner afterwards, and now the Minister of Finance still has private numbered companies. Why does the minister not answer Canadians' question and disclose all of his assets to allow Canadians to decide and judge for themselves? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, I will continue doing the important work that Canadians expect of me while the opposition continues to talk about me. It's important to continue to improve our economy. We are in a very good situation. After 2 years, we've seen significant economic growth, better than their track record. That is very important. We have 500,000 new jobs. That is very important. We have the lowest unemployment rate for 10 years. I will focus on growth. We will continue our work.
Mr. Speaker, we know that the Finance Minister has already been found guilty of breaking the Conflict of Interest Act. That is clear. What's not clear, maybe as clear as mud, is how many other conflicts of interest he is in. So the Finance Minister, and yes, the Finance Minister, has a choice to make. He can continue to keep Canadians in the dark, or he can reveal what assets he's owned in a number of companies over the last 2 years. Or what exactly is the Finance Minister trying to hide? And yes, we're focused on the Finance Minister.
Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, as often as the opposition focuses on personal attacks, we are going to focus on what we're doing for Canadians. That we know is important. Today, as we've said, is a particularly important day. We're talking about Budget 2017's $11.2 billion invested in housing, how that's going to make a difference for Canadians. What the Prime Minister is going to be talking about today is how 500,000 people are going to have access to housing. That's critically important. How we're going to reduce homelessness by 50% in this country. These are important goals. We know Canadians are waiting to hear. We're looking forward to telling them more this afternoon.
Honourable Opposition House Leader.
As leaders in this country, we all are called to a higher standard, and that includes being held accountable for our actions. That is not anybody picking on us or anybody picking on the Minister of Finance. It is him being accountable for his actions. And it's shameful to see him refusing to do that. Now, the Prime Minister talks about sunny ways. He talks about sunshine being the best disinfectant. Let's give the Finance Minister a chance to be accountable and reveal to Canadians, instead of keeping them in the dark, what assets he's held. Be accountable for his actions. Own up, stand up, and take some leadership.
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I am accountable, and I will continue to be accountable to Canadians. While the opposition focuses on fabrications, I will focus on being accountable for results for Canadians. What we are doing, Mr. Speaker, is we are focused on making sure the economy grows. We're focused on making sure that it helps Canadian families. Both of those two things are demonstrably having an impact. With the highest level of growth we've seen in years, significantly higher than we saw in the previous government, and importantly, a lower level of employment that we've seen in a decade. Important goals, we're accountable for that.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Mr. Speaker, 2 years ago, this government committed to implementing a poverty reduction strategy. The Parliamentary Budget Officer has a report that demonstrates that the government's fight against poverty is missing the mark. Not only has there not been any analysis done to determine if existing measures are working and how they work, even worse, many measures are badly targeted. If this government really cares about fighting poverty, what is it waiting for to implement a real coordinated strategy to fight poverty? Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, that's a very important question. We have started from the beginning with a strategy to improve the situation of people who are living in poverty in our country. We've worked on the guaranteed income supplement. We're helping seniors to have more money. We have introduced the Canada Child Benefit. That means that this year, 300,000 children will no longer be living in poverty. And today, with our housing strategy, we are going to help many people have something in order to live. This is important. It's a continuation of our strategy to improve the situation. The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Liberals have a bad habit of imposing their vision on provinces and municipalities. We saw it with the legalization of cannabis and health accords. Everything points to the same thing happening with their housing strategy. 1.7 million Canadian families have housing problems. Will the government establish a real partnership with provinces and municipalities to adapt their strategy to local realities? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, this is a very important day to improve the housing situation in our country. We will continue to work with provinces and municipalities. But today, we are going to announce how we can improve the situation now with $11.2 million, which was in the 2017 budget. We're going to explain how we can ensure more housing for 500,000 Canadians, how we can improve the situation for 50% of people who do not have housing now. That is an important strategy, and today is an important day.
Innisfil.
Mr. Speaker, the Finance Minister keeps repeating that he disclosed all his assets since day one. Well, we're not fabricating the fact that he hid his offshore corporation for 2 years. Prime Minister says the minister has always worked since day one with the Ethics Commissioner to ensure his personal finances were in line with the expectations that Canadians have. Well, we're not fabricating the fact that he never got the Commissioner's permission to introduce C-27, a bill he and his family would profit from. Mr. Speaker, the minister still has mystery assets. Why won't he tell Canadians what's inside all of his other companies?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, this is a fabrication of an issue. That's all I can say. Because being clear on my assets was important from day one. That is what allows me to continue.
Order. I would ask the Honourable Member for Beauport, Charlevoix, to not, and the others around the member, to allow the Honourable Minister of Finance to have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, by being free of conflicts from day one, we've been focused on the things we are working for on behalf of Canadians. And that is having a real impact. The kind of impact that Canadian families can see. They can see it with more money in their pockets because of the Canada Child Benefit. They can see it if they're a senior with the improvement of the Guaranteed Income Supplement. And what we can see is all those actions are leading to a much better economy that's helping all of our constituents and all Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Well, you know what, Mr. Speaker, is not a fabrication as the erosion of trust that Canadians are having in this finance minister. And it's not just about what's hiding behind door number 2, door number 3, or door number 4. What about Morneau Chappelle stock held by family members? How much has he and his family profited from decisions made by this finance minister? Since the minister was sworn in, shares in Morneau Chappelle have skyrocketed by 38%. Simple question, Mr. Speaker. Do Canadians have the right to know if the minister's financial interests and that of his family conflict with his public duties? Yes or no?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, as I've reported to this House, I have no interest, nor does my family, in Morneau Chappelle. What we do is we work here on this side of the House to improve the situation of Canadians. And what we can say, Mr. Speaker, is it's going well. Canadians are doing well. The economy has improved. There is more work to do. We are talking today about the work that we're going to do in housing to help 500,000 Canadians to have a key to their house or more money in their pocket to ensure that they have housing, to help make sure that we have 50% fewer people who actually don't have a place to live. This is the sort of work we're going to continue to do on behalf of Canadians.
For Chilliwack Hope.
Mr. Speaker, for 2 years, the Minister of Finance hid his Morneau Chappelle shares in a numbered company, and we only found out about that because he got caught. He said he was working with the Ethics Commissioner from the beginning, but we know that's not true. He's been caught again, and he's under investigation yet again, and Canadians don't know what else he's hiding. The Prime Minister has said that sunshine is the best disinfectant. So will the Finance Minister let the sunshine in, face it with a grin, open up his books and let Canadians in on what else he's hiding?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, to repeat, 100% of my assets have been disclosed from day one to the Ethics Commissioner. Mr. Speaker, what I can say is the opposition, focusing on personal tax, does not want to focus on the last decade in which they did nothing in housing. What we're talking about today is how we're going to make a huge difference in housing. The $11.2 billion that we set in budget 2017 is going to make a significant long-term difference for Canadians. 500,000 people with a key to their own home or money to actually pay for their lodging. This is huge. We're going to reduce homelessness in this country by 50%. Mr. Speaker, we are on the job for Canadians, and we won't be distracted.
Honourable member for Chilliwack, HoC.
Well, Mr. Speaker, at least on this side of the House, we can remember the homes that we own. For 2 years, the finance minister profited from his ownership in a company that made millions after he introduced legislation that benefited that same company. There was no blind trust. There was no sign-off from the Ethics Commissioner, and we only knew about his continued ownership with Morneau Chappelle because he got caught, and now he's under investigation yet again. Canadians want to know what other skeletons this minister is hiding in his closet, so when will he finally come clean, reveal what else he's hiding so Canadians can see what his other conflicts of interest are?
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I do understand why the members opposite want to focus on me. They don't want to focus on what's going on for Canadians. They don't want to consider how well our economy is doing, because of course it paints a very different portrait than what happened over the last decade. What we're seeing is the work we're doing investing in Canadians, it pays off. Canadians are doing better. Families are doing better. We're seeing a huge benefit in Canadian families. More money in their pockets means our economy is doing better. We will continue to focus on improving Canadians' lives because we know, Mr. Speaker, that focusing on Canadians works.
Alors.
Order. The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Mr. Speaker, the Auditor General's report is a devastating blow to the current Minister of National Revenue, not the one from 2 years ago. She's proven again that she is incompetent in managing important files within her agency. Her mandate letter says that she should make the CRA a customer-focused agency. Well, I think they've kind of missed the mark. On the government's new propaganda website, the minister lists her mandate goals under the category of ongoing commitments, which in other words means who cares. Maybe she should create a new category called "We've put an end to this commitment, and now it's registered as an abject failure." So what mark would the minister give her for her performance? F or worse? The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, we already have an action plan to improve the quality of services that the agency provides to Canadians. Starting in 2018-19, there will be a new telephone platform which will allow us to answer more calls and to estimate the waiting time and avoid having Canadians put on hold. This plan also plans for the improvement of training in call centres and creating a national quality control team. Furthermore, the agency is updating its service standards to better meet the needs of its clients. These are all concrete steps that will allow us to improve services to Canadians and which meet the concerns of the Auditor General.
Skeena Bulkley Valley.
The Revenue Minister's list of greatest misses is truly impressive. First, she wanted to tax employee discounts. Then she started rejecting Canadians who had been granted a disability tax credit. Now we learn from the Auditor General that her department doesn't just reject half the calls that it receives. Of those that actually make it through, 30% of Canadians get the wrong information. So if the minister wants to win back just a little bit of credibility, will she make this promise today that no Canadian will face a fine or penalty if they follow the bad advice of her agency?
The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, if you'll allow me, I would say that we are working very hard on this and have been for the last 2 years. I agree with all of the Auditor General's recommendations, Mr. Speaker. The former Conservative government chose to cut the services available to Canadians by decreasing funding to call centres. This was done under the former Minister of National Revenue, Ms. Finlay. They reduced the number of staffers.
Alors, je dois
Order. I should mention I should remind the minister that we can't name people by their names, only by their writing name.
Excusez-moi, apparemment c'est
Excuse me, apparently it's someone else. So the Minister of National Revenue has a few seconds left. Sorry about that. Mr. Speaker, under the former Minister Finlay, they reduced the number of officers and centres, they reduced operating hours, and they even lowered service standards, Mr. Speaker.
Gone.
Mr. Speaker, with the opening of the Nunavik to Tuktoyaktuk Road and the commemoration of the Alaska Highway, growth and the potential of the North has never been higher. Infrastructure investments mean growth of industry at a time when our communities are expanding and diversifying. Fueling this growth are clean technology projects in energy, mining, and forestry sectors. By helping reduce greenhouse gases and improve environmental incomes, we've committed to smart, sustainable management of our natural resources. Can the Minister update this House on the importance of the Clean Growth Program and promoting clean technologies?
Excellent question. Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for Yukon for his boundless optimism and his dedication advancing sustainable development in our northern communities. Canada's clean growth economy starts with a sustainable and competitive resources sector. That's why this week we launched our new $155 million Clean Growth Program to fund clean technology projects in the forestry, mining, and energy sectors, helping to reduce emissions and improve environmental outcomes. Our smart investments make our country a global leader in the transition to a low-carbon economy and a cleaner future.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, our government had promised strict measures, like in Australia, to prevent jihadists from returning to Canada. Canadian safety, for us, is our #1 priority. Yesterday, the Minister refused to give us information about these traitors because he said he didn't want to disclose operational secrets. Do you really think that a general question would compromise operations? Simple question. Are these murderers being monitored 24/7? Yes or no?
Public safety.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very glad to have the honourable member's opinion, but I'm even more glad to have the RCMP and CSIS and CBSA among the best security, intelligence, and law enforcement expertise in the world. Their work is highly respected and highly sought after, including in the international coalition against Daesh in Syria and Iraq. They are charged with identifying and stopping all terror threats of all kinds against Canada and Canadians, and they do that job as well or better than anyone else in the world.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, I'm glad that the Minister is talking about the CSIS report. I have a report in which the last paragraph says that these people are coming back to countries like Canada and waiting for orders to carry out an attack. Now, we're treating them like they're little children who need to be taken care of. But what we want to know is, are these people being monitored 24/7 before something happens and it's too late?
Public safety. Speaker, the honourable gentleman can be absolutely assured that our forces are doing exactly the job they need to do. Approximately 60 terror travellers returned to Canada under the previous Conservative government. Not a single one of them was charged by the previous Conservative government. In fact, the previous Conservative government cut $1 billion from the security services of Canadians.
Order. 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 The Honourable... Yeah, birthday present could be a little order. That'd be nice. The Honourable Member for Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Radicalized ISIS terrorists are returning to Canada right now under this government. And this government has admitted that they don't have any capacity to monitor or assess the risk to our national security or public safety. Many Canadians are asking why this government isn't following the lead of our allies in refusing entry or more. Instead, they are throwing out the welcome mat. Canada cannot and must not become a safe haven for terrorists. Mr. Speaker, to the Minister, how many terrorists who have already returned to Canada under their watch are under 24-hour surveillance?
Good question, Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, the innuendo and the insinuation in the honourable member's question is simply completely false. We have in this country the RCMP, CSIS, CBSA, other security services that do a superlative job, and anyone that needs to be under surveillance is indeed under surveillance.
Order. Allowed.
Order.
Kirk, Interlake, Eastman.
And of course, Mr. Speaker, the Public Safety Minister has taken away the powers from all those police agencies. Mr. Speaker, 2 Canadians travel to Iraq. One goes to fight ISIS with the Canadian Armed Forces. The others decide to join the death cult as a terrorist. Both come back to Canada. The Canadian soldier is injured while serving our country, and the Liberals cut his pay. The ISIS terrorist, on the other hand, also comes back to Canada, but is offered taxpayer-funded reintegration training by the Liberals. Why is the Prime Minister cutting the pay for our injured troops while funding support services for ISIS terrorists?
Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, the only cutting of the Canadian Armed Forces that was done was the previous government by billions of dollars, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in chapter number 1, we're looking after people, increasing their pay, increasing their benefits, Mr. Speaker, and more importantly, any deployed personnel on an international named operation will be tax-free. We're going to be making sure that we look after our forces. Oh, yeah. We'll see about that, Mr. Speaker. We're making sure that we're going to be looking after our Canadian Armed Forces members.
Order. The honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
There's more bad news on the inquiry into murdered and missing Indigenous women. Following its interim report, which blamed Liberal interference for slow progress of the inquiry, there have been 8 resignations and firings. The Prime Minister said he would review the report and pay attention to its recommendations, but nothing's changed. The Liberals have broken their promise to families that they would do everything in their power to help this vital inquiry succeed. When will they finally put words into action and bring this national tragedy to an end?
Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations.
Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to ending this ongoing national tragedy and to ensure that the Commission has all the support it needs to succeed. We have heard and take very seriously the concerns raised about how existing government policy and processes were impeding their work. A working group has been created to provide effective back-office support to the Commission to ensure it is able to do its work effectively. Our government remains fully committed to ensuring that families get the answers they have been waiting for.
The honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
We keep getting told in this chamber that nothing's changed and people are still eligible for their disability tax credit. Yet, we receive calls every day at our constituency offices about new rules that are rendering people living with type 1 diabetes, autism, bipolar disorder, schizophrenia, and developmental disorders ineligible for the disability tax credit despite having been receiving it for years. So families are desperate for help. When will this government stop making excuses and fix this?
The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, no changes have been made to the eligibility criteria for the disability tax credit or for people with diabetes. For 10 years, the former Conservative government cut scientific research. Last year, our government invested $41 million in research into diabetes, $5 billion to ensure mental health support for over 500,000 Canadian youth under the age of 25, and we are making this more accessible. We've simplified the forms. We are allowing nurses to fill out forms if there is no doctor.
Rocky Ridge.
Well, Mr. Speaker, getting through to a real person at the CRA is notoriously difficult, unless, of course, you're a personal friend and fundraiser of the Prime Minister. In that case, he just picks up the phone for you. The Auditor General reports that 64% of calls were blocked given the busy signal or told to call back and disconnected. The government's raising taxes on diabetics, small business and middle-class families, and they won't even pick up the phone to answer questions. Why does this government only answer questions for wealthy Liberal insiders and hangs up on everyone else?
The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, we have an action plan to improve the quality of services that the agency offers to Canadians. I can tell you that we certainly won't be taking lessons from the Conservatives. They chose to cut funding to call centres year after year. While the number of calls was increasing, they reduced the number of staff, reduced operating hours, reduced service standards. Rather than making cuts, we have chosen to invest, Mr. Speaker, and we will continue to take concrete steps to meet Canadians' needs and answer them with the best service possible.
The
Honourable Member for Beauce. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance is unfairly increasing the tax burden on Canadian entrepreneurs. But the Minister of Finance is telling our disappointed business owners, so just call me. But we learned in the Auditor General's report that over 29 million Canadian business owners haven't gotten a response. That's nearly half of people calling the minister, Mr. Speaker. So my question is simple for the Minister of Finance. When will he pick up the phone and answer the calls of concerned business owners? The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, I repeat, I agree with all of the recommendations of the Auditor General. The former Conservative government chose to cut services, to cut staff, to cut the assessment of quality control. This was done under the former Minister of National Revenue, Ms. Finlay. Rather than making these cuts, we've chosen to reinvest $50 million over the next 4 years. We're taking concrete steps, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that Canadians have the service that they should expect.
Mr. Speaker, in July, our American friends released detailed documents on their NAFTA priorities, including considerable detail on rules of origin for auto and other goods. They updated this document, Mr. Speaker, just a few days ago. In August, Canada didn't really release a detailed plan, but the minister gave a speech with considerable detail on the War of 1812. Today, Scotiabank is predicting the failure of NAFTA. When will this minister step away from the dinner parties and her progressive talking points and start fighting for the 2 million jobs that rely on NAFTA?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, let me assure the member opposite and all Canadians that at the NAFTA negotiating table, we are fighting very hard and in a very smart, fact-based way for the Canadian national interest. We made good progress on some of the technical chapters in the Mexico round, but I must tell you, Mr. Speaker, significant differences remain on some of the key issues, such as rules of origin and Chapter 19. And I want to say to Canadians, we will always stand for the national interest.
Honourable Member for Hamilton West and Castor Dundas.
Mr. Speaker, our government is making unprecedented investments in infrastructure, $186 billion over 12 years. And we know that these investments are essential, and we also know that we have to be innovative. I'd like to put the question to the Minister of Infrastructure and Communities to update this House on the progress of the Canada Infrastructure Bank and its leadership team.
Minister. Order.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the honourable member for Hamilton West and Castor Dundas for her question. Our government is focused on investing in public infrastructure to create long-term economic growth and build strong, sustainable and inclusive communities. We have appointed 10 outstanding Canadians to the Board of Infrastructure Bank. These appointments will help us mobilize pension funds and institutional investors to build more public infrastructure that Canadian communities need and create jobs for the middle class. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Mr. Speaker, for months we've pushed this government to take leadership on the Rohingya issue, the greatest humanitarian crisis facing the world today. 600,000 Rohingya refugees have been forced out of Myanmar. The United Nations has determined that it is ethnic cleansing. Today, the U.S. government declared the Myanmar military operation to be ethnic cleansing. Our Foreign Affairs Minister has said this looks like ethnic cleansing. With this kind of international consensus, when is this government going to do something substantive to hold the Myanmar regime responsible for these horrendous atrocities.
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
I want to thank the member opposite for raising this very, very grave issue. This absolutely is ethnic cleansing, and the responsibility falls squarely on Myanmar's military leadership and its civilian government. These are crimes against humanity. In Da Nang, the Prime Minister and I raised the treatment of the Rohingya directly with Aung San Suu Kyi. Our special envoy has visited Myanmar and Bangladesh to see firsthand what is happening. This is an urgent issue, and Canada is absolutely seized of it. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, a Leak Parks Canada memo alerted British Columbians that thousands of plastic feed bags escaped from an aquaculture farm and washed ashore in the Broken Group Islands. Yet, for some reason, the Sishat First Nation and other local groups were never notified. We only know about the spill due to the memo riddled with talking points and concerns about negative press, but containing no plan. Clearly, this government cares 1,000 times more about its image than protecting the environment. Will the Liberals apologize to Vancouver Islanders and finally act to create a permanent, dedicated and annual fund to help with marine debris cleanups?
Yeah. The Honourable Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can assure the member opposite that we care greatly about the environment, that we are concerned about this incident, that Parks Canada is involved in the cleanup, and that we will continue to work very hard to ensure that we protect our oceans. As you know, we have our Oceans Protections Plan. We are absolutely committed to protecting our oceans and protecting the environment.
The Honourable Member for Alfred Pelin. Mr. Speaker, many Quebecers are concerned by rail safety. However, we are reassured by the hard work of the Minister of Transport, who has clearly made rail safety his absolute priority. Can the Minister present some of the measures that he's taken to strengthen rail safety in Quebec? Honourable Minister of Transport. Mr. Speaker, first I'd like to thank my colleague for Alfred Pelin for his excellent question and for his hard work on the Transport Committee. As you know, rail safety is my absolute priority. And let me give you a few examples. We've added security barriers on the Rue Saint-Ambroise in Montreal. We've added the same barriers in Rue Saint-Georges in Saint-Hyacinthe. We've added security barriers on to the subdivision of Drummondville. So those are just a few examples of rail safety. That is our priority.
Honourable Member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
7 years ago, Lyle and Marie McCann were brutally murdered. Their family was never able to give them a proper funeral because the murderer refuses to reveal the location of their remains. Convicted murderers who re-victimize their families by withholding the whereabouts of their victims' remains should not be eligible for parole. Will the Minister of Justice do the right thing and pass legislation that will fix our broken parole system to ensure closure for families like the McCanns?
Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, first of all, may I welcome the honourable gentleman to the House and congratulate him upon his recent election. Secondly, let me share that all members of the House share the angst and concern that he has expressed with respect to this particular situation, and I would look forward to an opportunity to discuss with him and with the Minister of Justice any constructive ideas that he might wish to offer about how we can improve our criminal justice system.
The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Time is running out, Mr. Speaker. Within the next few days, 600 workers at the Davie shipyard will be jobless because of the federal government. Winter has arrived suddenly, and we urgently need icebreakers on the St. Lawrence River. The Navy urgently needs 2 additional supply ships to carry out their missions, including the future Obelix. Ottawa's not doing anything about this, and now it's our operational capacity that is in jeopardy. Why is the Liberal government boycotting the best shipyard in North America? And why are they making the Davie shipyard workers lose their jobs?
ministre des Services publics.
The Honourable Minister of Public Services. Mr. Speaker, these services from the Canadian Coast Guard are essential to the protection of our economy, our coastal economy, and to strengthening our economy in general. We are committed to ensuring continuing these services, and this is complementary to our program.
I would like to draw to the attention of honourable members the presence in the gallery of His Excellency Hashim Tachi, President of the Republic of Kosovo.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie with a point of order. Yes, Mr. Speaker. Point of order. During the question period, the Minister of Revenue accused me of misinformation, and so I call for unanimous consent to table in the House the report of the Auditor General, the section on Revenue Canada, and because it's as if she hasn't read it. The member have the unanimous consent. So the Honourable Member for Montcalm has a point of order as well. Mr. Speaker, further to the point of order raised by my colleague from Joliette on November 8th, I would like to bring to your attention a few additional observations, if you would allow me, in order to contribute to people's reflection. Mr. Speaker, I also feel that the vote was marred by irregularities and that it should be conducted again. As mentioned by my colleague from Joliette, the Code of Conduct for members is part of the standing orders of the House. It clearly prohibits any elected official from acting so as to further his or her private interests. It clearly prohibits an elected official from trying to influence his colleagues so that they should act so as to further his personal interests. Thus, in addition to participating in the vote on motion M42, a motion that affects his personal interests, the Minister of Finance influenced the debate through the intervention of his parliamentary secretary at the time, the member for Saint-Maurice-Champlain. Indeed, as laid out in the Guide for Parliamentary Secretaries, published by the Prime Minister on January 16, 2016, a parliamentary secretary speaks on behalf of his or her minister. This thus would give us to understand that the parliamentary secretary, when the parliamentary secretary speaks in the House, he is doing so on behalf of the minister. It's as if the minister is speaking himself. So, on page 1 of this guide, Roles and Responsibilities, it says, Section 47 of the Parliament of Canada Act sets out the following succinct job description. The parliamentary secretary, or secretaries to a minister, shall assist the minister in such manner as the minister directs. In this context, the responsibilities of parliamentary secretaries generally fall into two broad categories. 1, House business, and 2, department-related duties. On page 2, with regard to House business, it reads, in this context, the role of parliamentary secretaries includes attending question period, piloting the minister's legislation through the legislative process on the floor of the House, in parliamentary committees, and with caucus and opposition MPs. Supporting the minister's position on private members' business. Further, Mr. Speaker, the document talks about more specifically about the role of parliamentary secretaries with regard to private members' business. On page 4, we can read under private members' business, given that ministers do not generally participate directly in debates on private members' business, this is an opportunity for parliamentary secretaries to bring their parliamentary skills to bear. This is particularly so since all PMB comes to a vote. Parliamentary secretaries play a key role in the government's handling of private members' business, in that they may be called upon to speak for the minister during private members' hour, work with the Government House Leader's Office to organize and deliver the Minister's response to private members' bills and motions. Thus, we can clearly see that through the voice of his parliamentary secretary, the Minister of Finance himself intervened to reassure the members in this House concerning the government's actions in this matter and to urge them to vote against motion M42, a motion, I might remind you, that if it had been adopted would have affected the personal interests of the minister. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to be understood clearly. My point is that the parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Finance should also have recused himself from the debate on M42 because he was speaking specifically on behalf of his minister whose interests, and I might repeat this, are directly affected by motion M42. As my colleague from Joliette said, this is about the results of a vote and the integrity of the House of Commons as an institution presided over by you yourself, Mr. Speaker. We are here at the heart of representative democracy, at the heart of the bonds of trust that need to exist between the public and its representatives. This vote should be held again because it was marred by irregularities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member for Montcalm for having raised his point of order. It has to do with another point of order raised recently by the member for Joliette, and I have already responded to that, but I will return to this House with my ruling.
The honourable member from Manicouagan. Another point of order. Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent of the House to pass the following motion. That this House asks the Minister of Transportation to maintain the prohibition of carrying a knife of 6 centimeters or less aboard a plane. There is no unanimous consent for the motion. Tabling of documents.
To the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36(8), I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's response to 4 petitions.
Tabling of bills. Introduction of government bills, statements by ministers.
Delegations. The honourable member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 34.1, I have the honour to present to the House in both official languages the report of the Canadian delegation of the Canadian NATO Parliamentary Association respecting its participation at the Forum Parlementaire Transatlantique, Washington, États-Unis d'Amérique.
United States of America, December 5th and 6th, 2016. Thank you.
Reports from committees. The honourable member for Battle River, Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I have the honour to present 2 reports today in both official languages. The first one, the 32nd report of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts, entitled Report for Mental Health Support for Members of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police of the Spring 2017 reports of the Auditor General of Canada. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report. Also, Mr. Speaker, I have the pleasure to present to you today in both official languages the 33rd report of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts entitled Public Accounts of Canada 2017. Pursuant to Standing Order 109 again, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 19th report of the Standing Committee on Finance in relation to Bill C-63, a second act to implement certain provisions of the budget, tabled in Parliament on March 22, 2017, and other measures. The committee has studied the bill and has decided to report the bill back to the House without amendment. I do want to thank all committee members from all parties who worked diligently and cooperatively to get this bill back in a timely manner. Thank you.
The honourable member for Kenora.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages
the 13th report of the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development, entitled Strengthening Canadian Engagement in Eastern Europe and Central Asia. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive report to this report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. There have been some discussions amongst the parties, and if you seek it, I do believe you'll find unanimous consent for the following motion, that notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House following question period on Wednesday, November 29, 2017, the House resolve itself into a committee of the whole in order to welcome Canada's 2017 Special Olympics World Winter Games athletes, provided that A, the Speaker be permitted to preside over the committee of the whole from the Speaker's chair and make welcoming remarks on behalf of the House. B, the names of the athletes, coaches, and mission staff present be deemed read and printed in the House of Commons debates for that day. C, only authorized photographers be permitted to take photos during the proceedings of the committee. And D, when the proceedings of the committee have concluded, the committee shall rise.
Does the honourable member have unanimous consent of the House to move the motion? Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Carried. Presenting petitions. President Tasman John, the honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to present a petition signed by residents of my riding of Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke. The petitioners call on the government to cancel its tax grab against doctors, farmers, and small business owners, which directly affects local employment, access to timely medical care, and the affordability of food.
For Kootenai, Columbia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to present a petition today on behalf of constituents from Creston, Wendell, Erickson, Kitchener, and a couple of guests from Abbotsford concerning Bill C-51, and specifically Section 176 of that bill related to the Criminal Code around protection of faith leaders and ceremonies. I believe the committee has recommended that this be dropped from being removed from this section, so I look forward to a very positive response to this petition. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Halifax.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in the House today to table e-petition 1140, initiated by Gus Cameron of Halifax, Nova Scotia. Mr. Cameron is a devoted veterans advocate in my riding and a veteran himself. He, along with 1,724 petitioners from across the country, are asking the Government of Canada to create and implement a national Veterans Identification Card. In 2012, the Office of the Veterans Ombudsman recommended that government issue such a card to veterans, citing the same sentiment that I've heard from Mr. Cameron and numerous veterans in Halifax, that being a veteran is a source of great pride, and veterans ought to have a tangible means of identifying themselves as veterans. A veteran's ID card would serve as a small token of Canada's appreciation for their courage and allow veterans easier access to the services and benefits that they've rightly earned. I trust the government will give the petition due consideration.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Petitioners in my riding remain concerned about the government's intentions to raise taxes on a variety of different things. In this case, they note that a carbon tax forced on all provinces is not in the best interest of Canada, that this tax will increase the price of everything, and this tax will drive jobs out of the country. They go on to note it would not be helpful for the environment, that more effective measures to help the environment would involve exporting Canadian technology to less environmentally friendly jurisdictions, not sending jobs to less environmentally friendly jurisdictions through higher taxes. And they call on the government to reverse this misguided carbon tax policy as soon as possible. I commend this to the consideration of the House.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Calgary Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to table petition E1192, signed by 3,570 petitioners. They are drawing the attention of the House to Bill C-51 and the proposed removal of Section 176 of the Criminal Code, They also draw attention to the House how eliminating such protection for faith leaders and the malicious interference with funerals, rituals, and other assemblies of any faith is not in the best interest of Canada. They are asking the Canadian government to abandon any attempt to repeal Section 176 of the Criminal Code, and they're saying that we must stand up for the rights of all Canadians to practice their religion without fear, recrimination, violence, or disturbance. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to rise today to present two petitions from my constituents on issues that are keenly felt locally. One calls for this government to take action to protect the British Columbia coastline, not merely the north coast, but a permanent ban on crude oil tankers along the entire west coast of British Columbia. The second petition, Mr. Speaker, again from residents throughout Saanich Gulf Islands, calls on the government, and in this case, Mr. Speaker, I'll acknowledge work in the amendments to the Oceans Act is quite relevant and encouraging, to reduce the multilateral communication, the difficulty in paperwork and delays in creating marine protected areas.
Presenting petitions. Questions on the order of paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand, please, at this time.
Is it agreed? Agreed. Notice of motions for the production of papers. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Again, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all notices of motions for the production of papers be allowed to stand also at this time.
Agreed? Agreed. Orders of the day.
Government Orders, Government Bills, Commons, starting debate at third reading stage of Bill C-45, the Cannabis Act.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould, seconded by Mr. Hare, moves that Bill C-45, an act respecting cannabis and to amend the Controlled Drugs and Substance Act, the Criminal Code, and other acts, be now read a third time and do pass. Debate. The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure to rise to speak to Bill C-45. On October the 13th, 2017, I introduced two pieces of important legislation in the House of Commons. First, Bill C-45 proposes a framework for legalizing, strictly regulating, and restricting access to cannabis in Canada. And the second complementary piece of legislation, Bill C-46, proposes new and stronger laws to more seriously tackle alcohol and drug-impaired driving, including cannabis. I am proud to note that Bill C-46 has been passed by this House and is being studied in the other place. I'm pleased to speak again today about Bill C-45 and to discuss some of the amendments that were carried during the Standing Committee on Health's extensive study of the bill. I would certainly like to thank all committee members for their considerable amount of work on this file. The committee reviewed 115 briefs and heard from nearly 100 different witnesses who provided their invaluable perspectives on a wide array of issues ranging from law enforcement to public health. Groups represented at committee included the Canadian Associations of Chiefs of Police, the Criminal Lawyers Association, the Métis National Council, the Canadian Medical Association, the Canadian Public Health Association, and the Federation of Canadian Municipalities. Officials from Colorado and Washington State also provided testimony on their own state's experience in the legalization of cannabis. After hearing from the witnesses, several amendments were proposed at clause by clause for consideration of the bill. I will speak to some of these worthwhile amendments in a moment, but first I would like to remind members what Bill C-45 is all about. Bill C-45 will create a legal framework whereby adults will be able to access legal cannabis through an appropriate retail framework sourced from a well-regulated industry or grown in limited amounts at home. Under the proposed legislation, the federal, provincial, and territorial governments will all share in responsibility for overseeing the new system. The federal government will oversee the production and manufacturing components of the cannabis framework and set industry-wide rules and standards. To that end, our fall economic statement of 2017 has earmarked $526 million of funding to license, inspect, and enforce all aspects of the proposed Cannabis Act. Provincial and territorial governments will in turn be responsible for the distribution and sale components of the framework. Beyond the legislative framework outlining the rules for production, retail sale, distribution, and possession, cannabis will remain strictly prohibited substance. Section 1 of Part 1 of the Act clearly sets out that many of the offences that currently apply to cannabis under the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act will continue to exist under the proposed Cannabis Act. This is very much in keeping with the recommendations contained in the final report of the Task Force on Cannabis Legalization and Regulation. In its report, the task force recommended that criminal offences should be maintained for illicit production, trafficking, possession for the purposes of trafficking, possession for the purposes of export, and import-export. Mr. Speaker, I will now speak to the amendments adopted by the committee. Let me begin by saying that our government supports all of the amendments adopted by the Standing Committee on Health. At this time, I would like to speak about 5 specific amendments that were adopted during clause-by-clause consideration of Bill C-45. First, the height restriction for cannabis plants permitted to be grown at home was eliminated. The 100-centimetre height restriction was intended to balance the interest to allow personal cultivation while safeguarding against the known risks associated with large plants, including the risk of diversion outside the illicit regime. The height restrictions, indeed the proposal to allow even limited personal cultivation, attracted significant commentary both before the Health Committee and in the general public. We understand the complexities leading to the task force recommendation of a 100-metre height limit and accept the Health Committee's conclusion after they listened to several witnesses about the problems that such a limit might realistically create. Our government agrees that this issue is best addressed outside of the criminal law. Should they wish, provinces and territories, relying on their own legislative powers, could address plant height, and if legislative authority exists or is extended to municipalities, they could do so as well. Second, in addition, the addition of a Good Samaritan provision will exempt an individual from criminal charges for simple possession if they call medical services or law enforcement following a life-threatening medical emergency involving psychoactive substance. Evidence demonstrates that individuals experiencing or witnessing an overdose or an acute medical condition are often afraid to call emergency assistance due to the fear of prosecution. A Good Samaritan clause in the proposed Cannabis Act will help to ensure that individuals contact and cooperate with emergency services in the context of a medical emergency, knowing that they will not face prosecution for minor possession offences. Third, the amendments to the Non-Smokers Health Act provides flexibility to prohibit the smoking or vaping of tobacco or cannabis in specific outdoor areas or spaces by regulation in federal workplaces to protect people from exposure to tobacco or cannabis smoke. This aligns with the recommendation by the Canadian Cancer Society. Fourth, courts will have the discretion of imposing a fine of up to $200 for an accused convicted of a ticketable offence, rather than imposing a fine or fixed fine in the amount of $200. This will ensure that the courts can consider a range of factors in setting the fine, including the ability of the accused to pay the fine. Finally, an amendment was adopted to require a review of the proposed Cannabis Act 3 years after its coming into force and to table a report in Parliament on the results of this review. Given the transformative nature of the proposed legislation, it is important that our government clearly communicate to Parliament and to the Canadian public the impact the legislation will have on achieving our objectives of protecting youth and reducing the role of organized crime. This will enable us, as parliamentarians, to determine whether future changes to the legislation are necessary to help ensure the protection of public health and safety. Mr. Speaker, I will now speak to the significant discussion that has occurred in relation to the treatment of young persons under the proposed Cannabis Act. On the one hand, the Standing Committee on Health heard from witnesses, including criminal defence lawyers and the Canadian Nurses Association, who argued that youth possession of cannabis should not be subject to criminal penalties, because making it a criminal offence for a youth to possess 5 grams of cannabis will not deter them from possessing. It will only serve to perpetuate the disproportionate enforcement of laws on young, marginalized, and racialized members of our society. On the other hand, others, including opposition members, have called for a zero tolerance in relation to the possession of cannabis by youth. Our government is mindful of the concerns raised in relation to the exemption of young persons from criminal prosecution for possession or sharing of up to 5 grams of cannabis, and the suggestions that this decision is sending the wrong message to youth. As I discussed at my appearance before the committee, our government has drafted Bill C-45 to specifically ensure that there are no legal means for a young person to purchase or acquire cannabis. Young persons should not have access to any amount of cannabis. At the same time, criminalizing youth for possessing or sharing very small amounts of cannabis recognizes the negative impacts that exposure to the criminal justice system can have on our young people, particularly marginalized young persons. Our focus aligns with what the majority of respondents conveyed to the task force, that criminal sanctions should be focused on adults who provide cannabis to youth, not on the youth themselves. This does not mean that our government sees youth possession or consumption of cannabis as acceptable. Our government has given much thought as to how we will keep cannabis out of the hands of youth and discourage them from using cannabis at all. Our government has been encouraging the provinces and territories to create administrative offences that would prohibit youth from possessing any amount of cannabis without exposing them to the criminal justice system. Police would be given authority to seize cannabis from youth with small amounts. Provinces and territories use this measured approach for alcohol and tobacco possession by young persons, and it has proved successful. Mr. Speaker, we have been pleased to hear that Ontario, Quebec, and Alberta have already announced their plans to create just such prohibitions, and we expect other jurisdictions to follow suit. This approach is contemplated by the other significant protections for youth in Bill C-45. The proposed act creates new offences for those adults who either sell or distribute cannabis to youth or who use a young person to commit a cannabis-related offence. It protects young people from promotional enticements to use cannabis, prohibits cannabis products, packaging, or labelling that are appealing to youth, and prohibits the sale of cannabis through self-service displays or vending machines. Mr. Speaker, in addition to these legislative mechanisms, I would also like to remind members that our government will be undertaking a broad public education campaign to inform Canadians of all ages about the proposed legislation, including penalties for providing cannabis to youth and the risks involved with consuming cannabis. This public education campaign will be focused on helping young Canadians make the best choices about their future and to understand the risks and consequences of using cannabis. This public education and awareness has already begun, and it will continue to be an ongoing priority. To that end, last month our government announced $36.4 million over 5 years in funding to public education and awareness. This is in addition to the $9.6 million over 5 years towards a comprehensive public education and awareness campaign and surveillance activities that we announced in Budget 2017. I will now turn to the implementation and timing of Bill C-45. Mr. Speaker, much has been conveyed about the timing for the implementation of the proposed Cannabis Act, with the suggestion being made that provinces and territories will not be ready or that law enforcement will not be ready. Several witnesses at committee, however, rightfully pointed out that we need to act now. The Canadian Public Health Association responded to claims that we are not ready for legalization by advising the committee that, quote, unfortunately, we don't have the luxury of time as Canadians are already consuming cannabis at record levels. The individual and social harms associated with cannabis use are already being felt every day. The proposed legislation and eventual regulation is our best attempt to minimize those harms and protect the well-being of all Canadians, end quote. Witnesses at the committee further pointed out that there is always the perception of the need for more time, but that any delays will contribute to confusion amongst the population. Mr. Speaker, our government agrees that we need to act now. And we have been working closely with provinces and territories on many fronts, including through a federal, provincial, territorial senior officials working group. The working group has been kept apprised of the developments on this file over the last year through meetings via teleconference every 3 weeks, as well as in-person meetings, and most recently a meeting taking place here in Ottawa on October 17th and 18th. Since the introduction of Bill C-45, several federal, provincial, territorial issue-specific working groups have been established to collaborate more closely on a range of complex issues, including drug-impaired driving, ticketable offences, taxation, and public education. Mr. Speaker, our government recognizes that providing support to the provinces and territories on this work is critical. That is why we have committed, for instance, up to $81 million specifically to provinces and territories to train frontline officers to recognize the signs and symptoms of impaired driving, build law enforcement capacity across the country, and provide access to drug screening devices. Mr. Speaker, our government is encouraged by the tremendous amount of work that has already been carried out in the provinces and territories. Many jurisdictions have committed to and have completed public consultations on how cannabis legalization should be implemented. Ontario, Quebec, New Brunswick, and Alberta have released proposed legislation and frameworks describing how they will approach recreational cannabis, and Manitoba has enacted the Cannabis Harm Prevention Act. Clearly, many provinces are moving forward in anticipation of the July 2018 timeframe. Recognizing that some provinces and territories may not have systems in place by the summer of 2018, our government is proposing to facilitate interim access to a regulated, quality-controlled supply from a federally licensed producer by ordering online with secure home delivery through mail or by courier. I can also tell you, Mr. Speaker, that our government's intention is to offset the broader costs associated with implementing this new system by collecting licensing and other fees, as well as through revenues generated through taxation, as this is the case in the tobacco industry and alcohol industry. Discussions with provinces and territories around the proposed taxation plan have already begun and will continue. As part of our consultations on this matter, we welcome the feedback of all Canadians to ensure that we achieve the goal of keeping prices low enough to put criminals out of business while helping to offset the cost of education, administration, and enforcement. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I would like to reiterate that Canada's current approach in relation to cannabis continues to contribute to profits of organized crime, the risks of public health and public safety, and exposes thousands of Canadians to criminal records for minor cannabis offences each year. Most Canadians no longer believe that simple possession of small amounts of cannabis should be subjected to harsh criminal sanctions. I would again like to conclude, Mr. Speaker, by encouraging all members of this House to support Bill C-45 as amended by the Standing Committee of Health. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Calgary Confederation.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Honourable Minister of Justice and the Attorney General for her speech. I do sit on the Health Committee, along with a number of other wonderful people on that committee. We do some good work, and we listened to many presenters on this bill during committee. One in particular, his name is Professor Stephen Hoffman, who is an international expert in international law and teaches at Osgood School of Law. And he is very concerned, Mr. Speaker, very concerned about the passing of Bill C-45 and that violating 3 United Nations international treaties that Canada signed on to years ago. And this particular bill will violate those 3 treaties. And I'd like to know from the Minister what she plans to do to deal with the United Nations and our international friends when this bill is passed.
Good question.
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague across the way and all members of the committee for their substantive work in this regard in terms of Bill C-45. And with respect to Bill C-45, as I've said, protecting the health and safety of Canadians is a top priority of our government, and that's why we are taking a careful regulatory approach to cannabis legalization. Our officials have been very open, honest, and reflective in embracing discussion from right across the country and throughout the world. We have been working actively with international experts, including the United Nations, to determine the best course forward on our international commitments. I just want to remind the members of this House, 8 American states, including the District of Columbia, have already decided to legalize recreational marijuana, and we are committed to ensuring that we continue to work with our global partners to best promote public health and combat illicit drug trafficking.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Speaker, to the Minister of Justice through you, this government, I think, has acknowledged from the beginning the devastating impacts criminalization has had on Canadians over simple cannabis possession and usage. And in fact, I think this government well knows that those impacts have been particularly damaging for marginalized Canadians, young Canadians, racialized Canadians, Indigenous Canadians, poor Canadians. Yet, one of the ironies is that this legislation, of course, maintains that criminalized prohibitionist approach. Any Canadian caught with 31 grams of cannabis in public or who grows 5 plants, or an 18-year-old in Alberta selling to a 17-year-old faces criminal prosecution and conviction and penalties up to 14 years in jail. So my question to the Minister is this. She's the Minister of Justice. She knows that there are hundreds of thousands of Canadians who carry criminal convictions that have devastated their lives in many respects today. What plans does she have as a Minister of Justice for granting those Canadians pardons for engaging in activity that, come next July, will be activities that will be entirely legal in this country?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for the important question. And again, I will reiterate the purpose of Bill C-45, as all members of this House have heard me state before. We're committed to legalization, strict regulation, and restricting access to cannabis to keep it out of the hands of young people and the proceeds out of the hands of criminals. As I've stated again many times, simply decriminalizing at this point is not going to assist or achieve those objectives. What I have been doing and what I commit to continuing to do is to work with my colleague, the Minister of Public Safety. We recognize, and this is contained within Bill C-45, that the over-criminalization for small amounts of possession of cannabis is something that needs to be addressed. We've sought to address it in Bill C-45. Again, in conversations with the Minister of Public Safety, we are looking and considering how we can approach record suspensions, but our focus right now is to ensure we change the status quo, to ensure we put in place a comprehensive framework for the legalization, strict regulation, and restriction of access on cannabis for young people.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Speaker, first off, I must commend not only the lead minister, but the other departments that were all engaged in making this piece of legislation possible. In particular, there was a fairly lengthy process that ensured that Canadians were thoroughly consulted and so forth. For myself personally, representing Winnipeg North, one of the biggest benefits that I see of the legislation is that we today have criminal activities, gang members and so forth, that go into our schools and they sell marijuana or cannabis to, whether it's 12-year-olds, 14, 15-year-olds. And by bringing forward this legislation, it's actually a step in the right direction to minimize the damage that's being caused by young people, and also at the same time taking literally hundreds of millions of dollars out of criminal activities or gangs and so forth. And I'm wondering if she might want to provide comment on either one, just the sense of what it took to get the legislation before us today, or that aspect.
Honourable Minister of Justice.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for the questions. As I said in my comments, the status quo simply isn't working. Our government has been committed to the legalization, strict regulation, and restricting access to cannabis from day one. And to the first part of the question, we have engaged in extensive amounts of consultation to ensure that we hear from Canadians right across the country. The first step that we took, and a really vitally important step, was to engage a task force on cannabis, a task force that consisted of experts in justice, in public health and safety, in law enforcement. And that task force, led by the Honourable Anne McClellan, provided us with substantive recommendations. Most of those recommendations are contained in Bill C-45. That task force received 30,000 submissions from Canadians across the country. We introduced Bill C-45. We have continued throughout that and continue now to engage with provinces and territories, to engage with municipalities, to engage with Indigenous communities and Indigenous governments. We're going to continue to do that as we move towards July of 2018 to ensure that we have a substantive, comprehensive framework for the legalization of cannabis in this country.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've been following this debate closely, and there are many things that the minister has said which simply are not so. She talks, for example, about record levels of marijuana use. Now, I have in front of me, this is from Statistics Canada website. This is a comprehensive Canadian addiction survey that looks at drug and alcohol use. Now, in 2004, 14.1% of Canadians reported that they had used cannabis in the last year. In 2008, 11.4%. In 2010, 10.6%. And in 2011, 9.1%. Now, the Conservative approach in government was to emphasize the importance of public health information, working with all aspects of society, including law enforcement, in a way that reflects the real risks associated with marijuana, and yes, in a way that keeps it out of the hands of children, because letting parents with children at home grow marijuana and making it legal for one child to give marijuana to another child, you can't sell it, but you can give it to another child perfectly legally under this legislation. That's not keeping it out of the hands of children. So the minister might disagree on certain points philosophically, but I just want to know if she acknowledges the reality of the data, namely that marijuana use went down significantly during the last 10 years, and if she thinks that's a failure.
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to stand up because we are a government that bases our actions on science, on evidence, and certainly on data. And the data that we have, the most recent data in 2015, the latest data available, the prevalence of the past year use of cannabis was 1 in 5 Canadians aged 15 to 19 and nearly 1 in 3 aged 20 to 24. The rates of cannabis use in this country, particularly among young people, is among the highest in the world. The status quo simply is not working. We need to, and this is Bill C-45's purpose and intent, is to ensure we put a comprehensive framework in place around the legalization, the strict regulation, and restricting access to young people, a comprehensive regulatory framework like it did with tobacco. We'll ensure we do as much as we can to keep that cannabis out of the hands of kids, while at the same time ensuring that we invest $40 million in the promotion of an educational campaign, public awareness, particularly among young people, about the risks of usage of cannabis. That's what we're committed to doing, working with other jurisdictions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, point of order. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And maybe there was a miscommunication. So I just wanted to clarify that what I was talking about was overall population data, which shows a decrease. And I think the minister maybe implied that there was an increase by using data, particularly for teenagers, not population.
I'm afraid that I think we're getting into a debate right now, but I'm sure there will be other opportunities to ask questions or enter the debate a little bit later on. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Chatham-Kent-Leamington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Throughout the debate at second reading and through committee hearings, and now finally in the final debate, mounds and mounds of evidence have been introduced and cited, painting a grim picture of the consequence of this government's determination to legalize marijuana for recreational purposes. And still, this Liberal government is bound and determined to ram this legislation through so that by July 1st, 2018, Canada's 151st birthday, youth as young as 18 can legally purchase marijuana from government outlets and use this drug with virtually no restrictions. I have been allotted 20 minutes to present my objections to this harmful legislation, but would need hours to present all the evidence presented by doctors, psychiatrists, researchers, police, parents, and a host of specialists warning the government not to go down this road and the serious consequences if they do. I will instead focus on a few articles and studies and ask the members across the floor how they can justify their actions, having had prior knowledge to these. Mr. Speaker, I hold in my hand a mandate letters from the Prime Minister to ministers on expectations and deliveries, and I will be using that in my presentation to point out just how this action by the Prime Minister has been broken by his ministers. The Prime Minister presented all ministers with these mandate letters after the last election. To the Minister of Health, the mandate from the minister reads, I expect you to work closely with your Deputy Minister and his or her senior officials to ensure that the ongoing work of your department is undertaken in a professional manner and that decisions are made in the public interest. I wonder if the minister at that point informed the Prime Minister about this document from her own department, modified in August 19th, 2016. I'm sure she was aware of it. And this document, amongst other things, states, using cannabis or any cannabis product can impair your concentration, your ability to think and make decisions, and your reaction time and coordination. This can affect your motor skills, including your ability to drive. It can also increase anxiety and cause panic attacks, and in some cases, cause paranoia and hallucinations. When the product should not be used, it further states, under the age of 25, also allergic or cannabinoid or to smoke, have serious liver, kidney, heart, or lung disease, have a personal or family history of serious mental disorders such as schizophrenia, psychosis, depression, or bipolar disorder, are pregnant, are planning to get pregnant, are breastfeeding, are a man who wishes to start a family, have a history of alcohol or drug abuse, or substance dependence. A list of health outcomes regulated to the short and long term of those include the following: increased risk of triggering and aggressively psychotic and or mood disorders, schizophrenia, psychosis, anxiety, depression, bipolar disorder, decreased sperm count, concentration and mortality, and increased abnormal sperm morpholia, negatively impacting the behavioral and cognitive development of children born to mothers who use cannabis during pregnancy. This document was available to the minister and clearly shows that in reaction to that, she's breaking what the Prime Minister instructed her to do. I want to read another the Prime Minister has written. No relationship is more important to me and to Canada than the one with Indigenous people. To the Minister of Indigenous Affairs, in his opening statement, the Prime Minister, and I quoted that quote, why didn't the Minister sound the alarm and give the Prime Minister the message that she received from the President, Aluki Katorik of the Nunavik? And she says, the government needs to consult with Inuit or other cannabis and should be legal with other Inuit or whether cannabis should be legalized, and if so, when, as well as plans to deal with the possible negative impacts of legalizing marijuana. She further goes on, and this is from Chief Gina Deere of the Council of the Kanawaki of the Mohawk Council. Our community has had zero tolerance for many years on drugs, Deere said. Now, when you tell them that we have to accept marijuana as a legal product and not as a drug, it's hard to accept, especially for elders. The PM further stated to the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs, I expect you to re-engage in a renewed nation-to-nation process with Indigenous people to make real progress on the issues most important to First Nations, the Métis Nation and Inuit communities. Issues like housing, employment, and here we go again, health and mental health care. This is what Chief Isadore Day testified at the committee. First Nations are not prepared to deal with the ramifications of Bill 45. In fact, he added, does Canada even know the full impacts of cannabis? And further, Chief Day also reminded the committee that American Indian tribes are negatively impacted when Colorado and Washington legalized cannabis. Yet despite hearing this, the Liberals continue to reaffirm that it's important that we focus on getting this job done as quickly as we are able. And I'm still quoting. The Chief reiterated that one of the biggest concerns that First Nations have with Bill C-45 is the health and safety of our people. He cited statistics that cannabis is the second most abused substance amongst Indigenous people. In Ontario alone, he added, $33 million is needed to treat First Nations with drug and alcohol addictions. He concluded by stating, there appears to be more questions than answers. This leads First Nations in a compromising state, leading in an accelerated timeline. The Prime Minister also said to the Minister, work with the Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness and the Minister of Indigenous and Northern Affairs to address gaps in services to Aboriginal people and those with mental illnesses. She should have told him about the health report that I mentioned previously and the concerns that her own government and his own government had with the legalization of marijuana and the usage of marijuana. Health Canada's warnings stated, and I've mentioned some, but it serves to mention these as well. Cannabis contains hundreds of substances, some of which can affect the proper functioning of the brain and the central nervous system. The use of this product involves risk to health, some of which may not be known or fully understood. And amongst other things, that the cannabis, and it's written in bold letters, should not be used if you have a personal or family history of serious mental disorders such as schizophrenia. To the Minister of Justice, who just spoke, the Prime Minister loves to point out his great love and respect for the Charter. And in his mandate to the Minister, he stated, you are expected to ensure that the rights of Canadians are protected, that our work demonstrates the greatest possible commitment to respecting the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Well, Child Advocate Group in New Brunswick has done an assessment to violations to the rights of the Child Treaty, and a very serious concern that this legislation is going to see legal challenges. I wonder if she should have told the Prime Minister, a court challenge, is what they have stated, is a good idea under the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. And Section 7 says everyone has the right to life, liberty, and security of the person, and the right not to be deprived thereof except in accordance with the principles of fundamental justice. She should have warned him. By legalizing marijuana, a drug a drug with psychoactive properties, the Government of Canada will encourage the sale and consumption of marijuana, thereby putting all Canadians at greater risk of encountering harm and death through impaired driving accidents, workplace accidents, smoking-related sicknesses, and other marijuana-induced injuries. For example, police chiefs across the country have expressed their concern that they will not be able to keep the public safe from drugged drivers. Thus, the proposal to legalize marijuana runs contrary to the Charter provision, the right to security of the person. The Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness, he writes, as Minister, your overarching goal will be to lead our government's work in ensuring that we are keeping Canadians safe. Here again, Mr. Speaker, I would raise the report from the Health Department. But I would also make mention of the report that was just come out from the legalization of marijuana in Colorado, the impact, the executive summary that states marijuana related traffic deaths when a driver was positive for marijuana more than doubled, from 55 deaths in 2013 to 135 deaths in 2016. I would also say that this same executive summary claims in 2009, Colorado marijuana-related traffic deaths involving drivers tested positive for marijuana represented 9% of the traffic deaths. By 2016, that number was more than doubled to 20%. It goes on, and there's statistics that talk about what happens to the youth and how the youth increase has risen dramatically as well. Then to the Minister of Science. And I think, Mr. Speaker, this might be my favorite. The Prime Minister writes to the Minister of Science, the same minister who has repeatedly in this House stood up and said that government, she refers to herself as our government, that government will listen to science. Because the Prime Minister told her, we are a government that believes in science and a government that believes that good scientific knowledge should inform decision-making. Wow. I should read that again. We are a government that believes in science and a government that believes that good science knowledge should inform decision-making. And I wonder if that minister told the Prime Minister about the legalization of marijuana in Colorado report, or possibly this report from the National Institute of Drug Abuse. And here's a great one she should have read, from the Frontiers of Psychiatry. Persistency of cannabis use predicts violence following acute psychotic discharge. And then this lengthy report from the World Health Organization, the health and social effects of non-medical cannabis use. It goes on and on. I'm sure she read the market analysis of plant-based drugs from the United Nations Office of Drugs and Crime. And every one, Mr. Speaker, every one of these reports points to the same conclusion, that the use of cannabis is restricted for a reason. And there's a reason why governments have on a continual basis, made that their practice. To the members of the Liberal caucus, and I've often stated in this House, and I genuinely am impressed with this caucus. It's full of doctors and lawyers and PhDs and Rhodes Scholars. Chief Police. This is not a group of people that could be excused just from not having the information. And I found this great article by James Defoe, I hope I said his name right, written in the Huffington Post, and I'm just going to read an excerpt of that. He writes, I've written about my modest contribution to the elimination of pot prohibition before. To recap, in 2011, I was hired by the Liberal government, Canada's upper brass, to pressure their delegates to vote yes on a policy initiative that would push for legalization. For 3 months, my team approached marijuana advocacy groups and rallied their members to bombard all delegates via email, tweets, and Facebook messages. The plan was to put enough pressure on delegates until they voted for a Canada who would shed its draconian views on weed. When we started, now listen here, just 30% of delegates, 30% of that caucus were in the camp. After the votes were tallied at the Liberals' 2012 convention, more than 75% of delegates voted yes. Wow. You know, this group can make the right choice. And I know that there are many in this caucus on the other side that are opposed to what this government is doing, what their prime minister is forcing them to do as well. And now is the time. Now is the time for them to stand up and make those changes, or to make the right choices, and to vote against this dangerous bill. I might add to the Prime Minister, you're not leading a bold charge that will take you or make you an example of progressive nations. Listen to what the Prime Minister, Mark Rutte, the Dutch Prime Minister, said in a recent interview, and I quote, "This sentiment is reflected," and they were talking about the use of marijuana, in a remark that Dutch Prime Minister Mark Rutte made during a 2014 interview. "People should do with their own bodies whatever they please, as long as they're well informed about the junk that goes about the junk and what it does to them." The Dutch have a different approach to the whole idea about marijuana. Rutte added in the same interview that cannabis legalization of the Colorado model, and I should emphasize that the Colorado model is 21 years old and over, where the state taxes regulate all levels of the supply chain, and adults 21 and over are allowed to purchase weed from state licensed stores, was out of the question. And he says, if we were to do that, we'd be the laughing stock of Europe. So this is not going to be a progressive move by our Prime Minister and by this caucus. As a matter of fact, the UN forbids legislation of recreation. While the Dutch system has some major drawbacks, the current UN treaties forbid countries to legalize and regulate drugs for recreational use. Specifically, the Single Convention on Narcotic Drugs from 1961 states that member states have a general obligation to limit exclusively to medical and scientific purposes the production, manufacture, export, import, and distribution of, trade-in, and use of possession of drugs. Piet Hein van Kempen, a professor of criminal law and criminal procedure in the Netherlands, was recently asked by the Justice Ministry to study if international drug treaties offer any wiggle room to legalize, decriminalize, tolerate, or to regulate cannabis in any other way for recreational use. His answer was an emphatic no. And maybe the Prime Minister, when he gets to meet his new best friend, Xi Jinping, and he tell him about his plans to legalize marijuana, and ask him what his thoughts were, and I'm sure that he would give him a history lesson of what took place in Chinese society. Well, Mr. Chair, I'm running out of time. The Liberals are on track to legalize marijuana for recreational purposes by July the 1st. They say in 2018, they say that they have had extensive consultations, conducted the largest online survey, and completed a report called A Framework for the Legalization and Regulation of Cannabis in Canada. The Liberals say that they have consulted with Canadians, provincial, territorial, municipal governments, Indigenous governments, and representatives of organizations, youth, parents, experts, and experts in relevant fields. Ignoring the warnings of doctors, police chiefs, First Nations parents, they have pushed this bill rapidly through the House. This bill will drastically change Canadian society, the full ramifications felt for years to come. They say it will protect youth and take marijuana out of the hands of criminals. I suggest it will enslave our youth and make the governments the new pusher on the block. And Mr. Speaker, I have a motion, seconded by the member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word "that" and substituting the following: Bill C-45, an act respecting cannabis, and to amend the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act, the Criminal Code, and other acts, be now read a third time, but be referred back to the Standing Committee on Health for the purpose of reconsidering Clause 226, with a view to establish a coming into force date that complies with the wishes of those provinces, territories, municipalities, law enforcement officials, and First Nation groups who require more time to prepare for the legalization of cannabis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Moved by Mr. Van Kesteren, seconded by Mr. Jennis, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following: Bill C-45, an act respecting cannabis, and to amend the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act, the Criminal Code, and other acts, be now read a third time, be referred back to the Standing Committee on Health for the purpose of reconsidering Clause 226 with the view to establish a coming into force date that complies with the wishes of those provinces, territories, municipalities, law enforcement officials, and First Nation groups who require more time to prepare for the legislation of cannabis. It seems to be in order. Questions and comments? The honourable member. The honourable member for Scarborough Southwest.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to acknowledge the remarks made by my colleague from Chatham-Kent Leamington, and I just wanted to bring some clarification to one of the remarks that he made. I was listening very carefully, and he said that police chiefs, in the plural but unnamed, did not support the efforts and believe that we were going to bring forward adequate measures to deal with impaired driving. And I just wanted, if I may, Mr. Speaker, to quote to the member the testimony of Chief Muriel Harrell, who is the elected president of the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police, who appeared before our Justice Committee on Bill C-46. And this is quoting what he said to us. He said, "We certainly commend the government for its commitment to consultation of stakeholders and the public. We commend the efforts of ministers, all parliamentarians and public service at Public Safety Canada, Justice and Health Canada, who are dedicated to bringing forward the best legislation possible. All share with us a desire to do this right, knowing the world is watching. The government has put forward strong legislation, not only focusing on impairment by drugs, but also addressing ongoing issues related to alcohol impairment." He went on to say, "Steps that have been introduced to reform the entire impaired driving scheme are seen as much needed and very positive. The CACP has called for such changes in the past, specifically in support of modernizing the driving positions of the Criminal Code, supporting mandatory alcohol screening and the elimination of common loophole defences. Tough new impairment driving penalties introduced in this legislation are strongly supported by the CACP, which of course includes all the chiefs in Canada." And he finally said, "We also acknowledge funding announced recently to support law enforcement for cannabis and drug-impaired driving. The government has been listening." Mr. Speaker, in light of this testimony from the head of the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police, would the member like to comment on his earlier remark with respect to an unnamed chief offering some other opinion?
For Chatham-Kent Leamington.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member, and I want to say first off that I respect his office and I thank him for his service for years as a police chief. I too, and I've mentioned this, and he knows this as well too, that I have 3 sons that serve in the police department, and as such, I've had much contact with police force. Now, my colleague has passed me some information. I'm not going to read that. The truth of the matter is, my eyesight's not good enough, but I do know that this is not a consensus amongst police chiefs. And I do know that when we talk about C-46 or C-45, C-46 being the act to strengthen the criminal code in respect to driving, that those steps are necessary, and that police chiefs would certainly agree with that. But I also know that police chiefs and police officers and those involved in law enforcement have repeatedly said, at the very least, they are not prepared for this, and that they do not have the tools or what's required to enforce this new legislation. And I do know that municipalities as well would need a host of new equipment and much more money, and these things have not been provided. So that's a point, and it's a small point. But the member must also acknowledge that this is not a complete picture of what the police chiefs have been saying. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank my honourable colleague for his comments, and I just wanted to clarify in terms of this idea of what some police chiefs may or may not believe. I have many family members, including children, who are also in law enforcement, and I can tell you that a lot of people, they reflect a lot of the emotion that goes along sometimes with this issue, and that is that the idea of mandatory minimums and a war on drugs approach just is not as effective as had been envisioned at one time. And as a matter of fact, a criminal record for this nonviolent offense is actually a social determinant of health. And so I would wonder moving forward if this member has had a chance to consider what some of the public health approaches might be, because we do know that we need effective solutions moving forward. Does the member agree that we do need to have a regulated environment, and how we would keep children away from this product does include a public campaign, and what would he think would be the most effective ways for us to do that as we move forward with this?
The honourable member for Chatham-Kent-Leamington.
Thank you. And I want to thank the member for the question as well. So first of all, I want to begin by saying that we must not confuse this C-45 with the decriminalization of marijuana, although that is part of this legislation. And the Conservatives also agree that is for minor possession, that portion should be struck from the criminal code. But when it comes to regards to educating children, I can tell you this much, that an education of a young child and youth from the age of 11 to 17, those that are under 18 that will not be able to allow to smoke it, but allowing them to have possession of up to 5 joints certainly isn't the type of education that we envision on this side of the House. And so, although she's correct that more education, and there are jurisdictions, there are places in Sweden, for instance, where they have spent an awful lot of money and have done an awful lot of training and have seen their rates of usage drop of marijuana, and they have not legalized marijuana. So she's correct. We should and we must educate, and we should be telling people. This report that I referred to from Health Canada should be something that is in every home, in every school, and we should be warning children about the dangers, and we should be warning young people about the threat of what it can do to them if they use marijuana before 25, and who knows what happens after that. That should be part of our education system, and I think if we spent the time and energy that this government is prepared to spend on this bill and put that into education, we would have a whole different scenario here in this country.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Bellechasse.
The honourable member for Bellechasse, Les Etchemins-Lévis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to congratulate my Ontario colleague for dealing with this issue with all the seriousness that is due to it, considering the disastrous consequences of the Liberals' proposed legislation. The ministers said that the situation is serious as is, but it will be even more so with more criminality, more organized crime, more young people who will use, more lethal accidents caused by drugs, and more health problems. My colleague is right to mention that police officers are not ready, and they have said so in committee. Training, equipment. It's not what is being suggested by the government that's going to help move things along. Not for the provinces and not for the healthcare system. My question is simple. Besides those who grow marijuana, which strangely all seem to have friends among the Liberals or the government, is there a net benefit to this legislation? What can we propose to avoid this fiasco?
Leamington.
I concur with everything my colleague said, and he's absolutely right when he points out the dangers. He's absolutely right when he points out the inability and the unpreparedness of this government for this legislation. But what could be done? Well, we need to stop this. We need to stop this train, because this is a wreck. This is not just bad legislation. This is horrible legislation. This will affect generations to come for years and years. You know, one of the things that I wish I had a little more time, but you know, we know that marijuana usage lowers the IQ of the user. Now, you know, we talked about the Liberals on that side, and they're a bright bunch, and you know, maybe they can lose 2-3 points and they can still get through life. But you know, the majority of those users of marijuana, the young men that become disenchanted, and they lose their jobs, and they drop out of school, and now they're smoking dope, and now they're going to have a whole new challenge to face in life. And it's these groups that we should be thinking about. And it's these groups that are going to get hooked onto marijuana. And these are the ones that are going to suffer from this poor legislation, and the ones that will die in car wrecks, and the parents will walk and line themselves up here and look across there, and then the Liberals can maybe answer to them as to why they were so persistent in passing this foolish, crazy legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, it is my duty to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows.
The environment, the Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill, Public Safety, the Honourable Member for Banff Airdrie, Taxation. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when the Liberals promised Canadians cannabis legalization last election, I think that reasonable Canadians understood legalization to mean the end of criminalization, the end of stigmatization, and the end of the prohibitionist approach to cannabis. That's why I, along with millions of other Canadians, was somewhat surprised to read the fine print of Bill C-45, only to discover that this isn't legalization at all. It's just making cannabis less illegal. This legislation creates a litany of new cannabis-related criminal offences, most of which carry a maximum sentence of up to 14 years in prison. As renowned criminal defence attorney Michael Spratt put it, Bill C-45 is an unnecessarily complex piece of legislation that leaves intact the criminalization of marijuana in too many circumstances. An adult who possesses 30 grams of marijuana in public is a criminal. A youth who possesses more than 5 grams of marijuana is a criminal. An 18-year-old who passes a joint to their 17-year-old friend is a criminal. An adult who grows 5 marijuana plants is a criminal. This continued criminalization is inconsistent with a rational and evidence-based criminal justice policy and will only serve to reduce the positive impacts of the bill, end quote. Now, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health has claimed that these harsh penalties are reserved for, quote, some gangster in a stairwell, end quote, selling cannabis to children. But this is exactly the sort of reefer madness rhetoric that has fueled prohibition for nearly a century. The evidence before the Health Committee was directly contrary to this view. In fact, 95% of cannabis producers and consumers in this country are nonviolent, law-abiding citizens who have nothing to do with organized crime whatsoever. Indeed, if criminalization and the threat of imprisonment prevented people from using cannabis, then Canadians wouldn't be consuming an estimated 655 metric tons of it every year, when we have full criminalization and life sentences for trafficking. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, the prohibitionist approach has been repeatedly discredited by its failures throughout history. Cannabis consumption has increased steadily throughout the so-called war on drugs, and Canadian youth consume cannabis at some of the highest rates in the world today. Of the 4.6 million people the Parliamentary Budget Officer projects will use cannabis at least once in 2018, nearly 1.7 million, or more than one-third, would be in the 15 to 24 age group. And for far too long, we've wasted billions of dollars in resources in the criminal justice system by criminalizing otherwise law-abiding citizens at an alarming rate for simply processing and consuming cannabis. In fact, Mr. Speaker, we still are. According to Statistics Canada, in 2016, under the Liberal government, after they promised Canadians legalization, the most recent year of available data, there were 55,000 offences related to cannabis reported to police, and police charged 17,733 people with pot possession. Given that cannabis possession will soon be made legal in Canada, the NDP has been clear from the outset that we should immediately decriminalize the possession of recreational cannabis for personal use pending full legalization. Now, petty possession is a crime that the Prime Minister himself has admitted to committing while serving as an elected official. This admission of past cannabis use belies his repeated assertion that, quote, until we've changed the law, the current laws exist and apply, end quote. I guess he meant they apply to other people, not to him. Now, it is a shame and hypocrisy of the highest order that this government continues to prosecute and convict Canadians for simple cannabis possession, something the government admits should be legal. Mr. Speaker, this government knows full well that current cannabis laws aren't applied consistently across this country. Indeed, their discriminatory impact has been well documented by Canadian researchers like Simon Fraser University's Dr. Neil Boyd. Furthermore, given the extensive body of research on the negative impacts of carrying a criminal record, it's clear that pursuing thousands of convictions for an act that we no longer view as criminal will needlessly harm vulnerable Canadians, particularly young people, racialized communities, Indigenous people, and other marginalized groups, mainly the poor. Now, Mr. Speaker, I want to be clear that because I support genuine cannabis legalization, I acknowledge that Bill C-45 is an improvement on the status quo. That's why Canada's New Democrats will support this legislation. This bill allows for the legal possession of up to 30 grams of cannabis. It permits the legal cultivation of up to 4 cannabis plants per dwelling house. And it creates a framework for the development of a legal recreational cannabis industry in Canada. I must note, however, that inexplicably, Bill C-45 allows the provinces and territories to derogate from these basic freedoms. This should be a major concern to anyone who wants genuine cannabis legalization in Canada and those who are urging this House to rush this legislation through. Mr. Speaker, I also want the record to show that after we revealed gaping holes in the Liberal government's cannabis legislation, the NDP worked in the best spirits of Jack Layton to reach across the aisle in order to give Canadians what they actually voted for, genuine cannabis legalization. And for anyone who doubts the positive role that an effective opposition can play, I'll point out that we were able to convince the Liberals to do the following: drop the ridiculous 100-centimetre plant height limit that was belied by all evidence and the experts, bring in edibles and concentrates, albeit not immediately but within a year, and recognize the necessity of craft cannabis growers being brought into the legalized production framework. Mr. Speaker, mark my words, these improvements would not have happened had the New Democrats not diligently been working at committee to bring forth the witnesses and evidence and push this government to do the right thing. And I will give the government credit. Unlike the previous Conservative government, which hardly ever took any suggestions from this side of the House, the Liberal government has proven an ability to listen to the evidence and make moves, albeit not as far as we would like. Now, in addition, at the Health Committee, we put forward 38 practical amendments to fully align Bill C-45 with its purposes section and with the evidence we heard from expert testimony. Now, the purposes are and include bringing the illicit industry into the light, to make sure Canadians have access to safe, well-regulated cannabis products, to take the production and distribution of cannabis out of the hands of organized crime and bring it into the regulated legal industry. That's what the New Democrats paid attention to when we moved our amendments to make sure this legislation aligned with that. Unfortunately, the Liberal government has refused to do that in all cases, edibles being the most notable example, where this government is content to leave edibles and concentrates in the hands of the black market, in the hands of organized crime, totally unregulated, for up to another year and a half, 2 years from now. They can't explain why. Now, our proposed changes included, besides legalizing the sale of edibles and concentrates, providing pardons to Canadians saddled with a criminal record for offences that will no longer be offences under Bill C-45. Now, this amendment was ruled outside the scope of Bill C-45. But given the Prime Minister's previous statements, it's rather shocking that the Liberal government would structure a cannabis legalization bill in such a way that pardons cannot be included through amendment as being outside the scope of the consideration of the bill. So when the Liberals say they've taken their time, they've consulted widely, maybe they can explain to Canadians how after 2 years they somehow forgot to deal with the issue of pardons that Canadians carry in this country when they know how devastating the effect criminal convictions for cannabis have on people's economic and social lives. We've also brought in amendments to empower provincial governments to create parallel production licensing regimes in order to give provinces the flexibility to implement legalization in the manner best suited to their jurisdiction. For example, this would have allowed provinces to let craft growers, small-scale producers, and outdoor growers, artisanal growers, compete against large federally licensed corporate entities. That was voted down by the Liberals. We proposed to decriminalize the penalty section in line with the Tobacco Act. We propose that this legalization should take a regulatory approach with significant fines for offences rather than criminal ones. One of the purposes of Bill C-45, as laid out in Section 7, is to, quote, reduce the burden on the criminal justice system in relation to cannabis, end quote. Well, penalties in this bill, in the NDP's view, should be consistent with that stated intent. Now, with the Liberal government's rejection of these amendments, I am very concerned that C-45 will continue to harm many Canadians, and that's after it becomes law in this country. Unconscionable prison sentences, arbitrary possession limits, and barriers to small craft and artisanal producers are just a few of the damaging provisions that do need to be corrected. I am heartened, however, that this bill at least contains a mandatory review of C-45's operation in the next Parliament. I view this as a tacit admission by the government that they know that this bill contains problematic sections that will need to be fixed. In fact, it was Liberal amendment to move the review from 5 years to 3 years. I think the Liberals know that this bill has flaws that need to be fixed. Truthfully, I'd prefer to get it right the first time around. As it currently stands, the federal government has left the heavy lifting of legalization to the provincial, territorial, municipal, and Indigenous governments. Now, the task force on cannabis legalization was very clear in the lead-up to legalization that the federal government should, quote, take a leadership role to ensure that capacity is developed among all levels of government prior to the start of the regulatory regime, end quote. And yet, when asked if the federal government had even been talking with First Nations and Indigenous governments on a nation-to-nation basis to ensure that capacity was developed, Ontario Regional Chief Isidore Day told the Health Committee, quote, no, they haven't. And again, it's going to be really critical. Now, by freezing out stakeholders and insisting on meeting an arbitrary, politically motivated deadline, this government is clearly sacrificing quality legislation for speed. Now, this has led to the emergence of a patchwork of different approaches to cannabis across Canada that will likely be complex and varied and will put many Canadians in the position, perhaps, of breaking the law unintentionally. For example, some provinces may not allow any home growing. In fact, Quebec just announced this very measure. Some provinces may choose to lower the public possession limit from 30 grams. Some provinces may forbid public consumption. Some municipalities may ban cannabis sales and consumption completely. I want to be clear to any Canadians watching this. The Liberals put forth legislation that allows the provinces to actually deviate from being allowed to grow 4 plants at home, to deviate from being legally able to carry 30 grams of cannabis in public. So when those that are searching and waiting, as they've waited for decades and decades for cannabis legalization, want this bill to be passed, they should be aware that federal leadership for a national legalized structure for cannabis is not going to be delivered by this bill, and we see that already, as I've mentioned with the Quebec example, where you will not be able to grow plants at home in Quebec. I don't think that's what cannabis advocates have been working for all these years. Now, the Liberals' recent attempt to unilaterally impose an excise tax without consulting other jurisdictions directly contradicted the recommendations of the McClellan report. And the Liberals' attempt to keep half of the excise tax revenues at the federal level ignores the fact that the bulk of expenses related to legalization will fall to the provincial, territorial, and municipal levels. For our part, Canada's New Democrats will continue to reach across the aisle to help ensure that legalization is done right and on time. Ever since the Liberal government of the day ignored the recommendations of the 1971 Ledane Commission, our party, the New Democrats, have been calling on successive governments to stop saddling Canadians with criminal records for using cannabis. We strongly believe and continue to maintain that these unjustifiable arrests must end as soon as possible. Now, Mr. Speaker, I would be remiss not to use this occasion to outline some simple truths about cannabis that I fear are far too often drowned out of the public discussion by prohibitionist fear-mongering. Number one, in almost all contexts, alcohol and tobacco are far more personally and socially harmful than cannabis. Cannabis doesn't make you aggressive, you cannot fatally overdose on cannabis, and cannabis isn't a carcinogen. We heard this point repeated over and over and over again by experts at the Health Committee. Number two, cannabis has a broad range of therapeutic benefits. It's used as an effective medicine by Canadian patients suffering from conditions ranging from epilepsy to PTSD, from cancer to arthritis. I believe that if this point were properly understood by the Liberals, then they wouldn't have recently announced a plan without consulting patients to impose a new excise tax of $1 per gram on medicinal cannabis, or 10% of the final retail price, whichever is higher. At the end of 2016, there were 129,876 Canadian patients with physician authorization to use medicinal cannabis. And since the first Canadian veteran was reimbursed on compassionate grounds in 2007, Veterans Affairs Canada now covers the cost of medicinal cannabis for over 3,000 Canadian veterans, yet this government wants to tax them. Shockingly, however, the federal government does not cover medicinal cannabis for Indigenous people, a discriminatory policy that puts the lie to the Prime Minister's claim that his most important relationship is with Indigenous communities. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals' medicinal cannabis tax is misconceived, unfair to patients, and damaging to public health. It is simply poor public policy. Now, the cost burden of medicinal cannabis is already high, given that, unlike prescription drugs and medically necessary devices, it is not tax exempt under federal law. Medicinal cannabis is neither exempt from the GST nor eligible for reimbursement under nearly all public or private insurance plans. So patients are currently forced to spend hundreds or thousands of dollars each month in order to acquire a sufficient supply of medicinal cannabis, or choose a riskier option, perhaps like a prescription opioid, because it's tax exempt and covered for reimbursement. That's perverse. Medicinal cannabis should be treated like other medically prescribed therapeutic medicines. And looking forward, New Democrats will use every tool at our disposal to scrap that flawed policy decision. Now, third, just yesterday in this House, the Conservative member for Thornhill told Canadians that legal cannabis is, quote, just as dangerous as fentanyl, end quote, and that homegrown cannabis, quote, is virtually the same as putting fentanyl on a shelf within reach of kids. This is an outrageous and dangerous falsehood and grossly insensitive to those who have lost loved ones to fentanyl overdoses. Trying to capitalize on their personal tragedies for political purposes is shameful, callous, and unsupportable. I call on the Conservative Party to correct the record and for that member to offer a sincere apology to every Canadian who has been affected by the fentanyl crisis. Which brings me to truth number 4. Cannabis and cannabis concentrates have been consumed by humans for thousands of years without bringing about the alarmist predictions peddled by prohibitionists. Cannabis is not a carcinogen. Lethal overdoses from cannabis and cannabinoids do not occur. And cannabis can be used to reduce anxiety and enhance enjoyment of many activities. Much like unwinding with a glass of wine, millions of adult Canadians find occasional cannabis consumption a relaxing and pleasurable way to spend their free time. Ultimately, Mr. Speaker, I have come to understand that a genuinely legalized and properly regulated cannabis industry in Canada has enormous potential in many respects. Done right, an appropriate legal approach can achieve impressive benefits economically, technologically, and medicinally. It can advance Canada's cannabis producers, retailers, and innovators on a global scale. It can generate world-leading intellectual property, innovation, and sustainable development benefits. And it can help establish an evidence-based understanding of cannabis that has been so marred by decades of misinformation and mythology. At the very time that many other jurisdictions are also grappling with the failures of prohibition, why on earth would we preemptively cut ourselves off at the knees by legally prohibiting cannabis exports to markets where it would be legal to import it? And yet, Bill C-45 explicitly prohibits all importation and exportation of recreational cannabis. Now, the world is rapidly waking up to the potential of safe, regulated, and legal cannabis products. Countries like France, the Czech Republic, Belgium, Italy, Luxembourg, Malta, Slovenia look to re-examine their approaches to cannabis, and Canada should be establishing itself as a first-to-market world leader. While the U.S. cannabis industry continues to be hindered by the Trump administration's reefer madness thinking about cannabis, Canada should be taking advantage by empowering our entrepreneurs and developing export markets all around the world. Mr. Speaker, millions of Canadians use cannabis. They've used it in the past, they'll use it today, and they'll continue to use it in the years to come. They are not criminals. They are our parents, teachers, friends, colleagues, loved ones, and citizens of this great country who voted for genuine cannabis legalization in the last election. The NDP will continue to work positively and constructively to develop the smartest, safest, and most effective cannabis legislation and regulations in the world, because it's time we delivered.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And you know, I appreciate, first and foremost, the NDP are going to be supporting the legislation. This legislation that we have before us today was not easily achieved. There was a great deal of consultation and working with whether it's first responders, many different stakeholders, provinces, many interested groups that had so much to say. And I believe that we have, I would ultimately argue, the best legislation that is, quite frankly, possible at this point in advancing and doing what Canadians expect. And it is a commitment that was given by this Prime Minister in the last election. So it is, in fact, fulfilling, in a very tangible way, an election platform. Now, I listened to my colleague from across the way, and as I say, I appreciate the fact that they are going to be supporting the legislation, but he seemed to emphasize a great deal of attention on, well, we could have done so much more. He spent a lot of time, Mr. Speaker, as you heard, talking about decriminalization and how important that was, and how he was being somewhat critical of the government for not decriminalizing. I know they have a new leader in Jagmeet Singh, and Jagmeet is saying that we should have decriminalization of all illegal drugs. And I'm wondering if, in fact, that same principle or that same eagerness that the member across the way is saying that we should decriminalize, is that something in which the NDP today are advocating for, what their new leader is saying, and that is to decriminalize all illegal drugs?
Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member said a lot there. I'd like to start with some of his early points, that I thought it was the purpose of members of Parliament and we're sent here by constituents to try to make legislation better. That's what we've tried to do, and in fact, we've done that. You know, when the Liberals first tabled their legislation in the House, it banned edibles. It had a 100-centimeter limit on plant growth. It doesn't deal at all with pardons. It was very unclear whether small craft artisanal producers in this country would be able to participate in the legalized industry. And the NDP rolled up our sleeves and we called evidence so that we could work on the government and show them that that legislation was wrong and deficient in those respects. And in fact, we got the government to change their minds on those. There are still other flaws in this bill, however. And that's why the NDP will continue to be advocating positive steps. It's a good bill. It could be better. After 100 years of criminalization of cannabis, I think that we can spend a few months trying to make sure that this legislation works. And again, one of the NDP's primary purposes was to make this legislation align with the purposes of the Act. And there's several examples in this Act where the legislation does not do that. I would point out one thing when my honourable colleague talks about consultation. You know, just because you say it doesn't make it true. The NDP put forth a motion at committee to hear from stakeholders that had not been heard from, licensed producers, dispensary owners, young Canadians, and yet the Liberals voted that down. They did not want us to hear from those groups. So when he says that they've consulted widely, maybe he can explain to this House and Canadians why they didn't want to hear from those groups when they actually didn't have a chance to have their perspective on legislation heard at committee in the Liberals' rush to get the committee process done in 5 days.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member just said that just because you say it doesn't make it true. And he's right about that. Now, that member told us that apparently there's no association between use of marijuana and a more violent state. I want to read to him from, this is Chronic Toxicology of Cannabis is the name of the article. It's not a newspaper article. It actually appeared in Clinical Toxicology. It was written by someone at the medical school at the University of Queensland. He writes, several studies from diverse cultures have confirmed the elevated risk of psychosis and schizophrenia spectrum disorders following high levels of cannabis use, particularly when cannabis consumption has commenced at a young age. He says later on, although the psychoneurological effects of cannabis are usually stereotypically characterized as a depressant, both its use and the withdrawal state are accompanied frequently by psychomotor agitation, which has been implicated causally with interpersonal violence. Interestingly, in a series of forensic examinations of suicide, cannabis use was associated with the most violent means of death, particularly severe motor vehicle accidents. I'd like to know if the member thinks that the authors of this study at the medical school at the University of Queensland are falling prey to reefer madness.
The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Well, I had the benefit of sitting through over 90 witnesses at the Health Committee that were drawn from a wide variety of disciplines, including people from Colorado, Washington State, who have experience with legalization, and many academics and professors. And it's quite clear that the health effects of cannabis are, without any doubt whatsoever, far superior to those around tobacco and alcohol. I haven't heard any, my friends on the Conservative side of this House, talk about restricting the amount of alcohol that someone can purchase when they go to the liquor store. Perhaps it's because they're afraid to take on the alcohol lobby in this country. We heard actually some very graphic testimony that a person can walk into a liquor store and come out with a 26-ounce bottle of liquor, and there's enough alcohol in that bottle to kill an adult. But there's no limits on how many bottles of alcohol someone can walk out of the house on that. With tobacco, of course, is a carcinogen. The Conservatives are opposed to plain packaging for tobacco, and a policy I laud the Liberal government for pursuing in this House and long overdue. Why didn't the Conservatives, after 10 years, pursue plain packaging on tobacco when it's a carcinogen that's addictive and kills our children? I'm not so sure why they would do that. But I will say this, in answer to this question, the research is overwhelming that cannabis is a relatively benign substance. It does have some health impacts that need to be studied for sure. But in terms of what he's talking about, there's a great question about causation versus correlation. We don't know if young people that use cannabis at a young age and develop psychosis, whether they develop psychosis as a result of cannabis use or whether they're seeking to use cannabis use as a way of dealing with their psychosis. So the correlation causation aspect does have to be researched, and I'm looking forward to a lot of money being put into this by this government into researching the effects of cannabis in the years ahead.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would really like to thank my colleague for his great speech on the fact that he truly does work hard every day for middle class and those who are seeking to become part of the middle class. My riding of Kootenay, Columbia has a very interested clientele around the use of cannabis, including a long history of actually being involved in the industry in a number of different ways. They were interested enough that when I held a telephone town hall, 3,300 people stayed on the phone for an hour to listen to the experts that we had in place, and that was followed up by a whole series of questions, which I did send to the Minister of Health and the Minister of Justice. They did provide answers, and we now have a very good report available to my constituents by contacting my office. But there were some things that were not answered, and I'd like to ask my colleague whether during the testimony he heard anything around, because one of the concerns of my constituents was crossing the border into the United States, and I live in a constituency, a riding that borders the United States, and we go back and forth on a regular basis. So whether he's heard anything that the government plans to do to try and alleviate their concerns about either having to lie at the border or being refused from entry into the United States, and whether there are any other of the 38 recommendations that were put forward that the government rejected that he'd like to highlight.
The honourable member for Vancouver, Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, the NDP did point out early on, after hearing testimony of the difficulty that some people had entering the United States when asked by border guards if they'd ever used cannabis and answered affirmatively, even though they had used the cannabis legally in Washington State and Colorado, they were denied entry to the U.S., which led to a concern by the NDP that this government should be negotiating at least attempting to negotiate with the Trump administration some form of agreement to recognize the reality that cannabis will be legal in Canada, and we don't want to subject Canadians to being turned away at the border or being compelled to lie. The answer we got, unfortunately, was unsatisfactory. It appears that the government has not been entering into those negotiations, and there's a real concern that after July 1, 2018, Canadians will be vulnerable in that respect. I want to end on a bit of a positive note by saying, economically, Canada has a chance to be a global leader in producing safe, quality cannabis products. We're not the only country in the world that's going to legalize. Other countries are going to do it too. And we have, this is a classic industry that is sustainable, high-tech, innovative, green. You can turn a $5 seed into $1,000 worth of product, and Canadians are global leaders. And that's why we're so adamant that the ban on importation exportation in Bill C-45 should be changed to give our Canadian businesses a chance to tap into that market, which could provide billions and billions of dollars of economic activity once other countries do as Canada does, and we abandon the old prohibitionist view of conservative parties around the world.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Rise in the House today to discuss this government's plan to legalize and strictly regulate cannabis in Canada. Bill C-45, the Cannabis Act, was put forward by this government to confront and address the realities of cannabis use in our country. It happens, Mr. Speaker, and Canadians are some of the most avid users of cannabis in the entire world. In 2015, 21% of those aged 15 to 19 used cannabis regularly. The number was 30% for those aged 20 to 24. It's accessible to our children, it's available in schools, and it funds major organized crime to the tune of billions of dollars per year. Clearly, Mr. Speaker, the current approach is outdated, it's archaic, and it just doesn't work. Over the years, Mr. Speaker, the Government of Canada's approach to cannabis use devolved into harsh mandatory minimums and unfair criminal justice practices. The reality we have found ourselves in does not match the policies that previous governments have enacted. I'm proud to rise to share with my honourable colleagues in the House and to my constituents in Vaudreuil-Soulanges why the Cannabis Act is the plan we need now to build a safer and better Canada. We need a new approach, Mr. Speaker, one that takes care of our children and punishes organized criminals rather than everyday Canadians. The Cannabis Act revamps the Government of Canada's policies in 3 key ways: to legalize and strictly regulate cannabis use in Canada. First, Mr. Speaker, we're going to prioritize working with the territories and provinces as equal partners to reforming the current cannabis regime in Canada. This work is well underway, and it has been for quite some time now. Second, we're going to address the simple fact that cannabis is accessible to Canadian teenagers, whether we like it or not. Third, we're going to take billions of dollars out of the pockets of organized criminals and gangs. Each of these pillars is critical for my community of Vaudreuil-Soulanges, where thousands of new families settle each and every year, making it one of the fastest growing ridings in the country, Mr. Speaker. But they also apply from coast to coast to coast and work to address challenges we face with our provincial and territorial partners. Our aim, Mr. Speaker, is to set a framework the provinces and territories can expand on in ways that best suit them. Our plan will succeed, Mr. Speaker, because the Cannabis Act works with our partners while safeguarding the underlying principles of protecting our youth and keeping money out of the hands of criminals. Working with our provincial partners, Mr. Speaker, and in particular for my community of Vaudreuil-Soulanges, the Government of Quebec, is the cornerstone of this new approach. Last week, the Quebec government's cannabis legislation was tabled in the National Assembly. Their legislation is complementary to the partnership we have established to ensure safety and security for our young people and for our communities, Mr. Speaker. In Quebec, the government will be creating la Société québécoise du cannabis, a parallel body to the Société d'alcool du Québec. This model has worked in Quebec to support alcohol regulation, and I am confident that our partners will get the needs of Quebecers right in cannabis legalization as well. Mr. Speaker, the strict regulation of cannabis under the Cannabis Act is designed first and foremost to protect Canada's young people. This is particularly important to me as Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister for Youth and also as a father of 2 young children. It's also a priority for the young families that choose to call my community of Vaudreuil-Soulanges home. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure that you will agree, and all others in this House will agree, that we owe it to them to get this right, and the Cannabis Act does not compromise on keeping Canadians safe, particularly young Canadians, Mr. Speaker. First and foremost, we're setting a national benchmark for legal age to purchase and consume cannabis at 18 years of age. The Government of Quebec set the same age with their legislation last week. But, Mr. Speaker, we won't be punishing our teenagers for possessing up to 5 grams of cannabis. Instead, we're setting harsher penalties of up to 14 years in jail for selling or giving cannabis to youth or using young people to commit cannabis-related crimes.
In the opinion of this government, Mr. Speaker, taking advantage of young people through illegal drug trafficking networks is the real crime. And I believe that this viewpoint is shared by my colleagues and by the colleagues on both sides of this House, as well as by the provinces and territories. Secondly, we must ensure that, at the outset, young Canadians understand the potential dangers and impacts of using cannabis. In October, we announced a total of $46 million over 5 years to educate Canadian youth on the realities of consuming cannabis. By supporting large-scale campaigns to inform and educate Canadians, we are creating an environment of awareness on the risks of using cannabis. Part of our plan has already allowed for the distribution of 114,000 brochures entitled Cannabis Talk Kit in partnership with Drug Free Kids. On November 10th, we organized, through Health Canada, a symposium for education partners and in order to raise the awareness of the public on cannabis, which brought together stakeholders in Ottawa to better identify opportunities for action. Mr. Speaker, these concrete measures are proof of our commitment to making health and safety risks a priority, with a study of facts and a fact-based policy, not based on fear and disinformation. This includes prohibiting the use of attractive packaging or labels, advertising, or any other initiative that might encourage young people to consume cannabis. This bill, which is currently before the House, would impose penalties of up to $5 million in fines, 3 years of imprisonment, or both, for distributors who might violate these regulations. By setting national standards to meet the challenge of widespread cannabis use, we are taking measures that are right and fair to protect young Canadians without punishing the 1/3 of the adult population who use cannabis for recreational purposes. Instead, our plan seeks to protect young people by focusing our efforts on organized crime and on those who supply young people with cannabis, despite the health risks associated with pot use at a young age. By putting in place strong penalties, this government is sending a clear message concerning our unconditional commitment to protect, first and foremost, young people's health and safety. In my riding of Vaudreuil-Soulanges in Quebec and across the country. And this is something that all Canadians can get behind. Mr. Speaker, Canadians also know that we must do everything in our power to ensure that money does not end up in the hands of criminals and organized crime. The Cannabis Act makes our streets safer by providing access to legal, controlled, and safe cannabis for all Canadians who are of age. Mr. Speaker, C-45 establishes a framework for online commerce, and it allows Canadians access to cannabis outside the black market. And we can also put a reasonable and competitive tax on it that will be competitive with the current black market. We're also ensuring that those who wish to continue to sell cannabis outside of regulated markets be subject to penalties depending on the seriousness of the offense. It can go up to 14 years of imprisonment. Mr. Speaker, this approach will allow this government to remain flexible while acting to punish the most severe offenders. Mr. Speaker, this bill will keep our young people safe and will keep money far away from the pockets of criminals through a strictly regulated sales system in Canada. Mr. Speaker, our government is setting up a framework for our provincial and territorial partners to ensure that the work done represents the will and the concerns of Canadians. Mr. Speaker, I am proud to be part of a plan that puts the protection of young people first through penalties and rigorous sanctions for those who try to offer young people access to cannabis. This plan puts in place concrete measures to inform young people on the dangers of using cannabis. And I'm proud to contribute to a plan that looks for decisions based on facts and on the reality that we are dealing with in Canada. In Vaudreuil-Soulanges, in Canada, and in Quebec.
Part of a government that is taking action to address a problem that has existed for far too long, Mr. Speaker. It's a problem that has literally existed for decades, and yet previous governments have just made the decision to continue with the status quo. We knew full well, Mr. Speaker, that the rates were high. In some cases, depending on the age group, they were going up, but previous governments did nothing. We knew, Mr. Speaker, that those that were smoking marijuana, almost 1/3 in some cases, or even more than 1/3 in some cases in certain age groups, were getting a product off of organized criminals and drug dealers, a product, Mr. Speaker, that they had no idea what it had been laced with, a product that they knew possibly could have been laced with something that was more detrimental to their health. And yet they had no other option because governments turned a blind eye to the realities of a failing system. And we knew, Mr. Speaker, that the system that existed for the last 10 years, even longer, decades, Mr. Speaker, was putting billions of dollars into the pockets of organized crime. And I can say, Mr. Speaker, with a good amount of authority, and I think I speak on behalf of my caucus members from Quebec, that this had a serious impact in violence and violent crime in my home province of Quebec. For those of us who are from Quebec, or for those who have been following violent crime related to organized criminal activities in Quebec, we know, Mr. Speaker, that there have been significant rises and falls in crime relating to biker gangs, and the primary source of revenue for these gangs was the illicit sale of drugs. And yet, Mr. Speaker, for decades, this government, this House, this level of government, federal government, did absolutely nothing and still tried to convince Canadians that we were spending hundreds of millions of dollars on a system that was working when we knew full well that it wasn't working. We could have done better, and we should have done better, but it required courage to be able to do so. It required us looking back as to why we are all here as members of Parliament. We are here to put in place systems that work and use taxpayers' money effectively, and yet for decades we haven't been doing that, and we've been trying to convince Canadians that we had the best possible plan in place and that their hundreds of millions of dollars were being spent properly, and we knew full well that that wasn't the case. So what did we do, Mr. Speaker? Well, we first started off with being honest and open with Canadians that this is what we were going to do if we were elected, Mr. Speaker. Once we were elected, we followed through on that promise and started off with national consultations, Mr. Speaker. Whether it was the committees that were meeting and bringing in experts on all sides to talk about how we can best do this, studying how there are other jurisdictions in the United States and around the world that have seen a better success rate in the systems that they had in place, whether it was myself as a member of Parliament or other members of Parliament from all sides of this House going across the country and hosting town halls and asking for feedback from our fellow constituents. We worked hard over the last 2 years to reach out to Canadians, to reach out to experts in various fields, make sure that we were getting the information to get this right. Second, Mr. Speaker, we looked at all the data that was in place. And there have been a lot of studies that have been put forward talking about health benefits, talking about other systems that worked better. And we also, Mr. Speaker, because of that data, because other jurisdictions had the courage to try something new, we were able to look, Mr. Speaker, at those jurisdictions and say, you know what? They have reduced rates of cannabis use rates amongst their youth, Mr. Speaker. They have reduced violent crime related to organized criminals and street gangs. They have ensured that money is no longer going into the pockets of organized criminals. They've managed to do things, Mr. Speaker, because they were brave enough to try something new. And because they tried something new, we're able to look at those jurisdictions, Mr. Speaker, and say, what could possibly work in a Canadian context, Mr. Speaker? Third, Mr. Speaker, we've been working with our provincial and territorial counterparts to make sure that there is a robust dialogue with them. Now, Mr. Speaker, more than ever, we're actually working with also our municipal counterparts and having a dialogue with our municipal counterparts to make sure that this is, on all levels of government, something that we will succeed in doing because we're working at it together. In the hopes, Mr. Speaker, that we're going to reduce the rate of consumption and use of cannabis by our youth, Mr. Speaker, that those who do use cannabis regularly are getting a product that is safer for them to consume, Mr. Speaker, that is regulated, and, Mr. Speaker, that we are ensuring that we're taking money out of the hands of organized crime. And fourth, Mr. Speaker, we are ensuring that we are providing funding where it is necessary. Over $40 million for an educational campaign at the federal level to ensure that we are educating young Canadians on the negative effects of cannabis use. This is not a projet de loi. This isn't a law, Mr. Speaker, that looks to encourage young people to start smoking. This is a law that we are putting forward in our hopes to reduce use amongst youth. And part of that is $40 million plus in an educational campaign to make sure that we are doing everything we can to educate young Canadians on the fact that cannabis is not something that you should be using and that there are health effects that could be negative for you, particularly as a youth, as your brain is still developing. And so we're putting our money where our mouth is, Mr. Speaker, because we know that that is a necessary step in putting this law forward. And Mr. Speaker, we're also putting forward over $80 million to provide support to law enforcement across the country and give them the tools to be able to, A, better understand how to detect those that are driving under the influence of cannabis, Mr. Speaker. Something that is incredibly important because guess what? Whether or not we want to admit it in this House, there are already people that are driving under the influence of cannabis, and yet very little has been done, particularly by the previous government, who did very little and turned a blind eye and said, you know what, let's leave it up to law enforcement to try and figure it out on their own, knowing full well that a problem already existed, Mr. Speaker, and that those law enforcement agencies could have used additional funding to be able to better train law enforcement officials and put in place systems that would be better at ensuring that we're finding out who is driving under the influence, Mr. Speaker, and taking appropriate action. And also, Mr. Speaker, that money is going to go towards providing with the tools necessary to be able to test these individuals for driving under the influence. And Mr. Speaker, I appreciate you giving me the sign there that I have about a minute left. I just want to end off by saying this. I didn't come to this House, and I know I speak for many of us who were elected in the elections of October 2015, to do easy work. I came here to solve problems, particularly ones that have been plaguing Canada and Canadians for far too long. And I say that, and I say it with all sincerity, and I know I share this with young fathers and mothers in this House, or even those who have older children. We need to make decisions now that are going to positively affect them later on and not leave it up to the next government. Regardless how difficult those decisions are, not leave it up to the next government, but instead make those tough decisions now. And my hope is that my 3-year-old son, Anderson, my 1-year-old daughter, Ellie, when they're at the age when they're going to high school, they have a harder time accessing cannabis, that they have an educational system and a campaign in place at all levels of government that don't turn a blind eye to the fact that it is easier to get marijuana on a high school campus than it is to get cigarettes, and we're actually taking action. That's the kind of legacy that I want to leave for my kids, and that's the kind of legacy that I want to leave for future generations of young Canadians. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you, and I want to encourage all members of this House, regardless of which aisle they sit on, to vote in favor of C-45, and let's take the next necessary steps in protecting our young people. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Yellowhead.
To speak on this bill, and I've spoken a number of times on there, and I just listened to the learned member across there talking about, oh, we'll give them the tools to work with it. He was talking about impaired driving. Well, I'd just like to give a little statistical data, because the Minister of Justice spoke earlier about using scientific data and statistics. I was wondering if anybody from the Liberal Department decided to phone the state police in Colorado, the state police in Washington. Washington has 33,000 cases of drug driving evidence that they're trying to analyze. They cannot analyze it. It costs $175 per analyst to be done. That's $6 million U.S. U.S. sheriffs are telling their deputies not to lay charges because they cannot afford it. I wonder if he would be able to answer through you, Mr. Speaker. Did they talk to any law enforcement agencies in some of the states that have legalized marijuana? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
First of all, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question, and my response to him is, did you speak to any law enforcement officials here in Canada, or did he speak to any law enforcement officials here in Canada? Because had he done that, Mr. Speaker, he would have seen that this isn't a new problem that will be created with C-45. There are Canadians right now that are driving under the influence of of cannabis, and there's nothing that has been done by that previous government to address that issue. And yet, Mr. Speaker, here we are C-45 is presented on the table, and it's suddenly become an issue for them, and it's suddenly, Mr. Speaker, they see it as a problem for Canadians, when they could have looked back and said, you know what, driving under the influence of cannabis is an issue in this country. We're going to work with our law enforcement officials to listen to them and give them the funding, Mr. Speaker, necessary to empower them to do their jobs. They've now finally woken up and realized that this is an issue, and after we've announced over $80 million to provide law enforcement officials with the support they've been asking for a long time, this previous government decided to wake up.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for his speech. As my colleague previously said, we will be supporting this bill, but we are concerned about a number of matters that are not being addressed. Mr. Speaker, one of the matters that really troubles me, that I've become aware of, is the government is, first of all, refusing to call it a national emergency, the opioid tragedy. They're now saying that they want to do measures to try to address opioids and perhaps limit doctors' prescribing. And yet, this government has decided that you cannot get drug coverage for marijuana, a less harmful medicine, than opioids. So can the member please explain why on earth all of this work to legalize the use of marijuana, including medicinal, to encourage the major industry to establish, and yet not allow people to choose, say for example in cancer, if they're suffering from nausea, to be able to, through any kind of drug program, is to be able to get the same opportunity to have prescribed the marijuana as they would for an opioid.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her question and also say that I'm very thankful that her and her party will be supporting C-45 as a measure that will help protect our young people and ensure that they have less access to cannabis. I will say this. We are taking action on all fronts, Mr. Speaker. We are looking at the opioid crisis, taking concrete action. We've been doing so since we took office. And I will say, Mr. Speaker, that that's actually something that has been supported by all sides of this House, because I think we all realize it is an urgent crisis that needs to be addressed. We are addressing it on multiple levels. But specifically in relation to the question about cannabis, this is something that we promised Canadians that we would do, something that we realized for a very long time is something that needed to be addressed because we had a failed system in place, Mr. Speaker. We're no longer going to turn a blind eye to it. We're no longer going to look Canadians straight in the face and say, we are spending hundreds of millions of dollars on a system that is working, because it is not working. And the statistics that I mentioned, Mr. Speaker, and that the Minister of Justice and Attorney General mentioned in her speech, Mr. Speaker, about how 1 in 5 youth are smoking marijuana, and 1 in 3 aged 20 to 24, that's been ongoing for a while, Mr. Speaker. We're taking action. It's something we promised Canadians we're going to do, and that's exactly what we're doing, Mr. Speaker.
As it is 5:30, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at third reading stage of Bill S-211 under private members' business. Calling the members.
when whips come down the aisle, a great scurrying occurs, doesn't it? Order. The question, I know members want to hear the question. The question is as follows. Mr. Fisher, seconded by Mrs. Cesar Chavans, moved that Bill S-211, an act respecting National Sickle Cell Awareness Day, be now read a third time and do pass. All those at my right in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Fisher.
Fifth row at my right.
Mr. Iacono. Mr. Jordan. Mr. Harry.
Mr. Harry.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, Lamétis, Matane, Matapédia.
Mr. Massé, Avignon, Lamétis, Matane, Matapédia.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Masquerade, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Masquerade, Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Seacant.
Mr. Seacant.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Fourth row at my right.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Ayoub.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayless.
Monsieur Bayless.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bazio.
Mr. Bazio.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Breton.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Ms. Dabrusen.
Mr. Bruce.
Ms. Damoff.
Ms. Damoff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Diorio.
Monsieur
Mr.
Diorio.
Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Mr. Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Mr. Essassi.
Mr. Elsassi.
Mr. El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine
Mr.
Smith.
Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fregascatos.
Mr. Fregascato.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fewer.
Mr. Fewer.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Third row at my right.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Shifky.
Mr. Shifty.
Mr. Virani.
Mr. Virani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Melo-Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et le Dessert.
Mr. Melo-Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et le Dessert.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Ms. Alislev.
Ms. Alislev.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Anna Sangari.
Mr. Canada Sangari.
Second row at my right.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Ms. Groh.
Ms. Groh.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argentin, la Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argentin, la Petite Nation.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Donc, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Kira.
Ms. Kira.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Lemetti.
Mr. Lametti.
Mr. Kozner.
Mr.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Resnick.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr.
Mr.
Eiking.
Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Monsieur Paradis.
Monsieur
Mr.
Paradis.
McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
At my right.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Eyre.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Petit Pas Taylor.
Mr.
Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Mr. Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson.
Madame Leboutillier.
Madame Leboutillier.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Que tous ceux à ma gauche.
All those on my left who are in favor of the motion, please rise. Fifth row.
Ms. Ing. Monsieur Hébert.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Monsieur Lauzon, Stormadon Gangary.
Monsieur Lauzon, Stormadon Springer.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Eglinski.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Benson.
Mr.
Ms.
Benson.
Cousy.
Mrs.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Madame Posé.
Madame
Monsieur
Posé.
Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Thériaut.
Monsieur Thériaut.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur
Barcelo
Beaulieu.
Duval.
Monsieur Barcelo Duval.
Ms. May Saanich Gofalens.
Ms. May Saanich Gofalens.
I put blocked in my schedule at noon. I knew it was something. I figured we'd have pizza in my... Fourth row at my left.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Landropoulos.
Madame Landropoulos.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Gourde.
Monsieur Gourde.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Jenis.
Mr. Jenis.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Monsieur Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr.
Ms.
Arnold.
Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr.
Mr.
Cannings.
Johns.
Mr.
Mr.
Johns.
McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms.
Ms.
Malcolmson.
Ms. Blaney, North Island Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Ranger à ma gauche.
Monsieur Duval.
Mr. Van
Monsieur Vandal, pardon. Ms. Vandenbelt.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Carey.
Mr.
Mr.
Carey.
Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Madame Sans Souci.
Sans
Monsieur
Souci.
Choquette.
Monsieur
Madame
Choquette.
Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Second row on my left.
Mr. Berra.
Mr. Tavera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr.
Kelly.
Aboutia. Mr. Kelly.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame
Monsieur
Boutin-Sweet.
Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
First row on my left.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Monsieur Blaney Belchasse et Chemin Lévy.
Mr. Blaney Bachas Zechenet Levy.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Ms. Rampal.
Ms. Rampal.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Monsieur Bernier.
Monsieur Bernier.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
McLeod, Campbell, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Duncan Everton Strathcona.
Mr. Christopherson.
Christopherson.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise. Fifth row. Fourth row at my right. Third row at my right. Second row at my right. First row at my right. All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise. Fifth row. Fourth row at my left. Third row at my left. Second row at my left. First row at my left.
Yeas pour 286, 286. Nays contre 0 aucun.
I declare the motion carried. Sir.
Order. We're about to begin with private members' business. I'd ask all members who wish to carry on discussions to please take leave of the chamber and make their way to the exits. Before we begin tonight, the Chair would like to take a moment to provide some information to the House regarding the management of private members' business. As members know, after the order of precedence is replenished, the Chair reviews the new items so as to alert the House to bills which at first glance appear to infringe on the financial prerogative of the Crown. This allows members the opportunity to intervene in a timely fashion to present their views about the need for those bills to be accompanied by a royal recommendation. Par conséquent, à la suite de...
Accordingly, following the October 23, 2017 replenishment of the Order of Precedence with 15 new items, I wish to inform the House that there are two bills that give the Chair some concern as to the spending provisions they contemplate. They are C-364, an act to amend the Canada Elections Act and to make a consequential amendment to another act, political financing, standing in the name of the member for Terrebonne.
374, an act to amend the Historic Sites and Monuments Act, composition of the board, standing in the name of the member for Cloverdale, Langley City. I would encourage honourable members who would like to make arguments regarding the need for royal recommendations to accompany these bills or any of the other bills now on the order of precedence to do so at an early opportunity. I thank honourable members for their attention. It being 6:14, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Orders of the day.
Private members' business, a consideration of M133 on the British Home Children Act, standing in the name of Mr. Lauzon.
Mr. Lauzon, Stormont, Dundas.
Mr. Lauzon, Stormont.
Mr. Straw moves that in the opinion of the House, the government should recognize the contributions made by over 100,000 British home children to Canadian society, their service to our armed forces throughout the 20th century, the hardships and stigmas that many of them endured, and the importance of educating and reflecting upon the story of the British home children for future generations by declaring September 28th of every year British Home Child Day in Canada. Debate, the Honourable Member for Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm extremely honoured today to rise and to speak about my private member's motion 133 to establish a British Home Child in Canada, a British Home Child Day in Canada, which would be recognized on September the 28th of every year. Despite writing a vital chapter in the story of Canada, many Canadians have never heard a whisper of their stories. It is my hope that with this motion, this can change. Over 100,000 children from infancy to 18 years of age were sent to Canada from Great Britain, England, Ireland, Scotland, and Wales between 1869 and 1948 as home children. Most of these children were needed to work as farm labourers and domestic workers in homes across Canada. They were part of the child immigration movement. A large majority of these children were from orphanages and institutions, while others were children from the streets of the cities in Great Britain. They were the British home children. Until recent years, very few Canadians knew about the British home children. Their stories of hardship, courage, determination, and perseverance were not part of Canadian history books, nor were they mentioned by most of Canada's home children. Of special note, the Ontario Children's Aid Society was established as a direct result of the British Home Child Migration Scheme. While the Industrial Revolution created many positive outcomes for Great Britain, it did create massive pressure on the social networks of the larger cities. Many families found themselves in destitute situations, with thousands of children falling through the cracks. Many children began living on the streets, while others were placed in orphanages. For every child, there was a different circumstance that put them in need of care and support. With so many children living on the streets or in orphanages, a movement took place where individuals, philanthropists, faith-based groups, and charitable organizations sought to care for these unfortunate children. For the most part, these people and organizations, often referred to as child savers, felt that they were doing a good and noble thing for the children. Maria Rye brought the first group of British children to Canada in 1869, housing the children in a refurbished jail near Niagara-on-the-Lake, until she was able to find families that would take them in. Following Maria Rye's lead, there were approximately 50 individuals or organizations over the next 8 decades bringing or sending children to Canada. It was believed that these children had a better chance for a healthy, moral life in the vastness of rural Canada, where food, fresh air, land and opportunities flourished. It is also common knowledge that healthy, strong children could be of great benefit as laborers in a very young and expanding country. With everything they owned packed in a small box, a trunk or a bag, these children started their new life in Canada. Canada was seen as the country of milk and honey, and a new life seemed like a huge adventure to many of these children. Upon arrival from Great Britain by ship, these children were then put on trains and sent to communities that had receiving distribution homes. Children stayed in these homes until they were distributed out to families that had applied for them. A contract or indenture would have been drawn up for a set of number of years between the organization and the applicant. Often the children went into rural areas where they were seen by many as cheap labor, working from before sunrise to after sunset. Although many of the home children were treated very poorly, neglected, mentally and physically abused, many others did experience better lives. Some were welcomed as one of the family, loved and nurtured. Most of these children drew on their outstanding courage, strength, and perseverance, and went on to lead healthy and productive lives. They contributed to the growth and development of this wonderful country called Canada, with many British home children enlisting in World War I and in World War II. Why are we just learning about this now, Mr. Speaker? Many British home children carried a stigma of neglect, abuse, torment, and isolation, endured until adulthood. This weighed heavy on their hearts and souls, and they did not wish to talk about their early lives, therefore burying a piece of our country's history. In recent years, many descendants believe that these children had nothing to be ashamed of and should not have to hide the truth about their childhoods. They also believe that the British home children deserve to have their stories collected, preserved, and told. One of these descendants is Dave Laurenti, son of Joseph Arthur Laurenti. Following his father's death, he spent countless hours at Library and Archives Canada searching through ship's records for his father's arrival in Canada. He discovered that he was an orphan and that he was a British home child. Dave and Kay Laurenti founded Home Child Canada in 1991, assisting descendants with research and understanding their heritage. In 1998, the Laurentis were invited by the British House of Commons to address their all-party committee looking into the welfare of former child migrants. In 2011, Member of Provincial Parliament Jim Brownell, Stormont Dundas and South Glengarry, presented a private member's bill in the Legislature of Ontario to have September the 28th as British Home Child Day in Ontario. With the bill co-sponsored by MPP Cherry DeNovo and MPP Steve Clark, it passed unanimously and received royal assent on June the 1st, 2011. Since 2010, the year of the British Home Child in Canada, thousands of Canadians have discovered that they are among the estimated 12 to 14% of Canadians being descendants of British home children. I would like to share a few local stories that illustrate the rich history of this chapter of Canada's story that is currently missing from many history books, Mr. Speaker. The first is a story by Ron Baker, a constituent of mine from Cornwall. And he says, "For decades, I and my brothers and sisters believed that our father Edwin was an American born in Boston, America. That all changed on August 15th, 2008, when I came across an old torn envelope addressed to my late father at the Gibbs home in Sherbrooke, Quebec, sent from India. I Googled Gibbs home, and a couple of emails later, I discovered a whole new chapter of my father's life that was previously unknown to me and to the rest of my family. Yes, my father was born in Boston, but it was actually the Boston in Lincolnshire in the east coast of England. What I discovered was the quintessential story of the British home child. At the age of 10, his mother, Rachel Rebecca, died in a workhouse, probably of tuberculosis, according to a file sent to me from the Church of England Children's Society, formerly Waifs and Strays. My father was placed into care by his grandfather Charles, who was 60 at the time. At the age of almost 15, my father was given the choice of coming to Canada or going to Australia. He chose Canada because some of his friends were going there. After farm training at Stonygate Farm School, he was sent to Canada on the SS Doric along with 32 other boys. He arrived at Quebec City on July the 7th, 1928, and from there went to Gibbs home in Sherbrooke under the watchful eye of Thomas Keeley. He worked at several Quebec farms in Bulwer, Eaton, Ayerscliffe, Bromptonville, and Lennoxville. My father, like many of the home children, did everything they could to distance themselves from their past to eliminate the bullying. They disposed of their trunks and their English accents. After marrying and serving in the military, my father worked at a munitions factory in Valleyfield before moving to Deep River to work at the newly established atomic energy plant, where he worked in the chemical extraction division. My father successfully shed his English accent and never spoke of his native country, even in spite of the fact that we had English neighbors in Deep River. It amazes me to this day that there was no slip-ups when speaking with the neighbors. I would also like to share a few other brief stories, Mr. Speaker, from our writing that again highlight the story and the accomplishments of these British home children. There is a story of Charles Conroy, who was a grandfather of a local constituent and a friend of mine, Carol Goddard. He was born in London, England in 1889 to Robert and Julia Conroy, who lived in St. George, Hanover Square. After the death of his parents, he and his siblings lived in a workhouse. It was from there that Charles was sent to Canada by the Catholic Immigration Society in 1905, arriving in Quebec before being sent to St. George's home in Ottawa, where he was indentured to a farmer near Stittsville, Ontario. He later worked as a chef at Boston Lunch in Ottawa and was conscripted during World War I. Conroy had 3 children, 2 of which, June and William, lived to adulthood. Carol also shared with me another story of Claude Nunny. Claude was born in Hastings, England, and came under the care of the Catholic Immigration Service, which sent him to Canada as a British home child in 1905. He spent some time at St. George's Hope in Ottawa before being sent to Glengarry County in Ontario, where he worked on farms before enlisting in World War I, serving with the 38th Battalion CEF before enlisting in World War I. Nunny died as a result of wounds on September the 18th, 1918, and during his wartime service received the Victoria Cross, Distinguished Conduct Medal, and Military Medal. At the Legion in Lancaster, Ontario, there was an Ontario Historic Site plaque, and earlier in 2017, a blue plaque was unveiled at his childhood home in Hastings, UK. Thank you for those 2 stories, Carol. To help illustrate the passion and dedication of many of my constituents have for the need to enshrine the story of the British home children as part of the national story, I would like to speak a little bit about a brother and sister who have dedicated countless hours to this cause, Jim Brownell and Judy Neville. I mentioned earlier that Jim was a former MPP from my riding, and his sister Judy shared the following story with me. In 2010, I found out that my grandmother was an orphan from Scotland and became a British home child. Her name was Mary Scott Pearson. On May 19, 2011, I, along with many people from Eastern Ontario, boarded chartered buses and traveled to Toronto to witness the second and third reading of Bill 185 in the Legislature of Ontario and see that it was sent to the Lieutenant Governor's office for royal assent. This private member's bill was initiated by MPP Jim Brownell of Stormont Dundas and South Glengarry. Thank you to Judy and Jim. It would be remiss if I didn't mention the recent work of Eleanor McGrath, whose documentary focusing on the story of British home children, titled Forgotten, has traveled worldwide to film festivals, receiving several awards. Finally, I would like to end on a personal connection to the British home children, Mr. Speaker. Sophia Titterington came to Canada aboard the SS Corinthian in July 1905 when she was 9 years old. I know this because she was a neighbor of mine when I was just a child. She came with her sister Sarah, who was only 7 years old. A year before, her brother John had made the crossing and had been sent out to Western Canada to work, and unfortunately was never seen before. Upon arrival, they were sent to a receiving home in Brockville known as Ferkno, where the sisters were split up. The younger Sarah was sent to the farming community of Finch in my riding, where she worked as a domestic. Years later, she made her way to Trenton, where she died at the young age of 23. Sophia was sent out as a domestic to Belleville, later getting married to William Pelkey at the age of 21. They relocated to Cornwall and had 7 children. Sophia never revealed to her children or grandchildren her past as home child. Sophia, like so many of the home children, were shamed into staying silent due to social stigma. Sophia lived to be 74 years old before passing in Cornwall. It was much later on, around 2001, when my sister Claire and her husband Bill Pelkey, who was Sophia's grandson, began looking into the family history, that information emerged about her true past. This story is similar to tens of thousands right throughout the country, Mr. Speaker, of the other British home children who kept the stories buried deep inside. And that is the reason, Mr. Speaker, that I would urge each and every one of my colleagues in this chamber, from both sides of the House, to lend their support to my motion and ensure that the stories and the name of the British home children are forever ingrained in the history and the story of Canada. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Well done. Questions and comments? Commentaire. The honourable member for Chilliwack Hope.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for Stormont Dundas South Glengarry for bringing this forward and for allowing me to be the seconder. I'm looking forward to speaking more fully on it in a few minutes. I did want to talk, the motion specifically mentions the wartime contribution of the British home children, and some information I have here, and again, I think this information changes as more information comes available, but 689 British home children died in 1917 in the Battle of Vimy Ridge, Passchendaele, and the Battle of Hill 70. So even though there was a stigma attached to these individuals who came here with nothing and were often mistreated, they saw fit to support our country in the World War I and World War II. I wonder if the member can add to that.
The honourable member for Stormont Dundas South Glengarry.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and my colleague is so right. You know, these children came, I can only imagine how frightening it must be for a 12 or 11-year-old or even a 15-year-old to leave their home, their country, go to a completely new country, and then in some cases be mistreated upon arrival and then live through that horror that sometimes happens, and then be called up to war. And you know, the bravery of these men and women who came, and then to beyond that to go to war for this country that they emigrated to is just beyond belief. I mentioned Claude Nunny, who received the Victorian Order Cross, died in 1918. This is the kind of people that we got into this wonderful. And you know what, Mr. Speaker? Between 4 and 5 million Canadians are direct descendants of these wonderful people that came. That's why this country is such a wonderful country. That's why our military is so great even today.
Hear, hear. Questions and comments? The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member from Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry, for bringing this motion forward. I will be speaking on it in more detail in a few minutes as well, but I just wanted to ask him what he thought of, we had a unanimous consent motion here a few months ago that the House of Commons apologized to the British home children and their descendants, but it was one of these unanimous consent motions that happened at the end of question period. A lot of people probably didn't even know what was being put forward. I just wondered what he thought of the idea of having a real formal apology to these, 100,000 Canadians that came here, were taken, their childhoods were taken from them. If we had a real formal apology from the Prime Minister with the families invited to attend, I wonder if he thought that would be an appropriate action.
Honourable member for Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Well, again, I think, Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague for his comments, and what I'd like to speak to tonight, to be honest with you, I'm so excited about this. I want September the 28th to be a special day, and I think once we accomplish that, then I think we go on and do other things as they are appropriate. But the truth of the matter, Mr. Speaker, is we have to somehow make sure that these people are forever respected and remembered, because, like I said, between 4 and 5 million of Canadians that are living in our country right now, between 12 and 14% of Canadians are direct descendants of these wonderful people. We have to memorialize them on September the 28th each and every year.
Yeah, we have time for one more short question and response. The honourable member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to also thank the member for Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry, for giving us this opportunity to reflect on our history. And as I learn more and read more about the British home children, it comes to mind that, many of them were also suffering in their home country, and it certainly wasn't with malice that religious organizations and orphanages tried to help the children by sending them to Canada. And of course, the story is both inspirational and tragic, and I understand now that 10% of our population may hold descendancy back to the British home children. If he could speak a little bit more to the inspirational stories of the children that came over and how maybe Canada was a good fit for them.
The honourable member for Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Thanks again, Mr. Speaker, and my colleague is so correct. These people are truly inspiring, and you're right. These organizations, up to 50 organizations and individuals, help these people, and that was their only hope for these poor children. They were derelict in their own country. So yes, Canada was an opportunity, and in many cases, it worked out quite well. In the majority of cases, it did work well. Now, some people suffered some hardship, but the truth of the matter is they came here and they gave their all. And isn't that wonderful that 12 and 14 and 16-year-olds led the way in that very, very trying time? The more, like this member says, the more I hear about British home children, the more respect and admiration I have for these wonderful people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Humber River, Black Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and may I begin by complimenting my colleague from Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry, and thanking him very sincerely for his time and effort that he has put into his motion. And I am very hopeful that we'll have unanimous consent at some point in the future to be able to all celebrate September 28th as a day of recognition. I have spoken several times on this British home children issue and have read several books on it, especially that have been published most recently. And there is no way that you can get through reading any of those books about the lives of some of these children without tearing up and being reduced to tears. When you hear the stories of the suffering that went on for so many, Some were very successful, some managed to get into homes that looked after them and treated them as an additional member of their family. But to others, they were simply a day laborer and abused and certainly not treated the way that I think when the program was initiated was intent. But I will elaborate a bit further as I go forward. So, Mr. Speaker, I am honored to be able to stand before you today to acknowledge that little-known chapter in Canadian history and to recognize the contributions of the British home children and their descendants. I do hope that this is the beginning of many debates and many discussions that we will have in this House as we move this particular item that many of us care about forward. Though the child migration scheme was originally touted as a golden opportunity for these children that were facing extreme poverty in Great Britain, it has since become clear that many of the program's participants were subjected to great abuse and severe hardship. You can only imagine that when this scheme was thought up, the children were already suffering immensely, living on the streets. And the idea was to find a home for them, and clearly they had to do that. I think the intentions were good, but clearly the oversight and the assistance that should have been there at that time wasn't there at all. In Canada, children were rarely adopted in the modern sense that we would have hoped they would have been. More often, they were taken on as indentured laborers and cheap domestic help. Though each story is different that we hear, whether it's males or females, the separation of so many families was predominant. And we now know that the scheme regularly amounted to nothing short of a betrayal. When temporary dislocation for these children became permanent, when children were separated, and ultimately when families were torn apart. More than 100,000 unaccompanied children made that journey to Canada in the hopes of a better life. Though it remains difficult to fathom the courage that these children must have had, today we can salute them for what they endured on our behalf, both as they grew in this strange new land and later as they fought in 2 world wars on our behalf. As a former Minister of Immigration, I had the pleasure and the challenge of overseeing the government department responsible not only for immigration, but also for refugees and citizenship. People from all over the world journey to come to our shores. But today it strikes me that the diverse stories of the British home children are as relevant as ever today as they were then. In a rapidly changing world, they remind us all that we all, in our own ways, are newcomers. As such, we remained united by the Canadian promise of safety and prosperity, and mindful that the wealth of our country derives in part from the diversity and tenacity of the citizens like the British home children who traveled from afar, seeking home, seeking a safe place to live, seeking food every day, and most importantly, an opportunity to grow. Today we have an opportunity now, albeit a long overdue one, to acknowledge the critical role these children played in the early stage of Canada's development as a nation. We owe it to these children and their families to tell their stories. When we look at the farm fields all across Canada, we need to think of those children that paid their price of their lives to till those farms and how much they contributed to our economic growth and our prosperity. Not only did they help to build this land, they helped defend our country's freedom. It is estimated that 10,000 of these children fought for Canada in the First World War. And in reading some of the books that have been written and more elaborated on some of these children and how they made that decision to go to war. For some of them, it was a better alternative than the way they were living on farms and how they were being treated as nothing short of slave laborers. For some of them, going to war was a better option. So I ask that you just remember that and think of that and how those children must have been suffering. But they put on the uniform and they went and they fought for us and they defended our country. And for that we should always be grateful. Many also fought in the Second World War, along with descendants of those who arrived in the early years of the immigration scheme. And yet, Mr. Speaker, so many Canadians are unaware of this history. One of my staff members was a descendant of the British Home Children. That is how I was introduced to this issue. I did not know about this. I did not learn about this in history class. It was here on Parliament Hill when one of my assistants, one day, we got talking about, someone had called in about British Home Children, and we got talking, and she shared that story with me. So once you learn about it, there is no way that you can not care about it and deny it. And I'm very happy to see that, yes, we passed a motion sometime last year, which I don't think got enough attention, as my colleague mentioned earlier. And so today, trying to move this motion forward from my honourable colleague, I think is a fabulous move to name September the 28th as a day that we would all get united and a day of recognition, because we need to learn from the mistakes of the past, because no one knows what's coming tomorrow. And best we try and do our very best to learn that. Canada designated 2010 as the year of the British home child in Canada to ensure Canadians would be better informed about this chapter in our history, and by commemorating a yearly day that our government will ensure it will continue to raise awareness of the history and experiences of British home children and their descendants. Canada has supported a number of outreach, commemorative, and educational initiatives to recognize the experience of the home children, including the designation of a national historic event and the establishment of a commemorative plaque. We will continue to support former British home children and their descendants and to raise awareness about their experience. Somehow, no matter what we do, it never feels like it's enough. How do we say we're sorry? How do we say we had the best intentions as a country? There's never enough sorries, and there's never enough ways to really make up for what was the damage and so on that was done to many of these children. So I salute my colleague and I thank him for bringing this forward. I look forward to standing in this House and supporting this September 28th day. And again, I congratulate him and thank you for the opportunity to speak to it.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's an honour today to rise to speak to motion M133, and I thank the member from Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry, for bringing it forward. And I'm happy to say that I certainly will be supporting it. And this motion asks the government to recognize the contribution of over 100,000 British home children to Canada, the hardships and stigmas that many endured, the importance of reflecting on their story by declaring September 28th of every year British Home Child Day in Canada. And I'd like to begin by thanking my friend Art Joyce, whose grandfather was a British home child and who's written a book on these Canadians and their experiences. Much of the information and many of the words I used to prepare the speech came directly from Mr. Joyce. My predecessor in this place, Alex Adamanenko, tabled a motion in the previous Parliament asking for an apology from the Canadian government to the British home children and their descendants, and I was happy to table the same motion in this Parliament. And on February 16th, 2017, the House of Commons here unanimously passed a very similar motion from the member from Montcalm, asking that the House recognize the injustice, abuse, and suffering endured by the British home children, as well as the efforts, participation, and contribution of these children and their descendants within our communities, and offer its sincere apology to the British home children and their descendants. So who were the British home children? They were children from poor families in the United Kingdom who were taken from their families, orphanages, and state workhouses and sent to Canada, Australia, and New Zealand, and Canada received the vast majority of these children. Those countries assisted with the transportation and immigration costs because these children were seen as a virtually free source of labor on newly developing farms and homesteads. British parish priests were given the authority to take children into care as wards of the state if it was determined that the family was too poor to support them, a practice called philanthropic abductions. Poor parents unwilling to give up their children had little choice. Once taken from their families, children were essentially branded orphans, regardless of whether the parents survived or not. Although parents could occasionally visit their children in the orphanages, some were shocked to discover that what they had considered a temporary placement had become permanent, or worse, that they had been shipped overseas. Most of these parents would never see their children again. This practice began in 1869 and continued in Canada until the last shipment of boys and girls arrived on Vancouver Island at the Prince of Wales Fairbridge Farm School near Duncan in 1948. During its heyday, single shipments of children sent by steamboat across the Atlantic could reach as many as 200 boys and girls, some as young as 5, during the earlier phase of the program. There were more than 100,000 boys and girls sent to Canada during this time, and Statistics Canada has estimated that about 4 million Canadians are descendants of these children, about 1 in 8 Canadians. So if this is a truly representative chamber, that means more than 40 of us here in the House of Commons are descended from one of the home children. The organizations that sent the children to Canada said they would have better lives, but in fact, they were required to sign indenture contracts as laborers and were only allowed to leave service upon reaching legal age. And although the contract stipulated a modest income, most were never paid. The contracts typically required that children be given food, shelter, adequate clothing, as well as regular access to school and church. Often, many of these basic provisions were not met, with children being made to sleep in barns or unheated attics, or to endure Canadian winters without proper winter clothing. Contracts were seldom enforced, as neither the charities nor the governments involved had enough staff assigned to do this. Most home children never finished school, as they were required for work. Beatings for the boys and sexual abuse for the girls were not uncommon, and very few were adopted by their host families. "We were here to work," one adult home child recalled. British home children made up a substantial portion of volunteers in both World Wars, up to 10,000 serving in World War I alone. Art Joyce's grandfather, Cyril William Joyce, was sent to Canada in 1926 as a boy of 16. His father, George, was a traveling salesman, and the family lived in the East End of London, the epicenter of poverty in that city. Cyril spent several years working as an indentured farm laborer in northern Alberta until reaching legal age. He never spoke of it much with his wife and children, and spoke even less of his family in England. His mother had signed the emigration papers, and he had never spoke of her again. Cyril was unable to loosen the bonds on these painful memories and took his family's secrets to the grave. That shame, that unwillingness to speak of his past, is a common theme with British home children. Descendants of home children are left with a huge hole in their lives, not knowing their family history, not knowing their parents' and grandparents' true experiences. Despite the fact that our governments paid to bring 100,000 of these boys and girls here, then abandoned them to their fates on isolated farms, most Canadians know nothing about this dark chapter in our history. Art Joyce points out that, and I quote, "Not once in all my years of public schooling did I learn about Canada's home children." And I can say the same thing, Mr. Speaker. He felt compelled to research his grandfather's history and the stories of other British home children in a book called Laying the Children's Ghost to Rest. So what have other countries done to recognize the British home children? Australia's former Prime Minister Kevin Rudd invited British home children and their descendants to Parliament House in Canberra for a public apology on November 16, 2009. Many of those in the crowd were in tears. On February 24, 2010, Prime Minister Gordon Brown publicly apologized to the families of the approximately 130,000 children who were sent away from Britain. For the elderly survivors and their descendants, numbering now into the millions in Canada, Australia, and New Zealand, it was a long-awaited moment, one some thought might never arrive. As Art's uncle Rob Joyce wrote upon hearing of Brown's apology, "It is a great day. I wish we could be reading this with Dad now. That would have made it even better. I understand Dad better now than I ever did, and why he was sad at times for reasons I never knew. An understanding that, like the British government's apology, has come sadly much too late." And on the subject of apologies, I would only add that while this House did issue an unanimous apology a few months ago, that apology was made unannounced. To my knowledge, no one from the British Home Children community was present in the House to hear that the member from Montcalm put forward his motion. It would be very meaningful to these families if the government would issue a formal apology given by the Prime Minister, with family members invited to be present, as we have done so for so many other government apologies. And I think that the British Home Children who were taken from their families, lost their childhoods to hard labour, and lived with the shame for the rest of their lives deserve no less. So, Mr. Speaker, I'll close by saying that having a British Home Child Day in Canada would be one more positive step on the road to healing those families. And the day chosen, September 28th, is coincidentally Art Joyce's birthday. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Chilliwack Hope.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And indeed, it's an honour to rise today on behalf of the people of Chilliwack Hope. And today I'm also rising on behalf of my grandmother, Carol Bateman, and my great-grandfather, Sheriff Atchison Thompson, who himself was a British home child. So I am one of the 4 to 5 million descendants of a British home child, something that I've only discovered thanks to the work of my grandmother in the last few years. So it was an honour to be part of the group of members of Parliament that sponsored the motion from the member for Montcalm on February 16th, 2017, which said that the House recognized the injustice, abuse and suffering endured by the British home children, as well as the efforts, participation and contribution of these children and their descendants within our communities, and offered sincere apology to the former British home children who are still living and to the descendants of these 100,000 individuals who were shipped from Great Britain to Canada between 1869 and 1948 and torn from their families to serve mainly as cheap labour once they arrived in Canada. And today, in honour of my great-grandfather and my grandmother, she's penned some words about her father that I'll try to get through in the House, Mr. Speaker. She says, "I write today of my father, who suffered the stigma that came with being a British home child in Canada. He lived his whole life with the torture of silence and shame forced on him by the very people who were to look out for him. A child of 12 when he came to Canada. Dad, Sheriff Atchison Thompson, was one of over 100,000 children shipped to Canada through a cleansing scheme developed in Britain, and one which Canada signed on to in ridding England of her overabundance of children who were either living in the streets or in orphanages. Homes for these children sprung up everywhere, as there was money to be made by shipping this merchandise to the different British colonies. Philanthropists opened homes for these children, giving them training in farming and as domestics. Bernardo's was one of the largest homes. Fegan's was a smaller home, and this is where my aunts placed my dad following the death of both his parents. His mother died in 1908 and his father in 1910, leaving 3 little boys, Henry 7, Sheriff 5, and Richard 3, and so began their journey as home children. My father, Sheriff Atchison Thompson, was placed in Fegan's by his aunt and uncle at the age of 7 to learn farming skills and to be sent to Canada. He spent 5 years in Fegan's. 4 of those years he had with his brothers, but when his brothers were sent to Canada in 1914, he was left behind as he had scarlet fever. He was sent with a group of boys in April 1915. He arrived in St. John, New Brunswick, and was taken to 295 George Street in Toronto, a distributing home for Fegan's. He was there to spend the next 5 years, he was there for a few days before he was picked up by Mr. Kirby, a farmer from Port Perry, Ontario. Dad was to spend the next 5 years as a farmhand for Mr. and Mrs. Kirby and their family. Shortly after Dad arrived at Kirby's, he took ill, and Mr. Kirby took him back to George Street and he was diagnosed with a burst appendix. Fegan's distributing home offered Mr. Kirby another boy, but Mr. Kirby said he liked this one and would wait. Part of the boy's training in Fegan's Ramsgate orphanage was to be obedient and humble and to always appreciate the situation, never show a negative side or cry. Be grateful. However, Mr. Kirby saying he wanted this boy did make my dad feel wanted, and the Kirbys were a good family. Dad was not included as part of the family, but was treated well. Part of the agreement Canada signed was to have agents check on these boys and to see they were fed, clothed, and were given schooling until they were 14. Dad was fed and clothed, and he was schooled in the evening after chores at the kitchen table where Mrs. Kirby would teach him the lessons her son had learned in school that day. Dad knew how to read and write and do basic math, but never attended school. If he talked about the Kirby years at all, he said they did the best they could. Dad told Mr. Kirby about his brothers, and Mr. Kirby found Richard living in Janetsville just 18 miles away. Uncle Dick would cry when telling his daughter the story of how they had time off work every Sunday afternoon and would walk 9 miles and meet for a short visit and then walk back to their farm in time for the evening meal. My aunt told me another story along the same line. Dad was at church with the Kirbys one Sunday morning when someone from the back started calling his name. Dad turned to see a friend from Fegan's who had traveled to Canada on the same ship. The two boys climbed over the pews to reach each other. The loneliness they had was very profound. I asked Dad about his mom and dad when I was about 12 years old. Again, this is my grandmother. He was not open to talking about this part of his life and told me that he had letters in his Bible that I could read. I tried reading these letters a few times, but they were difficult and even more difficult to understand. I had a happy childhood and so did not pursue the issue. These letters, it turns out, were an answer to my dad's request in 1935 for information on his family and life in England and how he ended up in Canada. I've read them now and find them very cold and unfeeling, all 6 foolscap pages. However, they do give the details of his mother and father's death, and they try to justify why he was put into an orphanage. Dad married in 1935, and that was part of his reason for wanting his family history. They planned a family in the future, and it became more important. Mom and Dad left Ontario in 1945, escaping the stigma that still remained there, and moved west, where the air was clear, and there was never any talk of home children. They never mentioned going back east. They lived and died in BC. Dad never mentioned his family or his time as a home child or the stigma, and of course lived with the shame in silence. My sister and I shared a happy home life with our parents. Our father was a warm and caring father who, as you might guess, was happy and proud to have a family of his own, a place where he belonged and was loved. His legacy is in his family. His descendants are 5 generations, 60 strong, and still growing, all proud Canadian citizens. The scheme that he became part of was not in any way in support of these children. In some documentation, they were referred to as merchandise. They were bought and paid for by Canada per head and were indentured for 5 years or until they were 18. The government agents who were to check in on the children often just had a visit with the farmer and left. My Uncle Henry was one of the children who was not placed on a good farm. He slept in the barn, ate in the barn, was beaten and whipped, but it took a year before the agent moved him to a better farm where he stayed until he was 18. I have seen the scars on my uncle's back when he came for a visit in 1958. I stared in disbelief that one human being could do this to another, but the scars were there, and I could not ignore them. He was not alone in this type of treatment, and my heart goes out to the others who suffered like him or worse. This in part is a reason these living children are silent today. They still live with the shame bestowed on them and the pain of remembering. And my grandma says, my issue today is the fact that they are totally left out of the teaching of Canada's history. This part of our immigration history is not required teaching in the classrooms. They worked alongside the pioneers of our country and yet are not included. The stigma exists today, even though they loved Canada enough to fight and die in both world wars. They were decorated heroes And still, where are you, Canada? Why are you hiding this part of our history? Step up and do right by these children and their descendants. Let us show the pride we have in them and finally include them as the important part of Canada they are. And Mr. Speaker, I think that this motion will go a long way to providing some of that for British home children and their descendants. Even my grandmother, this is not something that she has spent her whole life knowing. This is awareness that she has shared with our family just in the last number of years as she has traced back her family history. She's fiercely proud of her family, fiercely proud of her father and all that he accomplished, coming from nothing and being treated as worse than nothing when he arrived, just as an indentured farm servant. And now with 60 60 family members that are his descendants, what a legacy. And so many British home children have that legacy, as has been said, a legacy that has helped build this country, and the least that we can do is support this motion and remember them every September 28th so more and more Canadians can learn about this proud part, not a proud part of our history, but proud people who formed and still are having an impact through their descendants on this great country. So thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to address this House today.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for St. John's East.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je suis heureux d'avoir la chance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to be able to participate in this debate. As you know, we are debating the motion that calls for the government to recognize British home children by designating September 28th as that day. I would like to thank my colleague, the Honourable Member for Stormont Dundas South Glengarry, for having presented this motion. Mr. Speaker, the motion M133 asks for the government to recognize the contributions made by the over 100,000 British home children to Canadian society, their service to our armed forces throughout the 20th century, the hardships and stigmas that many of them endured, and the importance of educating and reflecting upon the story of the British home children for future generations. The motion moves that we should declare September 28th of every year British Home Child Day in Canada.
L'histoire des petits immigrés anglais consiste d'un épisode important de l'histoire de l'immigration à notre pays. Malheureusement, trop de Canadiens ignorent cette histoire à la fois tragique et inspirante. Malgré le fait que plus de 10% de la population actuelle de ce pays aurait pour ancêtre des anciens petits immigrés anglais. Monsieur le Président, pendant une période de presque 8 décennies, qui a débuté à la fin des années 1860 et qui terminait à la fin des années 1940, les organisations philanthropiques et religieuses britanniques ont envoyé à Canada à peu près 100 000 enfants britanniques âgés pour la plupart de moins de 14 ans. De plus, 50 000 autres enfants ont été envoyés d'ailleurs dans le Royaume britannique. Dans le cadre de ce qu'on appelle un régime d'immigration pour enfants, les garçons britanniques venaient au Canada pour y travailler en tant que travailleurs agricoles et les filles en tant que domestiques. Étant donné qu'ils travaillaient souvent dans les lieux non supervisés et dans des conditions exécrables et étaient vulnérables à la négligence, à l'exploitation et au mauvais traitement. Monsieur le Président, l'immigration a incontestablement façonné la force économique du Canada, notre société et presque tous les aspects de l'histoire de notre pays. En grande partie, l'immigration a été force positive.
L'audio ne fonctionne pas.
Is the interpretation working? Can we try again? Is it working? The Honourable Member for St. John's East. Mr. Speaker, immigration has undoubtedly shaped the economic strengths of Canada and almost all aspects of our country. Largely, immigration has been a positive force in this country, And thanks to it, our country is more prosperous and diversified. Families are reunited, and this can help generations of people fleeing persecution across the world. We must recognize that the history of immigration also has sad episodes, and that some policies and practices caused a great deal of pain and suffering in the lives of many people. We must always remember that these tragic episodes, and we must learn from our mistakes and commit collectively to never repeat them.
Meeting today is so important. Many British home children demonstrated great bravery and perseverance and went on to overcome the great adversity they faced to build productive lives for themselves and their descendants here in Canada. For example, 10,000 former British home children fought for Canada a century ago in the First World War. These included Claude Joseph Patrick Nunney, who received the Distinguished Conduct Medal, the Military Medal, and the Victoria Cross for his service in battle. And as I mentioned, millions of Canadians today can trace their ancestries back to the former home children, so their imprint on the history of our country and on Canada today is immense. Mr. Speaker, this government recognizes the great sacrifices that were made by the home children and the great courage that many of them displayed to overcome their horrific experience. And I would just like to say that some of the stories we heard today are incredibly moving. We should, as Canadians, undertake a number of initiatives in recent years to recognize the experience of various groups, and no less so now should we do it with the home children, to help ensure that their memory is kept alive for Canadians today and for the future. These initiatives include online history exhibitions and the information at national historic sites across the country, as well as films, books, websites, and genealogical databases. I think that all of my honourable colleagues will agree that the motion we are debating today proposes another significant initiative that would be in the spirit of honouring this important part of Canadian history. En effet, la contribution des petits immigrés.
Indeed, the contribution of British home children should be underscored and recognized by Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Before we resume debate, I'll let the honourable member for Lethbridge know that there are approximately, say, 5 minutes remaining in the time provided for private members' business this afternoon. So we'll let her get started at least, and of course she'll have her remaining time when the House next gets back to debate on the question. The honourable member for Lethbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's a privilege to rise in the House today and to have the opportunity to speak to my colleagues' private member's bill or motion that was brought forward. September 28th, that seems like a good day. I have a number of family members who have that as their birthday, and then now to have the opportunity to further commemorate it sounds like a good opportunity for Canadians. And I think certainly this issue with regards to British home children, it certainly does need to be on the forefront of the minds of Canadians. It is something that needs to be brought into the classroom so that children are made aware of what happened. It is certainly a very important part of our history here in Canada. And so it's with that I will take a moment to discuss why I believe that this is so important. When we think about childhood, I think we often talk about the innocence of a child. We talk about we often talk about the innocence of a child in our Western context, don't we? We talk about a child being able to grow up and play on a playground down the street, or being able to go to school and access an education from K to 12 and hopefully beyond. We talk about a child being able to dream, right, about their future, about their endeavors, about what they want to become when they grow up. That's a common question that we ask children. In our society here in Canada, it's a luxury to be able to ask those questions and to have access to education and to health care. It's a luxury to grow up in a home with heating and with a bed and a dining room table and food in the fridge. These are things that are a part of Canadian childhood today. But the reality is that these things were not the norm in the UK in the late 1800s and early 1900s. In fact, we're looking at a society where there was great depravity, and so there was great sickness that came out of that, and parents whose lives were taken. And as a result, then, there was this cohort of children, approximately 100,000 of them, who were then brought over to Canada in order to escape their reality in the UK and to start a new life here in Canada. At least that's what was proposed to them in many cases. And I'm sure there were others who maybe didn't fully understand what they were getting into, or the world that they were coming to, of course, because they were too young. But nevertheless, it held a promise of a different future. It held promise of being able to give them their hopes and their dreams, and them being able to go into a vibrant and prosperous future for themselves. But more than that, to start off with, it was a form of care. It was making sure that the next meal was on the table in front of them, that there were shoes on their feet, that there were clothes on their back. And the way that this took place was these 100,000 children then came over into Canada, and they were used as indentured farm workers for the most part. And so these children were told, the farmers were told that these children were orphans. But what we found out is actually that that was only true for about 2% of them. The remainder had a parent back in Europe, in the UK, or a loved one who was looking after them, but perhaps, again, couldn't because there just wasn't the monetary amount there to do so adequately, or perhaps because of sickness in the family. And so these children then came here and they worked on these farms. And many of them came meaning for it to be a temporary solution only. It wasn't meant to be permanent. But of course, as we know, for the most part, it did end up being a permanent move for these individuals who came in this way. Now, for some of them, they had a very positive experience coming. They were taken into homes, into families, onto farms, and given a really positive experience or encounter with Canadian society. They were well looked after. They were given the food that they needed and the clothing that they needed, and they were given a bedroom with a bed and etc., the necessities of life, and they were treated very, very well. But there were others. There were others among these children who actually weren't treated with the necessary care and love and concern that they should have been given. Unfortunately, they were exploited. They were taken advantage of. They were used as nothing more than cheap labor, which is unfortunate and a very sad part of our country's history. That said, though, I would say this is true. I would say that all of these children who came over to Canada as British home children, they came with determination, and they came with tenacity. And all of them overcame adversity, whether that adversity was simply overcoming loneliness and being away from friends and family and familiarity, or if that adversity was overcoming sickness, or if that adversity was overcoming a vision and a hope that had to be put on hold for a while, or perhaps even altogether. But also another form of adversity, of course, was those who came into a place where they needed to perform hard labor, or where they were maybe taken advantage of in some cases as well. What is also true, Mr. Speaker, would you like me to stop there? Yeah, okay.
It seemed like a logical gap there, perhaps. But the honourable member for Lethbridge will have 5 minutes remaining in the time for her comments on the motion when the House next resumes debate on this question. The time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. Orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Consideration of a motion to concur in the 13th report of the Standing Committee on Finance, not to proceed further with Bill C-240.
Pursuant to Standing Order 97.12, the motion to concur in the 13th report of the Standing Committee on Finance, recommendation not to proceed further with Bill C-240, an act to amend the Income Tax Act, tax credit, first aid, presented on Thursday, February 23rd, 2017, is deemed to be proposed.
The honourable member for Cambridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, it's my pleasure to rise and speak to my private member's bill, an act to amend the Income Tax Act to provide a non-refundable tax credit for those who take a first aid course, Bill C-240. C-240 has been returned from the Finance Committee to this House with the recommendation it proceed no further. I am thankful for the review and insight by the Finance Committee of C-240. The expertise the witnesses provided helped to clarify what this bill means. Mr. Speaker, the need for basic preparedness in Canada is still growing. In Canada, there is a heart attack every 12 minutes. But people have a dramatically better chance of survival if a trained bystander is present. Unfortunately, in far too many cases, no one with this life-saving knowledge is nearby. Right now, more than half of adult Canadians live in a household in which nobody has up-to-date first aid or CPR certification. It is this issue that motivated my tabling of C-240. When someone undertakes first aid training, what they're ultimately doing is gaining skills and knowledge to serve their community. Perhaps even more important than the skills they're learning is the confidence that they're gaining. In a situation where every second counts, that confidence can be the difference between life and death. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased that C-240 was well received. I got letters of support from diverse groups, far too many to list here, but they include organizations as diverse as Heart and Stroke Canada and the Manitoba Association of Fire Chiefs. I'm glad that so many came together to discuss this problem, this issue, to create awareness and improve emergency preparedness and public safety for all Canadians. I've also had individual conversations from supporters, including local organizations who provide this key training, like Canada Red Cross and St. John Ambulance, who are always working to reduce barriers to getting first aid training in the hands of all Canadians. Mr. Speaker, I want to recognize that C-240, like all private members' bills, has limitations. The major concern raised by the Finance Committee was this: does C-240 achieve its objectives inexpensively compared to alternatives? This question is essentially the cost of foregone revenue versus advantages of having additional people with first aid training. It's the efficiency of the lost revenue. The discussion in Finance Committee presented evidence that there may be more efficient ways of accomplishing C-240's goals. There may be additional options to explore for public safety education, and for the Health Minister's involvement in encouraging more Canadians to seek out this training. Mr. Speaker, I have been clear about my goal from the very beginning: to make people in this country safer by better preparing Canadians to take action in emergencies. I believe that there is strong work happening in this area and a promising dialogue on what we can do for emergency preparedness. I am pleased with the conversations I've had with each of you, my colleagues, with the Finance Minister, Minister of Health, and the Minister of Public Safety. And I'm confident that these conversations will continue after the advocacy I brought to this House. I am aware of the strength of incentive it takes to create a widespread behavioral change and the limits inherent to a relatively small tax credit. The NDP, in particular, spoke to another limitation of this bill in their remarks at the second reading, and I think it's worth noting here. Because of the limitation of private members' bill to cause direct expenditures, there's an equity issue with a non-refundable tax credit. For those Canadians whose income may be low enough they do not pay income tax, they would not be eligible for C-240. I regret that private members' business cannot address this issue. There are options available outside the PMB process for good ideas like C-240, and I'm pleased to work with this government pursuing avenues for change. I've acknowledged these limitations both of C-240 and, in fact, of all private members' bills. Given that understanding, I have continued to advocate for other ways in which to improve Canadians' adoption of first aid training. Mr. Speaker, the purpose of this PMB for me is how do we protect more Canadians, and not about the specifics of the bill. That is why I'm happy to be working with the ministers involved with this portfolio in introducing innovative ways to move forward. This PMB was drafted in the early days of Parliament, around 2 years ago. I was getting my office set up, hiring staff, and we're already putting together the pieces of C240. One of the things that I realized at that time is that no particular department actually owns the topic of first aid exclusively. It's a topic that stretches across emergency preparedness, health, finance, and public service and labor. I would argue, in fact, that no ministry is completely untouched by the need for first aid training. Mr. Speaker, I want to talk about the things that the government is doing in response to my advocacy on this issue. I think the number of votes in this House from all sides really helped to paint a picture on how important this issue is to Canadians. I have had substantive conversations with the Public Safety Minister about the need for first aid to play a bigger role in Canadians' understanding of emergency preparedness. I am proud to say that changes are being made with a number of different projects to help promote first aid in response to C240 and my advocacy on this issue. Everyone in this House and many Canadians are familiar with the Great Get Prepared campaign and its approach to emergency preparedness. Public safety currently has a Get Prepared campaign that consists of 3 parts: know the risks, make a plan, and get a kit. I am pleased to say that a 4th element to this campaign will be added with the focus on getting Canadians first aid training. I'll be working with the Ministry on building resources like videos and information to help support this 4th area of focus. This represents a significant update to the Get Prepared campaign, which helps drive home the point that preparations must be taken early and proactively, including first aid training. I'm also pleased to be working with the ministers involved with this topic on Public Safety Week, which brings awareness to public safety in Canada. I will keep working on these projects and others to ensure that Canadians are better protected and better prepared. Mr. Speaker, I have been asking for support for increased awareness around first aid training for the last 2 years. And today, I ask for support to continue the research and the conversation. I'd like to thank all of my colleagues and all of the stakeholders across this country for your support on C240. This House has the opportunity to safeguard the lives of Canadians, and I'm proud of the actions our government is taking to more directly address this issue. And I want to thank all members who supported me and this bill, bringing this issue to the forefront. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well done.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Calgary Signal Hill.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sadly, I'm standing here tonight to speak to this motion because I would have been much more pleased to be standing to speak to 3rd reading of this particular bill. Hear, hear. This is a motion that I'm going to dub the Liberal government's cowardly motion. We had a hard-working member of Parliament who did an awful lot of work and research into putting together this bill. And he showed that emotion here tonight in his speech. He was almost apologetic because he almost felt like he didn't do enough work on this particular bill, Mr. Speaker. Well, this is not a case of a member of Parliament not doing his homework. This is a case of the Liberal government, the front bench, stabbing a member of their own caucus in the back and not having the courage to tell that particular member when we have the discussion in 2nd reading, no, we're not going to support your bill. No, they go ahead. They allow a free vote, so-called free vote. We in the opposition supported the bill. A number of the Liberal government members supported the bill, but the front bench did not. So it went to 2nd reading, Mr. Speaker. Let me give you the dates. The bill was introduced by the member for Cambridge on February 25th, 2016. It finally passed 2nd reading on October 26th, 2016, 227 votes in favor and 81 voting against. Now, the 81, Mr. Speaker, if you count the number of cabinet ministers and those hoping to join cabinet, that's the 81, Mr. Speaker. Now, let me read you the standing order when it gets referred to committee. A standing committee to which a private member's bill has been referred shall in every case, within 60 sitting days from the date of the bill's reference to the committee, either report the bill to the House with or without amendment, or present to the House a report containing a recommendation not to proceed further with the bill and giving the reasons therefor. I happen to be on the Finance Committee. So did the member in the House tonight from Vaughan Woodbridge, I think is the constituency of the member. So the Finance Committee on numerous occasions, in fact there were days when the Finance Committee did not sit because we had no business to deal with, except we in the opposition tried to bring this member's bill forward to be studied at the committee and were consistently refused by the Liberal members on that committee. And I say, shame on you. So, after 48 sitting days, it finally came forward to the committee. We spent 2 hours. We had some finance officials telling us why it couldn't be done, and we had the member from Cambridge come forward, make a very passionate plea, similar to what he's done in the House tonight, and to have this bill come back to the House for third reading and approval. So let me give you the circumstances that happened. At about the end of the 2-hour period of the Finance Committee, Mr. Speaker, the member for Vaughan Woodbridge was handed a piece of paper from behind that you could see across the room had PMO written all across it. And let me read you what it said, Mr. Speaker. Let me read you what it says. And if the member for Vaughan Woodbridge wants to disagree with me, have him get in his seat and stand up and deny that that's what happened in that committee, Mr. Speaker. But he's not.
This order. Just to remind the honourable member for Calgary Signal Hill, there was an earlier reference to this. I kind of let that pass, but members are really prohibited from making reference to either the presence or absence of members in the House. So I just remind him of that and invite him to carry on with his
Mr. Speaker, I would challenge the member for Vaughan Woodbridge, who may or may not be in the House, I don't know. I would challenge him to stand in his place after I'm done to justify why this bill is not coming back for third reading. Let me read to you what this motion said. This motion from the member for Vaughan Woodbridge, written on a piece of paper that had PMO right across it. Whereas the committee is generally supportive of the intent of Bill C-240, there are questions that arise. Which Canadians would receive the benefit of the measures, as the tax credit is non-refundable, and this can only be claimed if you have income? Now, we could probably get some witnesses before the Standing Committee that could answer that question. The cost to federal, provincial, and territorial governments to administer the proposed changes to the Income Tax Act. We could probably get some answers to that question as well. And also to the one that says the extent to which federal, provincial, territorial tax revenues would be affected by the proposed measure. And I won't read the entire motion because it's before the House. The motion then said, from the member from Vaughan Woodbridge, therefore, in light of the above noted details of the proposal in Bill C-240, be it resolved that the committee recommends that the House not proceed further with Bill C-240. Mr. Speaker,
sunny ways.
Sunny ways, but also, I looked up the meaning of the word coward, and it says it's the lack of courage to do the unpleasant things. Well, I would say that the PMO did not have the courage to tell the member from Cambridge that we're not going to support your bill, despite the fact of all the support of the government members. They didn't have the courage. The PMO was a coward, Mr. Speaker, by not telling him to his face. They made that member go to committee, waste everybody's time, and then hand the member for Vaughan Woodbridge this piece of paper, and the member for Vaughan Woodbridge dutifully did his job by reading out the motion, and here we have it before us tonight, Mr. Speaker. So because the member for Vaughan Woodbridge, on behalf of the PMO, would like a number of these questions answered, so would we. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to move, seconded by the member for Oshawa, that the motion, let me get it right, that the 13th report of the Standing Committee on Finance, let me start all again. I'd like to move, Mr. Speaker, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after that and substituting the following. That the 13th report of the Standing Committee on Finance, recommendation not to proceed further with Bill C-24, an act to amend the Income Tax Act, tax credit first aid, presented to the House on Thursday, February 23rd, 2017, be not now concurred in, but it be referred back to the Standing Committee on Finance with the instruction to hear from further witnesses on the bill, and I would encourage all members on that side of the House to support that amendment, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Hear, hear.
Mr. Leipert, seconded by Mr. Carey, moves that the motion be amended by deleting all of the words after the word that and substituting the following. That the 13th report of the Standing Committee on Finance, recommendation not to proceed further with Bill C-240, an act to amend the Income Tax Act, tax credit first aid, presented to the House on Thursday, February 23rd, 2017, be not now concurred in, but that it be referred back to the Standing Committee on Finance with the instruction to hear from further witnesses on the bill. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague from across the floor for caring about Canadians and encouraging first aid. I know I put a motion forward about a year ago on behalf of a grade 11 student from my riding, actually from Mount Baker School in Cranbrook, looking to have first aid become part of the grade 11 curriculum in all schools across Canada is one of the ways of dealing with first aid. That was a provincial, education being provincial, of course, I just left it as a motion, but I would like to read this concerning Bill C-240. So in accordance with its order of reference on Wednesday, October 26, 2016, the Standing Committee on Finance considered Bill C-240, an act to amend the Income Tax Act, tax credit first aid, and agreed on Wednesday, February 22, 2017, to report to the following. Whereas the committee is generally supportive of the intent of Bill C-240 and feels that efforts to encourage individuals to complete first aid courses should be commended, there are questions that arise about: one, which Canadians would receive the benefit of the measures, as the tax credit is non-refundable and this can only be claimed if you have income. Two, the cost of federal, provincial, and territorial governments to administer the proposed changes to the income tax. Three, the extent to which federal, provincial, and territorial tax revenues would be affected by the proposed measure. Four, the extent to which this type of measure should be designed only following extensive consultation with tax experts, first aid providers, as well as federal, provincial, territorial, and municipal governments. Five, whether these measures would realize the proposed aim of increasing first aid training participation when 67% of Canadians have already taken a first aid course. That's according to Ipsos Reid poll from 2012. And the fact that existing policies mandate knowledge of first aid in the workforce, and all provinces and territories have legislated workplace requirements for employee training in first aid. Therefore, pursuant to Standing Order 97.1, the committee recommends that the House of Commons not proceed further with Bill C-240, an act to amend the Income Tax Act, tax credit first aid. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The House ready for the question? The question is as follows, that the 13th report on the Standing Committee of Finance recommendation not to proceed further with Bill C-240, an act to amend the Income Tax Act, tax credit first aid, presented on Thursday, February 23, 2017, be concurred in. Then on an amendment moved by Mr. Liepert, seconded by Mr. Carey, moved that the motion be amended by deleting all of the words after the word that and substituting the following. That the 13th report of the Standing Committee on Finance recommendation not to proceed further with Bill C-240, an act to amend the Income Tax Act, tax credit first aid, presented to the House on Thursday, February 23, 2017, be not now concurred in, but that it be referred back to the Standing Committee on Finance with the instruction to hear from further witnesses on the bill. The question is on the amendment. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the amendment? All those in favour of the amendment will please say yea. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. Pursuant to Standing Order 97-1-2, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, November 29, 2017, immediately before the time provided for private members' business. And now, in accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my honour to rise tonight in adjournment proceedings to pursue a question I asked in the House on June 14th of this year. Adjournment proceedings we call colloquially within the House of Commons late show. The purpose of adjournment proceedings is to pursue an answer we received in question period that didn't completely answer the question. One of the difficulties with this process is that quite often, by the time we get a chance to pursue the answer, a great deal of time has passed. So I asked this question on June 14th, and the Prime Minister's answer was not in any way evasive, but it didn't fully respond to what I was hoping to hear. Of course, that's not uncommon. But I now address the question many months later, and much has changed. So let me first review the question I asked June 14th, which was in relation to the upcoming G20 summit. There were a number of stories, particularly in the German press, that Canada was backing off full commitment to reference to the Paris Accords in the communique, which was to be hosted by Chancellor Merkel. And the speculation in the German press was that Canada was doing this to appease the U.S. administration. I was entirely pleased that the Prime Minister refuted these claims in the German press, and that, in fact, the G20 summit communique was strongly in favor of commitment to the Paris Accord, even though the U.S. Has made it clear that at least the executive of the U.S. government does not want to abide by the Paris Accords, although they have not legally withdrawn, and neither have they withdrawn from the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. Much has changed since then. I just have returned from COP23, the 23rd Conference of the Parties in Bonn. It took place over the 2 weeks that ended in the wee hours of Saturday morning, 7 a.m., just this last Saturday. As ever, climate negotiations are difficult. But the negotiations in Bonn, which were actually hosted by the government of Fiji, this was an unusual proceeding, but it meant that it was the first time that a low-lying island state from the Pacific could actually host a climate negotiation. This particular round of negotiations, despite the novelty of Fiji in the chair and the efforts by the Fijian presidency to raise the issues of the immediate existential threats to low-lying island states, I think the negotiations are fairly described as minimalistic. workmanlike, and achieved the bare minimum of what had to be done. Right now, Canada is poised on the eve of taking the chairmanship of the G7. This is an amazing opportunity for Canada at this time, and I'll set out why. And I'm particularly pleased that the Government of Canada, the Prime Minister, has said that 3 themes will emerge for Canada's presidency of the G7, and one of them is climate. This is also encouraging. What's not encouraging at this point is the lack of progress since Paris, the lack of leadership since Paris. And I'm not pointing fingers at any one government, but there's clearly a lack of leadership globally. Chancellor Merkel has been very damaged by the last election in Germany. I know I speak for many who hope that she'll succeed in putting together a coalition government to avoid holding yet another election so soon in Germany, particularly in light of the frightening rise of the far right and anti-immigration, in fact, pretty close to Nazi party. We are looking at a situation where obviously the U.S. isn't in leadership. The world actually needs Canada to step up and show real leadership, which means not just saying we're leaders, it means updating our nationally determined contribution, pledging to deeper cuts in carbon, and pledging to better financing. This is the challenge we face tonight.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment and Climate Change.
As the honourable member mentioned, the original question actually related to the G20 and the G20 declaration. And as she also mentioned, I'm proud to note that Canada worked hard with our G20 partners to reaffirm the irreversibility of the Paris Agreement and our strong commitment to take action. And there were a number of concrete measures that were outlined in the G20 communique that related to that. Canada remains fully committed to playing a significant leadership role on the international stage with respect to addressing the incredibly important issue of climate change. On an international basis, the One Planet Summit, which is coming up in France, will be an opportunity for the Minister of Environment and Climate Change Canada to once again demonstrate Canada's commitment to moving this issue forward on an international basis. Domestically, Canada has developed with the provinces and territories the Pan-Canadian Framework on Clean Growth and Climate Change, which provides a path through which we intend to meet or exceed the targets to which we have committed under the Paris Agreement. And as we have said a number of times, the focus for us, unlike previous governments, is on ensuring that we are meeting the targets to which we have committed, and to the extent that we are able to make progress more rapidly, we will ratchet up our level of ambition.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have the report now from the Environmental Commissioner within the Office of the Auditor General, making it clear that Canada at this point has not been developing the plans to meet the 2020 target out of Copenhagen, and that on current projections, it's very difficult to see how we will meet the target that we have. The target that we have is actually too weak to be called a Paris target. It's the same target that was put forward under the previous government under Stephen Harper. It's not to blame anyone here. There is a global problem, and it is this: the totality of targets committed to by all governments at the moment, if fully achieved, do not achieve the Paris target of not going above 1.5 degrees Celsius. We are looking at levels of warming, very catastrophic levels, 2 and 3 times more than our pledges. We can't wait to take the decision to increase the target and develop the plans to meet it.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I thank the honourable member for her comments. As the honourable member knows very well, the focus of this government is the 2030 target. The government was elected in the late 2015, and through the course of 2016, it developed, in cooperation with the provinces and territories, the Pan-Canadian Framework on Clean Growth and Climate Change. The focus of that document is on achieving the target on the 2030 target, and we are going to be taking concrete measures to ensure that we meet or exceed that goal. Of course, the honourable member is very familiar with the fact that many of the measures that are contained in the Pan-Canadian Framework relate to changes in the way in which Canadians actually do things that are going to require time and thought as to how they are doing. If you're going to electrify significant portions of the transportation network, that actually takes time. It takes infrastructure. if you're going to work towards accelerating the phase out of coal, that takes time and it takes thought and planning as to how you're actually going to replace that power. The government is taking thoughtful and concrete steps to ensure that we are addressing climate change domestically, and we are playing a significant role to push forward the climate agenda internationally.
The honourable member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week it was revealed that the Liberals know that people who have fought for ISIS have returned to Canada. The first response from the Liberals about this was that they were going to provide, quote, reintegration support for these people. When asked about what this meant, the Prime Minister said that he was working to, quote, ensure that resources are in place to facilitate disengagement from violent ideologies, and that he was there to, quote, help them disengage from this terrorist ideology. The problem with this response is that it fails to recognize that these are people who have left Canada to fight for a terrorist death cult that have perpetrated terrorist attacks around the world, claiming responsibility for attacks such as the one in Edmonton, where a U-Haul van was used to brutalize Canadian citizens, sold Yazidi women as slaves on open markets, with thousands of these women still being held in captivity, perpetrated genocide, burnt people in cages, fought against members of the Canadian military, fought against members of our allies, and regularly and actively threaten and call for violence against Canadian citizens. The first response of this government shouldn't be to figure out how they're going to, quote, provide reintegration support for these people. Their response should be to figure out how they're going to surveil them, to contain them, and ensure that they don't bring more harm to people, and indeed bring the full force of Canadian justice against them for fighting for a terrorist organization. In 2013, our former Conservative government introduced legislation which an individual can be charged with leaving or attempting to leave the country with the intent of committing an act of terrorism. Today, the Liberals know that there are people who have undertaken this very activity in Canada, and they are failing Canadians by first prioritizing, quote, reintegration support for these criminals and refusing to send a message to the world that if a Canadian goes to fight for ISIS, Canada will punish them. This can be the only response to the Yazidis who have survived genocide at the hands of these people. This can be the only response to our American allies who are eyeing their northern border and wondering why we would do anything other than this. This can be the only response to Canadians who are watching this and wondering why the government isn't doing more to keep them safe. This can be the only response to the men and women in Canada's military who have fought to contain this threat. This can be the only response to people who have faced U-Haul vans, suicide bombs, shooting in their place of work, and their families. This can be the only response to millions of people whose lives have been impacted and uprooted by the vile acts of these people. Any other response is injustice and cowardice that puts the rights of criminals ahead of the rights of victims and ahead of the safety of Canadians. And that is wrong. It's wrong. So I ask, why is the Prime Minister promising reintegration support to these people instead of directing these resources to the victims of ISIS, to our military, and to efforts to surveil and to bring these people to justice? Why has the Prime Minister provided 2-year-old data to Parliament regarding how many ISIS fighters are in the country? Why are they hiding this information? And why won't the Prime Minister provide more information on cancelling, how they're cancelling, revoking passports for people that are travelling? We shouldn't be sitting here talking about reintegration support. We should be talking about how we are doing every effort to make Canadians safe and to bring these people to justice.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to have the opportunity to rise and speak to this issue today. Mr. Speaker, prior to being elected to become a member of this House, I had the privilege of serving as the chair of the National Security Committee. I also served on the National Executive Committee of Criminal Intelligence Services Canada. I have been very much involved in the effort that, in a combined way, the security services of this country have made a significant and I think extraordinary effort to maintain the safety of all of our communities. So I'm pleased to have the opportunity to address this, and in particular, I'm pleased to have the opportunity to reassure all Canadians that the phenomenon of Canadians participating in terrorist activities overseas and then potentially returning to Canada remains a key priority for our government, and most importantly for those who have been tasked with keeping us safe. Our highly skilled and professional security and intelligence agencies, which of course include the RCMP, CSIS, and many others across the country, are constantly working to identify, investigate, and respond to any potential threat. And they respond using the full toolkit of measures that are provided, including the ability to conduct surveillance and the laying of criminal charges. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to discuss some of these measures, but I'd also like to remind this House that when we took office as government in 2015, there had at that time been identified 60 Canadians who had returned from engaging in suspected terrorist activities from overseas under the previous government. And not one of those individuals had been charged during the term of that government. In fact, the previous government cut over $1 billion from Canadian security services during their last term of office. And so while I'm quite willing to discuss the many ways that we must deal with the returning extremist travelers, I would respectfully invite my colleagues from across the House to perhaps temper their indignation in light of those facts. Among the ways in which security agencies deal with this phenomenon, the RCMP's National Security Joint Operations Centre coordinates with other relevant departments and agencies to ensure a robust response to high-risk travelers. Our National Police Service and other partner agencies pursue ongoing active investigations, and they do the difficult work of collecting the evidence necessary to bring criminal charges where that evidence exists. We also have the Passenger Protection Program, under which people pose a threat can be denied boarding. And, Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Public Safety has the authority to cancel, revoke, and refuse Canadian passports on national security grounds. In addition, of course, the Canadian Security Intelligence Service is mandated to identify, investigate, and provide advice to government on the threats posed by returnees. Mr. Speaker, it would be entirely inappropriate to speak in this House in a public way about the specific operational details of precisely who is being monitored and how that is being conducted. To do so, in my opinion, would undermine these operations and thwart the very important efforts of our security services to keep us safe. The honourable member and all Canadians should be confident that the agencies have the experience and skill required to deal with the situation. Their expertise is sought out and respected around the world, and it is put to great use here at home to keep all Canadians safe. I would encourage the honourable member to recognise the effectiveness of our security intelligence services and in their expertise at their jobs in identifying, monitoring, and responding to these threats. And I would encourage her, this House, and all Canadians to put their trust in the professionalism and the good judgment of those who are tasked with keeping us safe. And while we do not anticipate a high influx of Canadians who have engaged in terrorist-related activities abroad to return to Canada, this is nevertheless a threat that we take very seriously. I am also confident that the RCMP, CSIS, and CBSA also take this responsibility very seriously, as well as all of the agency and law enforcement partners that they work with to keep us safe. They are taking the measures that they need to take to address any potential threat and keep Canadians safe, and I wish to assure all Canadians that they have some of the finest, most dedicated professionals looking out for their safety. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Calgary, Nose Hill.
Mr. Speaker, it was our former Conservative government that put in place legislation which allowed for the charging criminal charges against people that would leave the country to commit terrorist acts. It was our government that put in place stronger legislations to prevent terrorist acts from happening here in Canada, and it's this government that's now watering down this legislation. Furthermore, it was our former government that invested heavily in new national security frameworks, in Canadian military, and it is this government that's doing things like cutting benefits for people who are serving in Canada's armed forces. But what Canadians want to hear tonight is that this government is going to call it for what it is. These people are terrorists. They need to be surveilled. They need to have the full force of the law thrown against them. And the numbers that these people are citing are wrong. They're 2 years old. Tonight in a Post Media article, the author talks about how the fact that when he actually asked for these numbers, the government is referencing 2-year-old data, which speaks to the fact that this government is not taking this threat seriously. They are not calling them for what they are. They have said nothing. My colleague here, who used to be a former police chief, has said nothing about bringing these people to justice. It's all talking points. It's all bafflegab. And why? This government is weak and soft on protecting Canadians from threats of terror.
Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I'd simply remind the member opposite that I've actually been involved in investigations where we've locked people up. I was responsible for the Toronto Police Service's involvement in the Toronto 18 investigation. But having said that, Mr. Speaker, I want to remind this House that addressing security threats requires a whole-of-government effort. Canada's national security agencies have a capacity for a robust and coordinated response, and they have that in place to prevent extremist travel and to manage the risk posed by returnees. Our law enforcement and national security departments and agencies work very collaboratively together and with our global partners to address any threat posed by any individual to the security of Canada. We are also monitoring broader trends in extremist travel to ensure Canada's approach responds to current and emerging trends. And while we recognize that preventing individuals from becoming radicalized in the first place must be a key part of our defense against terrorism and extremist ideologies, we remain committed to ensuring that our law enforcement and security agencies have the resources that they need. Mr. Speaker, tough talk is not what keeps Canadians safe. It's effective and concerted actions by those who are tasked. We are making sure that the RCMP, CBSA, CSIS, and all of their partners have the resources and the authority that they require to keep us safe. And Mr. Speaker, talking tough and putting labels on this is not the most effective response. The most effective response is an intelligent approach to preventing these types of offences from taking place and ensuring individuals who are identified as being at risk that all steps, not just the enforcement of the law, but all steps are taken to prevent them from being a risk to our society.
The honourable member for Banff Airdrie.
Well, thanks, Mr. Speaker. This Liberal government was elected on a promise to grow the middle class and to help grow small business, but instead Canadians have been left with massive deficits and ever-increasing debt, and a plan that only helps their rich Liberal cronies. And once in office, the Liberals cancelled the planned small business tax reductions and EI tax reductions. They increased payroll taxes and they introduced a federal carbon tax. And they cut tax-free savings account contributions in half. They ended the public transit tax credit, added a new tax on Uber, raised taxes on beer, wine, and spirits. Then they tried to tax employee discounts and health and dental benefits. And they've even raised taxes on Canadians with diabetes and disabilities. In short, Mr. Speaker, Canadians have been bamboozled. But it doesn't stop there. The Liberals then dropped their hot mess of a tax planning proposal that raises taxes on job creators and entrepreneurs in a blatant attack on small business owners. And we've heard from the Finance Minister that hard-working Canadians have to pay their so-called fair share, while well-connected Liberals continue to protect their millions. As it turns out, the personal fortunes of the Prime Minister and of the Minister of Finance are safe from these new tax proposals. They, along with their well-connected cronies, are not going to pay a cent more in taxes. And this is what the Liberals are trying to pass off as fair, Mr. Speaker. I suppose this shouldn't be a surprise, though, as the Prime Minister infamously insulted hard-working Canadian small business owners during the election by saying that he knows, and I quote, that a large percentage of small businesses are actually just ways for wealthier Canadians to save on their taxes, end quote. And on top of all of this, the Liberals have decided that the real problem, the real tax evaders, are hard-working small business owners. They're actually considered too small to be a small business. How does that make any sense? We're not talking about millionaire crony Stephen Bronfman, the Prime Minister's personal friend and the Liberals' chief fundraiser, who was alleged to be evading taxes in the Paradise Papers. No, the Liberals are actually targeting small business owners for being too small. I wished I was exaggerating, because it sounds like a comedy of errors, Mr. Speaker. active versus passive income rules, which they try to claim haven't changed, but that the Liberals issued a new interpretation of, adversely affects many small businesses, such as campgrounds, by arbitrarily assigning them as passive income, when the amount of work involved is anything but passive, Mr. Speaker. So many campgrounds and other small businesses are now receiving huge new tax bills. They're more than 3 times the rate of other small businesses, simply because they don't have 5 full-time, year-round employees to be able to qualify for the small business tax rate. Again, the Liberals are trying to tell them that somehow they're too small to be a small business. So these tax bills will put many of these small businesses right out of business. A business being considered too small should not be a reason to exclude anyone from this tax rate, especially when entrepreneurs are often a part of the daily operations of their small businesses. So, Mr. Speaker, does the minister really have the gall to stand here in this place while there's an investigation by the Ethics Commissioner and simply call instead hard-working mom-and-pop shops like campgrounds tax evaders?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Revenue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before I begin, I would like to begin by acknowledging that our government recognizes the major role of small businesses in job creation, in economic development, and in growing our middle class. And let me be clear, it is our government that is committed to reducing taxes on small businesses starting of next year. Mr. Speaker, it would seem that my colleague on the other side has some confusion about the rules on how small business deduction applies to campgrounds. And I'm pleased to have this opportunity to clarify our government's position on this particular matter. The honourable member opposite seems to be suggesting that this government has altered the rules. And let me be absolutely clear, Mr. Speaker, the rules remain unchanged. The small business deduction is a long-standing provision of the Canadian tax system. Generally, eligible businesses can claim the small business deduction on their first $500,000 of active business income. The intention is to provide these businesses with more after-tax income so they can reinvest in the businesses and contribute to Canada's economic growth and job creation. And I would like to remind my honourable colleague across the floor that when his party was in power, consultations with stakeholder partners were held on this specific matter, and his government chose not to propose any changes. And if the member opposite has a problem with the law, perhaps he should ask his colleagues why they chose not to change it when they had the chance. Mr. Speaker, as the minister clearly demonstrated the facts on this file, in her response to the member opposite's written question, of over 20,000 small and medium-sized enterprises reviewed by the CRA last year, less than 20 businesses classified as recreational vehicle parks and recreational camps were denied the deduction. Furthermore, the taxpayer who disagree with their tax assessments have recourse. They can file an objection, a process which is described on the Canada Revenue Agency's website. Perhaps the less than 20 businesses, Mr. Speaker, it's 20 businesses who were denied the deduction may want to go down that route. Mr. Speaker, we remain committed to making sure that small businesses have all the necessary information to determine whether they're eligible for the deduction. And on its website, the agency provides information about the small business deduction, including information specific to campground owners. Mr. Speaker, allow me to briefly outline the long-standing rules that apply to campgrounds so that everyone here may understand them more clearly. There are a number of conditions and corresponding requirements under the Income Tax Act that determine a business's eligibility for small business deduction. So if the business's principal purpose is to earn income from renting out real estate, it is generally not eligible for the small business deduction unless it meets certain conditions. On these conditions is that the business employ more than 5 full-time employees throughout the year. Again, I encourage people to visit Canada Revenue Agency's website, where these unchanged rules are explained in more detail. Again, Mr. Speaker, I want to be absolutely clear that our government is strongly committed to supporting small businesses, as we know that they create jobs and help strengthen the economy. Tax fairness for all Canadians is a priority for us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Banff Airdrie.
Well, just more of the same bogus talking points I keep receiving over and over and over again. Well, what the member should probably do is go back to whoever wrote those talking points for her and let them know that actually, yes, it has changed. And the reason we know that is because businesses are suddenly receiving huge new tax bills going back a number of tax years. So you can't stand here and say that things haven't changed, because those campground owners certainly aren't going to believe that. And the other thing is, in terms of the consultations, yes, in the last budget that we put out as a Conservative government, we did, in fact, initiate consultations. Almost unanimously, those consultations indicated there needed to be something fixed in this situation. But then the Liberal government came into power, and in their first budget, they canceled those consultations without fixing the problem. So now, let's just go back to those bogus talking points again, because even her own colleagues don't believe those shameful excuses of talking points, Mr. Speaker. The 2017 all-party pre-budget report of the Standing Committee on Finance recommended that the rules that target small businesses for being too small should be changed. Recommendation reads, and I'll quote, that the Government of Canada recognize the income earned by campgrounds and storage facilities as active business income for the purposes of determining the eligibility for a small business deduction. And even her colleague, the Minister of Fisheries, knows the rules are unfair when he wrote to the Minister of National Revenue in June of 2016 and said the tax treatment of campgrounds should be reviewed, taking into account their specific circumstances. So, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask the member opposite this. Is she really going to stand here and say that somehow it's fair to tax campgrounds out of business simply for being too small, while the rich Liberal cronies reap all the benefits of their tax evasion?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Revenue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and perhaps my honourable member did not hear me. Again, our government recognizes that the major role of small businesses in job creation, in economic development, and in growing our middle class. And I would like to emphasize once again that we have not changed the rules surrounding small businesses deduction, and that the same provisions still apply. And again, let me remind my honourable colleague that over 20,000 small and medium-sized businesses reviewed by CRA, only less than 20 businesses classified as recreational vehicle parks and recreational camps were actually denied the deduction. Again, Mr. Speaker, we'll continue to work with Canadians as businesses so that they receive the benefits and credits that they're entitled to. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Hello.
Order. The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.